I didn't set up my thing. I always forget to set up my phone. And that is okay. Alright, let's see. Is that plugged in? Yes, indeed. Okay. Yep. Alright, that means I'm live and my phone tells me, so. Let me just make sure it's on the Discord. Yep. Perfection. Alright. Live. Perfection. Perfection. Okay. There you go. Alright. Hello there, stream and YouTube. It is time to return to Ace Attorney Investigations. We are now on the Imprisoned Turnabout, the second story of the thing. Bro, I'm looking at like this. I'm looking at the quote unquote walkthrough. I'm not gonna look through the actual walkthrough. I'm just looking at like the tabs that it has for like how many parts there are. So for the Imprisoned Turnabout, we're gonna have beginning, middle, and 1 and 2. I see the next one after that, the Inherited Turnabout, which is like 2 beginnings, 4 middle parts, and 3 ending stuff. Like, what? Then the Forgotten Turnabout is like shorter, and then Grand Turnabout is like shorter. It's like, hello? Like, damn. But yeah, we should just get jumped right into it. I really don't have any notices, I guess. I don't know what to say. Ah! I pulled up my wire. Alright, continue. The Imprisoned Turnabout, beginning. See how the audio is right now. Ooh, swoopy. It's that dude. Oh, did Shirley kill him? Or maybe not. I'm not sure, actually. What? What? Alright. March 27th, 10:16 a.m., Detention Center, Visitor's Room. He's not coming. He's not coming, sir. How long does he intend to keep us waiting? Now, Mr. Edward. There's no need to get your, Corvette in a twist. Ethan Rook's murder. 2 days after the incident, we visited the detention center. Naturally, we were hoping to meet with the defendant, Horace Knightley. His trial was set to begin the next day with me serving as the prosecutor. Still, he is rather late. You there? Do you know what's going on? It is certainly strange. I'll try calling him one more time. It's terrible. It's Knightley. He's been murdered. What? What did he say? Murdered? It's at the detention center. Mr. Edward, let's go check it out. You there, take us to the crime scene, post-haste. Yes, sir. Knightley's not in his cell. I thought he was being held there. What are you doing, sir? This way. Where are you taking us, pal? Through this door is the... it's the prison. Prison? Then what were the small rooms back there? Those cells, we just passed are part of the detention center. They're used for holding suspects temporarily while they await their trial. What lies ahead is a facility that serves a completely different purpose. This is where criminals who have been declared guilty serve out their sentence, pal. It's the one place a great thief does not want to end up, okay? I'm opening the door now, please follow me. Jesus. There's no mistaking it. Knightley's dead. Moreover, he was murdered inside the prison walls. How exactly did this happen? I can't believe something like this would happen to Mr. Knightley. Yes, I can't believe it either. But the scene you see before you is the unmistakably reality. Besides, wasn't Mr. Knightley supposed to be in the detention center? Indeed. Indeed he was. Knightley hadn't had his trial yet. Before a suspect is found guilty, they're detained in the detention center's holding cells. They only enter the prison after they have received a guilty verdict. Knightley should not have been moved in here. Do you think he passed through those giant doors that we went through earlier, sir? Huge metal doors and a long passageway separate the prison and the detention center. I suspect Knightley wouldn't have been able to pass through. What happened to Knightley? In order to solve this mystery, we must first investigate the crime scene. Alright, just straight into it, huh? You there, anything out of place? Yes, sir, if I had to say... What is it? There's a dead body over there. Yep, that's definitely out of place. If you notice anything else out of place, please be sure to tell me. Alright, so... A section of the room is covered in dirt. The dirt is soft and has footprints on it, sir. There are too many footprints. It won't be easy to identify them all. Until the forensics arrive, we probably shouldn't tamper with this area. Detective, please don't trip and fall in the dirt. I'll be careful, sir. I don't want to get my favorite coat dirty. I'm more worried that you will mess up the footprints. We won't rest until we've stolen every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. Indeed. This is quite a large area to investigate. Press the Y button to switch screens. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. Oh. The pulley. Is that used to, for prison labor too? Looks like it. There's something I want to ask you. Don't even think about dangling on the hook. How did you know that's what I wanted to do? Somehow I had a feeling. The cage inside the cage, that is the prison. It's like cage conception. I believe the correct term is prison cell. The same thing, you need to look more at the essence of things. Actually, it's more important to get the correct information. Okay, so that's a cell. That's just a pulley thing, right? Or maybe not, hold up. It's a pulley. Oh, okay. There are some colorful sheets. They're the most eye-catching thing in this room. They don't fit in with the prison. There's a whip placed on top of the sheets. Reminds me of the whip lady. Maybe she left her whip here. I doubt she'd ever leave her whip behind. There was rope near the body as well. By the way, my special talent. If it's about rope escapes, there's no need for that now. Aw. Does she want to show it off that badly? Alright, we talked about the sheets, we talked about this. Okay, yeah. So far, nothing near here. Are there any clues that could be useful to this case? I don't smell any signs of treasure. I'm searching for clues here, not treasure. There are a bunch of strange tools here. I don't see anything out of place. What kind of picking up the scent? What the fuck? Do you have special smelling ability or something? I was just a feeling, but I can smell the scent of treasure. Remind me to lock up all of my valuables in the safe. Come on, Mr. Edgeworth. I wouldn't steal your valuables. So you would steal someone else's valuables. Alright, let's look at the body. Horace Knightley. Murdered right before his trial. Let me take a close look. a chest thingy. Huh. What's this? Mr. Edward has something similar in his office. The portable chessboard. It was probably the victims. Ah, Mr. Knightley enjoyed chess, right? He was probably using it to pass time in the detention center. Hold up, I want to examine this. You can open it from there. Hurry up and open it. Why are you getting so excited? What are you saying? Doesn't everyone get excited when they're opening a box? I think that probably applies to you only. Alright, let's see. You should have, like, what, every chess piece in here? These are chess pieces, right? Saw something similar in your office, Mr. Edward. Huh. But the pieces here are black and white. Those are the correct colors. My pieces were custom made. Custom made? That sounds like treasure to me. Her eyes are sparkling. Does she intend to steal it? I mean, nothing out of the ordinary here, right? Yes, every exact piece. Yeah, it shouldn't be, like, crazy. I don't see anything with an issue with these right now. Making sure, though, I'm looking thoroughly. Alright, cool. I mean, he has chess pieces in there. That's kind of cool. This glove. This is a rubber glove. Yes, there's no mistake. It's a rubber glove. How come there's only one? Let me take a closer look. It's covered in mud. Up to the wrist. Maybe someone was playing with mud in the prison. I want to get in on the action too. Do it on your own time when we're not investigating a case. Oh, blood. Fingers of the glove are covered in blood. The glove was dropped after the pool of blood formed. Why is that? If it was on the floor before the pool of blood had formed, the blood would have formed an outline around the glove. Ah, I see. The blood would have only gotten on the edges of the glove. Oh my god. This glove was discarded after it was covered in blood. That must mean the killer left it behind. Indeed. It's highly probable. At the very least, the person who dropped this saw the body. You there. Oh, what is it, sir? Do you recognize this glove? Yes, sir. The inmates use these for prison labor. That's odd. Rubber gloves are usually kept in the inmates' rooms. They are strictly regulated, so you can't just take them out. Indeed, there are no signs of any other rubber gloves in the room. Alright. I'm not gonna lie to you, I love how smooth this game is running right now. He's covered with a dirty sheet. There's a rope on top of the sheet. Was somebody tied up with the rope? Let's take a look under the sheet. We might be able to find something. Oh, yikes! The sheet's bright red. These appear to be blood stains. A bloody sheet. We still might be able to find something. Let's search this area a little bit more closely. Something on his finger. Let's have a closer look. Oh, it looks like an expensive ring. Don't steal it. What? I didn't do anything yet. Nice, this sheet is bright red. Really is bright red, sir. These appear to be bloodstains. A rope and a bloody sheet. There might be something else. Yeah, so let me check this area again in case I overlook something. The blood from his neck has stained. Oh my god, stained his bright red. It's stained bright red. The cause of death was most likely from his neck wound. He probably died instantly. He wouldn't even cry out in pain. There are small bumps on his head. Are these bruises? Maybe after he was stabbed in the neck, he fell back and hit his head. I wonder, at this point in time, there are too many unknowns. Hey, do you have your digital camera with you? I'd like the detective to take a photo of the body. Would you let him borrow it? Sure thing. Here, Gummy. Thanks, pal. Alright, I'm taking the picture, sir. So, he's wearing some awfully dirty clothes. There appears to be a dirt stains in several places. He's wearing those clothes even though they're dirty. He's just like me, sir. Detective, I hope you realize that not everyone shares your lack of hygiene. Anything else to kind of... Let's see. I mean, they do come from the same segment, right? Yeah. The sheets stacked here have a very distinctive pattern. The same as the bloodstained sheet. That's right. Okay. Don't steal my lens like that. Hehehe. Mr. Edward, you shouldn't get caught off guard like that. Never lose my edge as the great thief. Thought she was on hiatus. Okay, we got that out of the way. Alright, I think we got every information out. Well, we collected quite a bit of evidence. Hehe. The three of us here, it's a piece of cake, right, Gummy? That's right, pal. We're the invincible trio. It's too early to start celebrating. There's still something we haven't found yet. Eh? What haven't we found yet, sir? What is missing from the crime scene? The murder weapon. The murder weapon that took the victim's life has not been found yet. Ah, now that you mention it, you're absolutely right, sir. Detective, get your act together. Isn't that the most basic of basics? I'm sorry, sir. Don't worry about it, Gummy. I didn't notice it either. That's not much of a consolation. In the prison, dangerous objects that could be used as weapons are strictly regulated. It'd be quite dangerous if the inmates got their hands on them. Obtaining a murder weapon and carrying it around is not an easy task. I see, you have a point. What was the murder weapon? And where did it go? That could be the key to solving this case. Huh? There are visitors here already. Oh, it's you! No, wait! You were in the last game. You were in the last game. You look similar to someone else. That's what it was. Sorry to barge in like this, and is this the crime scene? Huh? You. Aren't you? That piercing gaze. That furrowed brow. It's been a long time. Mr. Shields. Yes, yes. That frilly thing around your neck and that stiff grating. There's no doubt about it. I like this guy already. Prosecutor Manfred von Karma. Fancy meeting you here. What are you saying, pal? Mr. Edward's not that old. Not that old, man. Detective, it's fine. Oh, it's you, Prosecutor Edward. I thought you looked a bit young. You two are so similar. It looks like your Uncle Ray got you two mixed up again. You never change. How many years has it been since we last saw each other? I've already forgotten. Your Uncle Ray has been overseas these past few years. But you know, there's something I still haven't forgotten. About you. And your betrayal. I'm getting some bad vibes over here. Do you know this guy, Mr. Edwards? Allow me to introduce him to you. Raymond Shields, attorney at law. Got a sick-ass hairdo. Ace Attorney Ray Shields at your service. I'm pleased to make your acquaintance. I'm Detective Dick Gumshoe, sir. Hey, Faraday. Nice to meet you. I'm a great thief. But I'm currently on hiatus. Great thief? Well, well. That sounds romantic. How wonderful. Oh, Mr. Shields, you get it, right? I'm currently recruiting new members. The registration forms are easy to fill out. That's splendid. Uncle Ray would love to join your little gang. I'm sorry, but we're only accepting bright, cheerful, and energetic girls. I see. That's too bad. Well, how about a hug, then? As a sign of affection. No. I guess not. This isn't Europe, after all. Mr. Shields. The fuck? What are you doing here? Oops, that's right. Sorry, sir. Sorry. Preventing the attorney from investigating the crime scene is the Von Karma way, isn't it? Hey, you've been going on about Von Karma this and Von Karma that. What's your problem, pal? Detective, restrain yourself. This can't be helped. Huh? Mr. Shields, are you the defense attorney for Horace Knightley? That's right. Or should I say, I was his defense attorney. Mr. Shields is the defense attorney. If Knightley had not been murdered, I would have been going up against him in court. I should listen to what he has to say. Defense attorney. Since you received the request to represent the victim, that must mean, yes, your Uncle Ray was supposed to meet with Knightley Boy, as was I. I had planned to meet with him, but then we heard the report of the dead body. I even brought him a California roll. Mr. Shields, you can't bring food into the detention center. Ah, is that right? Well then, would you like it? No thanks. Still, to think that Prosecutor Edgeworth actually meets with the defendants. All defendants are guilty. Wasn't that the Von Karma way? That is a thing of the past. Is that right? So, you sure don't want it? I told you I don't want it. The victim. Do you meet with Knightley? Yeah, we met yesterday. They called me over as soon as Knightley Boy was arrested. He was being quite hostile. Oh yeah, he mentioned you. He talked about how you interfered with his plans. He probably said some nasty things about me. Even if he hates me, I'm fine with it. Man, the two of us had a great time talking about you. Mr. Shields, you also talked about me? I frequent the visitors' room here quite often. It's been a while since I had such a good time. Yeah, so you're a regular at the prison. Hey now, don't get the wrong idea. I'm not here as an inmate. I'm here to visit an old acquaintance of mine. We usually meet in the visitors' room, but I've also been here before. Then I should ask him about this room. This room was where the body was found. Do you know anything about it? Ah, this room, eh? Here's a pop quiz for you, for our prodigy prosecutor. Which of these three is the name of this room? Give me a second. I gotta look at the thing. Workroom. Because we're on the right side, so we're past the cells and we go to workroom A. The lecture room, the morgue. I guess the lecture room. The entertainment room? What? The lecture room? So they tied up Knightley Boy and lectured him to death. As expected of Prosecutor Edgeworth, you sure have an eye for the details. Well, let's reveal the correct answer. Prosecutor Edgeworth's answer is wrong. The correct answer is workroom. All three choices were wrong. I hate it when he does that. The inmates carry out various kinds of prison labor in here. It also serves as a rehab program, allowing them to receive job training in prison. So, how do they monitor this room? Who's in charge of the keys to the entrance? Prosecutor Edgeworth. Even your Uncle Ray doesn't have all the answers. Hey, you there. Can you tell us? Yes, sir. This room doesn't use any locks and keys. Instead of locks, the doors are equipped with sensors. What do you mean by that? All the prison inmates are wearing electronic bracelets. Excuse me. When a bracelet passes through the door, it activates a sensor and wee woo wee woo wee woo. An alarm will sound. After a certain amount of time has passed, the bracelet will emit a patent shock. If the bracelets are tampered with, it will emit an electrical shock 3 times more powerful. Eh? That's terrifying. It's to ensure that the inmates follow the rules, although it seems a bit harsh. That's why whenever an inmate goes through a door, a guard has to accompany them to deactivate the sensor first. And that's that. Did any of the inmates use this workroom today? In the past few days, no one has used this room. I'm sure of it. So not one inmate has entered the room today. That's the case. It raises a contradiction with the crime scene. There's something in this crime scene that should not exist. I will use my powers of deduction and inspect the crime scene again. Rest until I've inspected every suspicious looking nook and cranny. X, the sheet is bright red. What a awkward space to point it at, huh? I kind of just winged it. But it does have to do with the sensor, right? Did he give me like a... I have the evidence to support this claim. Some alarm in response to a prisoner's bracelet installed on the door of the work. The fact that he doesn't have a bracelet? No, it's still the same thing. For one to end up in a place like this. Oh, the fact that that works to a prison. And they should not be present in this room. Let me present some evidence to support my reasoning. Is this what I gotta do against the thing? There you go, yeah, okay. It was just me pressing it on the wrong spot. The inmates cannot freely enter this room. As they're wearing bracelets, they set off the sensors. According to the guard, it seems that no inmates were scheduled to enter this room today. However, a rubber glove used by the inmates was left in here. That is a direct contradiction. Then who left the rubber glove in here, sir? I don't know yet. However, it seems that this rubber glove is connected to our case. Shush. Guard, aside from the inmates and prison guards, does anyone else have access to this room? Well, this is a prison facility after all. Only inmates and prison guards come here. Mr. Shields, what are you saying? There are others that come in here. Aside from inmates and prison guards, there are certain things that can enter this room. Are you talking about them? But there... Mr. Shields, what are these things that you speak of? It should be obvious. You came all the way here without seeing one, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Usually you can find them walking around the prison facility. Well, you'll see once you leave this room, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Hey, you're just saying that to get Mr. Edgeworth to leave, pal. What? What now? Don't you trust me? Mr. Detective, you have a big body, but a small mind. What did you say, pal? Detective Gumshoe. Ugh. Sorry, sir. Come on, follow me. I'll show you what Uncle Ray has been talking about. The fucking air quotes that he does. Not like his walk cycle, too. This place is a little different from your normal prison. There are more than just the prisoners and guards living here. Animals. Yep, animals. According to the guard, they introduced animal therapy here several years ago. Each prisoner is assigned one animal, and in other words, they receive a pet partner. Huh. That seems kind of fun. Plus, learning to take care of their pet is a great qualification to have. Ah, so you mean that workroom? Yep. That's where the prisoners practice taking care of their pets. So then, the thing you mentioned that could enter the crime scene is... Right, these animals. But that doesn't make any sense, pal. Why would an animal leave behind a rubber glove? Hehehe, quite right. But the fact remains that they could have entered the crime scene. Mr. Edward, can you please talk some sense into this man? Mr. Shields, are the animals allowed to go whenever they please? Most of the doors in this prison are fitted with sensors. The sensors not only sound on an alarm in response to the prisoner's bracelets, they also respond to the animal's microchip and open the doors for them. Microchip? It's like a tiny machine embedded under the animal's skin. All it takes is a simple injection, pish, and the microchip is inserted. What? That sounds painful. I've heard it's not that painful. But anyway, since the animals aren't criminals, they are allowed to move around freely. How ironic. The ones with the most freedom in this prison are the animals. But still, they can't go out of the prison. The prison's entrance does not have a sensor. Oh. What's that? Is that a bell? What's that? What's this? This dog has a ball on its collar. Was this the sound that we heard earlier? Hey, relax. Miss Edgeworth, why are you glaring at each other? I mustn't lose. Miss Edgeworth, you're not good with dogs, are you, sir? I'll tame that dog myself. Here, boy, here, boy. Off it goes. I completely ignored me, sir. Compared to the other animals, there's something different about this one. I'm seeing a great hostility towards me only. Well, now that I've introduced you to the animals, what's next on the agenda? Of course, we question those related to the case, pal. Yes, we should gather information about the state of things when the body was discovered. We'll start with you in that cell. Tell us what you know. He's completely ignoring me, sir. You there, do you know anything about the incident? He's scary. Don't be so cold. Come on, you can talk to us. Or, how about an introductory hug? It's time. What was that? Sorry, was Uncle Ray's joke a little too much? Exercise time! This man is clearly odd. I need to get some answers from him. Your name is... Me? I'm prisoner number D259. J. Elbert. Jailbird, shut the fuck up. Gotta raise my metabolism, I can't let my muscles rest. Muscles aside, it looks like you lost a lot of weight. Half the matches is won even before it has begun. Yep, gotta make the weight limit. Are you entering some kind of tournament? Ah, perhaps as a boxer. Yeah, I'm a former boxer, but exercise is just a hobby of mine. Well then, it sure looks like it's the bear's hobby too. Hey, he's hanging on like an apron. So cute. This is Rocky the polar bear. He's my partner. He's loosened his tongue. Maybe we can try asking him now. Where were you and Rocky at the time of the incident? I don't know anything. I got nothing to say to you. That's for me to decide. Now answer the question. Didn't I just tell you? I know nothing. He has no intention of talking. In that case, you've got no choice but to use that. Yes. If he insists he has nothing to do with this, we'll just have to prove there's a connection. Mr. Albert, by all means, you will tell us what you know. Time for logic chess. Yep. Now, let's analyze the situation. Fighting stance, it seems that he has become agitated. In these circumstances, direct confrontation would be pointless. When my opponent becomes agitated... Sorry. Agitated, I should calmly wait and see. When I see an opening, I will not hold back. Now, let's question him about his knowledge of the incident. Start with, I'll ask about his movements then. I have to tire him out before the sound of the bell. Begin logic chess. What did you do today? Can you tell me what you have done today? Answer me. Huh? You want to fight with me? Get into your fighting stance. What, are you throwing in the towel already? This is not a fist fight. Welcome to the war that is chess. By the way, hasn't all that moving around tired you out? Don't underestimate my stamina. You want to test me? With that body of yours? Wait and see. I ain't tired at all. Well, first off, I held back in my training today. I just stayed quietly in myself. Quietly? Then what's with all the sweat? Buzz off. That's all I've got to say. I'm getting a little tired. Did you say quietly in yourself? You're a well-trained boxer. However, you need more practice in the art of lying. Getting a little tired? That's not possible. You said that you stayed quietly in your cell just a moment ago. Rocky, looks like this is gonna be a tough opponent. Oh shit, he's taking off the bracers. That's faster. This man, looks like he's still hiding something. Next, I'll ask him about the time of the incident. I do not need to use fists. My words alone are enough for a knockout. What were you doing at the time of the incident? Did you notice anything during the incident? When the incident occurred, did you notice anything unusual about the prison? Huh? Answer the question. Are you tired already? You don't want to fight? Get out of the ring. I was too passive. Okay, so I gotta... Ooh, okay, that goes time. When he gets worked up, he enters in a fighting stance. Oh, okay, so I just have to, like, kind of poke him. During those times, I should calmly wait and see. Strike when he drops his guard. Alright. Do you notice anything in there in the incident? You tired already? Haven't you realized it yet? I have you cornered. Rocky, you hearing this? I got no time for jibber jabber. Want to eat a knuckle sandwich? Ugh, that was a waste of a remark. No. One more time. Answer the question. Answer the question. What was the situation like at the time of the incident? Sorry, but I got no answers for you. I was asleep then. Rocky was too. I don't have enough clues to proceed with this line of questioning. Maybe I should try another line of attack. Okay, so that was the second one. Do you recall what you were doing at the time of the incident? Sleeping. Rocky was too. The incident happened just a few moments ago. You look wide awake to me. Muscles strengthen while they're resting. Sleep is important. Well then, I'm sorry to have woken you. Rest is a part of training, right? Oh. So you get it after all. Not bad, Mr. Prosecutor. How do you know I'm a prosecutor? Oh? I don't recall ever introducing myself as a prosecutor. How did you know? That's... the conversation we had when we first entered this room. Were you, by any chance, eavesdropping on us? And in that case, there's no way you could have been asleep. You lied to us. You got me there. You pack a nice punch. Yeah, I lied about sleeping. So what? I was just exercising in this room. You got a problem with that? Oh, I now know he was awake. I should remember this clue. Then, okay, then we do this one, to this one. Weren't you exercising? Stop telling such an obvious lie. Didn't you admit earlier you were exercising? Looks like I just ate a counter. Your back's against the ropes. There's no way out. Just confess already. Hey, quiet down a bit. If outsiders like you make a racket, you'll frighten the animals again. What do you mean by outsiders? Have you cornered? Oi, oi. Follow up. I had to replay it for a bit, because we lost a lot of time on that one. What do you mean by again? You've been persistent. However, I'm afraid you're about to hit the mat. You said again just now. Did something happen earlier? To frighten the animals? Yeah. Damn it. How could I have gotten sucker punched like that? Yeah. There was a great scream back then. It started the animals. Dang, I would never have lost in the real ring. Checkmate. So fucking dramatic. Tisk tisk. I believe this proves that you do know something about the case. Damn. Okay, I'll talk. You did it, Mr. Edgeworth. Don't lose focus, okay? The real game has just begun. Let's just stop for a moment. Uncle Ray's got one important thing to say. It must be fate that has brought us together after all these years. I have received the opportunity to observe your skills carefully, and I'll be giving a detailed report to that person about how much you've grown. Who is that person? You didn't know? The truth is, that doesn't concern Kay. She doesn't need to know. Oh there, you scared me. Don't get so worked up. You do what you like. It doesn't matter to me. How you have been leading your life ever since you were tainted by the Von Karma way, I'm sure that person would be interested. I feel that it's my duty to report it to him. I'll expose your mistakes here. I won't let you disappoint him any further. Mr. Edward, just what are you guys talking about? Don't concern yourself with it. Our only opponent now is Albert. Well then, let's hear it. What do you know about the case? Gonna be sorry. About the incident. Recreation time ended around 10 a.m. I returned to this room and went straight to my training. Just as I counted to 2, I heard a voice shout out, "Ugh, I've been stabbed." It sounded like someone in pain calling out for help, but I couldn't do anything since I was locked up in my cell, so I went back to my training. That I'm guilty. I will not retaliate. That's odd, you really weren't bothered by that shout. Even if I was, there was nothing I could do. Look out for number 1 before you look out for others. That's the basic rule in prison. Indeed, even if he wanted to take a look, he'd still be locked in a cell. It's all the training equipment yours? You seem to have quite a collection. I got them from the supplier. Supplier? You can get just about anything if you put in an order. It's our secret shop. That's quite convenient. So, if Uncle Ray wanted a cute girl, in that case, you should order and book on how to give testimony. Because I'm going to knock you down for the count in one hit. You're gonna KO me. Stop kidding around. Hey, don't ignore your Uncle Ray. Vacation time ended at 10 a.m. Recreation time. There are people from the outside who come here and sing and dance to entertain the people on the inside. That's great. That does sound like fun. And you participated in this event. There are a few opportunities to mingle with the outsiders. After recreation time ended, I returned to this room and went straight to my training. What exactly does your training entail? To build up stamina and rhythm. I jump rope. What? I'm in such a small room? Isn't that dangerous for Mr. Bear? I mean, Rocky? Rocky's a smart one. When he sees me grab my rope, he clings to my chest. Able to jump rope while holding a bear. Either way, I'll gladly bear. Rocky's my best partner. So today I started my jump rope routine as usual. However, just as I counted to 2, I heard a voice shout out, "Ugh, I've been stabbed." Could you describe that voice for me? It was the voice of someone whose life was in peril. I could tell. Really? That's no laughing matter. And his voice, you heard it quite clearly. You've never heard the scream of a cornered man before? I told you, the man was screaming for his life. Of course I heard it clearly. Sounded like someone in pain calling out for help, but... Wait. Yeah, it was like that's the counterpart. Mr. Elba, can you hear my voice clearly? Why, you're mocking me. The victim received a fatal blow to the throat, which means he couldn't possibly have screamed. So, why did he hear a non-existent scream? There should have been a scream. There should have been one. Dang it, I ought to rip that smug look off your face. Yeah, you're right. I never heard a scream. The one who heard it was the guy in the next cell. The next cell. The next cell. What's up? Yeah, I heard the scream. Recreation time had just ended and it happened after we returned to our cells. So then I tell that guy I heard a great scream. Can you describe that scream for me? Sure, I never told the guy about the contents of the scream though. Aye! Someone come quickly, a man's been... Something like that. So it wasn't the victim. but rather it was the first person to discover the body who screamed. I see, that solves that mystery. So there was nothing wrong with Mr. Albert's testimony. Is that really true? Or is there still a problem with Albert's testimony? Yes. How the fuck did he know about being stabbed? No, in this case, a new problem has presented itself. Mr. Albert, why did you not hear the scream? It's odd that he didn't hear the scream, sir. Hey you, why didn't you hear the scream, pal? Ah. Hey! You guys, do you suspect me? I was shut up in this stupid cell the whole time. How could I have killed someone in the workroom? Would be impossible, wouldn't it? Yeah, none of us could have killed him. If we could have killed him, we would have already killed you guys by now. You guys don't think you're going to get out of this prison alive? Now you forgot? Despite being locked inside cages, these guys are still dangerous criminals. Looks like we got ourselves in a pretty bad situation here. What can I do? I could talk to them in these circumstances. Oh? Who was that? Ooh. Fuck me up? Please be silent. What? Who are you? Can't you see we're busy here? Fucking silence me. Silent me down, please. Just make me shut up. Silence is golden. What the? Now your hands. You shall remain silent while under the judgment of the law. You should be thankful. You get to live your life without the need of money. You are to receive the blessings of the goddess of law. Guard, if you would please. Congratulations, you get to spend the night in the disciplinary room. Eh? That's... No! Not there! Anywhere but there! Accept this wonderful blessing. Let your heart be reborn, cast away your sins. Stop it, no! O goddess of law, give this man your blessings. I thank thee. You are... My name is Justine Courtney. Getting tired of these punny names. I am privileged to be a judge, an emissary of the strength of the law. A judge, you say? I think they caught me in 4K like 5-6 other times. I do not care for like me being down bad for like mostly any anime character that comes on screen and is profoundly hot. A judge, you say? Why are you here? Prosecutor Edgeworth, I came to meet with you personally. I convey that the will of the Prosecutorial Investigation Committee. That is my appointed task. Prosecutorial Investigation Committee. What's that? Honestly, thought you're fighting a bad game where they're gonna lock you up instead of me. Do not use that name so lightly. Those are the sacred words of the goddess of law. Since little K doesn't know, Uncle Ray will explain it for her. The PIC is an assembly comprised of 11 members. Their job is to check if prosecutors are doing their jobs properly. If I'm not mistaken, if its members are elected from politicians and those of illegal profession. So I take it you are one of those members. Indeed, I am thankful they judge me worthy of such a task. I too am thankful that I was able to meet you here. Ahem. How about a hug of thankfulness? Ray! Uncle Ray, why do you want to hug everyone. The Prosecutorial Investigation Committee also shares deep ties with the Bar Association. Hey, I was just kidding. No need to make such a scary face. So your job is to find bad prosecutors and punish them. Well said. May you be blessed by the goddess of law. Our job is to remove problematic prosecutors from their cases. And so, those people not fit to be prosecutors will be stripped of their prosecutor's badge. What business does this whatchamacallit committee have with Mr. Edward, pal? We're in the middle of an investigation here. Oh, this guy. I was like, who just fucking said objection? Wow, you're thick. Seriously, how thick-headed can you be? And just who do you think you are, pal? Me? I'm a prosecutor. Sebastian the Bast. The Basti? Sebastian the Basti? Is my name. Haven't you heard of me? At the prosecutor's office, everyone calls me the best. The best. Ah, I am so beloved there. I never heard of you. Hey you, Mr. Flatfoot. You've heard of me, right? This is the first time, pal. Oh, well, it can't be helped. There's no way someone who's so thick on the intake could have good ears. Don't you mean slow on the uptake? I suppose it's only natural as Sebastian only became a prosecutor last month. He's just a rookie prosecutor. Right, the best rookie prosecutor in the office. Or so he plans to be. Mr. Edward, I'm here to clean up the mess you made. What do you mean? The PIC intends to have me replaced. That much is clear. Mr. The Best, I know what you're trying to say. However, I have not been informed of this. Your Honor, I would like an explanation. Very well. This judgment has been passed under the name of the Goddess of Law. The incident at the President's welcoming event and the murder of Horace Knightley. The I can't say this word anymore. Prosecutorial Investigation Committee has decreed that you will be taken off the case, and Sebastian has been appointed to take over the case. That is all. Where did you find, like, the end piece of that? What? You can't just take him off the case like that, pal. Your Honor, I thought I asked for an explanation. The judgment is guilty. The Goddess of Law's verdict is absolute. I have done nothing to warrant being taken off this case. You don't remember? Very well. In that case, I shall remind you of your past crimes. You boarded the President's plane, which was protected by extraterrestrial rights, and then, of all things, you ordered a search of the President's personal. A single mistake could have sparked an international incident. Why did that extend? You crossed the line as a prosecutor. You've gravely overstepped your authority. I'll admit my actions may have gone against the rules. However, if I had not taken that risk, I'm certain the truth would never have been found. I have never considered my actions as a mistake. So you're saying that as long as the ends justify the means, it's alright to ignore the rules. That is an extremely dangerous way of thinking. No one is above the rules. That is the spirit of law. I'm sorry, but I cannot accept your way of thinking. I see. That's a shame. Even so... She fucking preps that shit, too. The gavel must slam down at the conclusion of a trial. Even if you, or the defense attorney, or the suspect do not consent to the verdict, all you can do is accept the blessings of the Goddess of Law. Or will you fight it and risk losing your badge? Which means to take my badge if I don't obey. Oh, that's too bad. It seems you understand. Now then, guards, please proceed. Hold it right there. Hey, what are you doing? Aren't you supposed to be on our side? You should listen to the new prosecutor in charge. I don't want to work for you, pal. I'm looking disrespectful. Guards, take Sly away. But isn't that the job of a flatfoot? We're at an overwhelming disadvantage here. It's useless to resist any longer. Detective Gumshoe, you are now under the best authority. But that's, Your Honor. Yes, what is it? This does not mean I have accepted your decision. We will meet again. Certainly. I look forward to that day. Let's go, Kay. Yeah. Wait, don't forget. I'll be reporting today's events to that person. Ooh, okay, so that's beginning out of the way then. Say we do the next part, but normally this part is always long, which kind of sucks. I'll do it. I kind of want to switch. I also want to play some Wonder tonight as well, before 12 hits. Mr. Ezra, just what happened yesterday? Those two people, their attitude was just unforgivable. I'm here to clean up the mess you made. Prosecutor, oh my god. The Prosecutorial Investigation Committee has decreed that you are to be taken off the case, and Sebastian has been appointed to take over the case. That is all. Judge Courtney and Mr. DeVest. They were certainly ruthless, but what I'm more concerned about is just what is the PIC thinking? I'm worried about what they will do from here on. I have a bad feeling about this. Hey, Mr. Edgeworth. Are you listening to me? Yes, I'm listening. You're not going to give up on the case, are you? No, I don't plan on backing down, not with the current situation as it is. If I were to silently stand by, that would only validate their claims. But I no longer have investigation rights. What should I do now? Do I still have the stuff in my organizer? Oh, actually, okay. What is it, Detective Gumshoe? Bad news, sir. I heard something down at the precinct. Sounds like they already arrested a suspect in yesterday's case. What? Who is it? I don't know yet, sir. But if we go down to the detention center, we can ask. Why is Gumshoe's face like that? Like, let's get going, Mr. Edward. Even though I can't investigate, even if I can't investigate, meeting with the subject should not be an issue. Why did I have an issue reading that? Alright, we're heading over to the detention center now. So also head over, I'll also head over on the double, sir. Detective, won't that interfere with your job? I gotta investigate the scene of the crime anyway, so it should be okay, sir. Alright, we'll meet up when, with you there. Roger, sir. Let's go, okay? Okay. He's not coming, is he? He's not. It's happening all over again. Don't joke about that. No way. I mean it. It's not happening. Yes, it's happening, all right. There's just someone here to talk to you. That sounds like a pretty screechy voice, huh? No way, no way, no way, no way. Don't be so stubborn. But aren't prosecutors like crazy scary or something? Oh, he's giving you the death glare? Pardon me, but would you happen to be the suspect? Ah, I knew it. Okay. Why does this man seem so distraught? Well, because you're, you. That doesn't help me at all. Hello, Mr. Suspect. Would you mind talking to us for a little bit? Who are you? I'm Mr. Edward's assistant, Kay Faraday. Well, it's just a part-time job. I'm just taking a vacation from my real job. I don't remember hiring you. This is Mr. Edward. He's a prosecutor, but he's not as scary as he looks, so it's okay. How rude. Really? Really, really. Really. Eek! Anyway, can you tell us your name, Mr. Suspect? Yeah, I'm Simon Keys? Nice to meet you, Simon. You can just call me K, okay? And I'm Miles Edgeworth, a prosecutor. I would appreciate a word with you. Please, it's for your own good, Simon. Really? Finally, it looks like we'll be able to get something out of him thanks to Kay. Simon Keys. First, I'd like you to tell me a little bit about yourself. Oh, shit. Excuse me, Jesus Christ. No way, not that. I couldn't do that. Impossible. I'm not worthy. There's nothing interesting about me. Your occupation. No way, not that. It's no big deal, honest. Yeah, I'm just a regular employee. Good grief. Or it's Knightley. About the victim, Knightley. I don't think he's going to talk to me about this. Okay. Simon, did you know Mr. Knightley from somewhere? Knightley. Yeah, I did. He was a friend. A friend? So did he know that Knightley was arrested? Did you know that Mr. Knightley was arrested? Yeah, I came here to meet him. So he visited the detention center too. When was that? When did you visit him? It was 2 days ago in the afternoon. I received a call from the police, so I came over right away. From the police? Why did you get a call from the police? It was a request from Knightley. He had a message for me. Message? Yeah, he wanted me to bring him his pocket-sized chessboard. So I retrieved it from his house and came here to give it to him. Did he say chessboard? Did he say chessboard? Is Kay stealing my thoughts? No, Mr. Edward. It's just written all on your face. I was just guessing from your facial expressions. See, I could be useful. I could be a useful assistant, right? So, do you know what we need to do next? You bet. We gotta show that to Simon, right? Correct. Let's present it and see how he reacts. Oh, wait, no, this one. You recognize this chessboard? Ah, that's Knightley. That's Knightley's. Jesus Christ. That's what I thought. Chessboard data updated in my organizer. This was found near Mr. Knightley's corpse. He always carried a chessboard with him. It's just like him to have one until his last breath. Sounds like you two were really close, Simon. Yeah, we were best friends. At least, I thought we were. But maybe I was wrong. Huh? Because I never imagined he would murder someone. Having someone close to you turn out to be a murderer. Reality can be so cruel. It's not something most people can easily accept. And I never imagined we would part ways like this. Mr. Edward, something's definitely strange here. There's no way Simon could have killed Mr. Knightley. Indeed, I certainly can't see a motive at all. However, the fact remains that he was the one who was arrested on the charge. Just what was the justification for doing so? Reason for arrest. But why were you arrested? I guess he still won't respond to me. Well, I don't know. Looks like he's finally warming up to you. Whew, that's a great help. This morning, a police officer barged into my house. And before I knew it, he had brought me here. Was there a prosecutor accompanying him at the time? Ah, I remember a prosecutor called, Bess or something was there too? So it was that rookie prosecutor. And I guess the police haven't dragged you into questioning yet, huh? Are the police going to interrogate me? Yep, that's right, because you're the suspect. No, wait. Are the detectives like crazy abusive or something? Always bossing you around with their big bodies? Detective Gumshoe is on the scene. Ah! I knew it! Please don't beat me with your thick arms. I can't take it anymore. Someone call the police. What's gotten into him, sir? Well, it's because you're you, detective. Huh? I don't get it, sir. I know Simon has to be innocent, Mr. Edgeworth. Can't we do something? Simon Keyes. Yes? You were Mr. Knightley's best friend. You only just met with him 2 days ago. You say you didn't kill him, and you're certain about this. Yes, I am. I wouldn't harm a fly. I see. That's enough for me. I shall offer my assistance in proving your innocence. Well, what's the point in helping little old me? Not just for you. In this case, I have a personal stake in it as well. That's right. We gotta get back at those two from yesterday. Yeah, I'm fired up, sir. But I don't have any investigation rights at the moment, since I won't be able to obtain information myself. Your role is most vital. I'm sure we can rely on you to fill in any holes in the information we have. Help us help you. That's all I ask. I just had an idea. Why don't you just borrow a defense attorney's badge, sir? Come on, there's no way Mr. Edgewood could do that. This isn't the time to be joking around. But I wasn't joking. Helping the suspect is a defense attorney's job. Oh, geez, don't worry about that. It doesn't matter what Mr. Edgewood's job is. All we gotta do is find the real murderer. So let's get moving. Okay, pal. I'm sure you understand, but if the investigation results prove that you are the murderer, no hard feelings, but I will show no mercy. Yee. But you don't need to be scared. I believe in your story, at least for now. All you need to do is believe in us and wait patiently. There's nothing to fear. Now, if you'll excuse me, I must be off. So, we're all fired up and ready to go. But we still can't enter the part of the prison where the murder occurred. You can't investigate. The only thing you can do now is defend him in court, sir. But how are you supposed to do that? We can't. Huh? If it isn't Prosecutor Edgeworth and his merry gang, what are you guys doing here? Did you come here to harass Mr. Edgeworth again, pal? What are you talking about, big guy? Uncle Ray's just here to do his job. Your job? Oh yeah, you're a defense attorney, right? Okay. You're as cutiful as ever. Cutiful. Might not look like it, but your Uncle Ray's a hotshot defense attorney. I'm here to meet with a new client today. What was his name again? Shy Monkeys or something? What? You mean Simon Keyes? That's it, Kay. Looks like you know the deal. Mr. Edgeworth, he's a defense attorney. I thought as much. Guess we have no choice but to resort to that method. I should pay more attention? Yeah, you should. In the past, whenever I had to investigate cases I was not placed in charge of, I was able to gain access by becoming a subordinate to whomever it was in charge. Not my preferred option, but it's the only one I have now. Mr. Shields, if I may ask. By the way, I don't take on sidekicks. I refuse to take on male assistants who lack charm. Especially someone who was like a son to Von Karma. Mr. Shields, as I thought, he won't forgive me so easily. Mr. Shields, I understand that you cannot forgive me for what I've done. I am also fully aware of your hatred towards those involved with Von Karma. I don't know if you will believe me, but I am no longer the same as I was back then. Back when I idolized Von Karma. Yeah, pal, Mr. Edgeworth is a changed man. Sure, he may have been a cruel, inhuman prosecutor in the past. But now, he's completely different, pal. You put it that bluntly. It kind of hurts. That's right, Mr. Edgeworth's not a bad guy anymore. I wouldn't even call him a prosecutor. He's more like, a hero. Yeah. He even helped me out in that big case last month. A hero. That's some pretty big talk there, Missy. He's a magnificent hero, although he'd be no match for a great thief like me. Mr. Shields, don't the actions of the PIC appear strange to you? I believe there may be something else hidden behind this case. I can't afford to quit at this, conjecture? Oh my god, that's not the word at all. Juncture? Fuck, I don't know. Please let me help you with the investigation. I'm begging you. Huh. I never expected you to grovel like this. It sure looks like you've changed, alright. And I'm kind of interested in the cause of all this. You're interested in what changed me? If I had to say, it would probably be the courtroom itself. All the experiences I've had and all the people I've met inside that courtroom. And perhaps reuniting with my old friends. Never expected you, of all people, to change. Who would have thought that you'd lay open your heart like that? I'm sure that man would be surprised as well. Guess I can't turn you away. Maybe long overdue, but allow me to properly reintroduce myself. You'd be so kind to read this. Edgeworth Law Office's Raymond Shields, head attorney. Edgeworth? Mr. Shields was an assistant to my deceased father, Gregory Edgeworth. Really? Your father was a defense attorney? So that means that man Mr. Shields talked about is... Correct, my cute little K. Prosecutor Edgeworth's old man. I never changed the name of the firm. It's my way of showing my appreciation for his help. Prosecutor Edgeworth? No, wait, Miles. Uncle Ray doesn't fully trust you just yet. It may have been temporary, but the fact remains you were once a disciple of Von Karma. You say that you changed, but you need to prove it to me with your actions. Even your old man would have wanted it this way. Yes, I understand. Alright, I'm getting tired of this, all this stuffy talk, so let's give it a rest and move on. For now, I'll make you my temporary assistant. How does that sound? I'm sorry to trouble you, but this outcome is kind of moving, yeah? The prodigal son returning to work in his late father's law firm. What about me? What about me? Of course you can help too, Kay. Alright, thanks a lot, Mr. Shields. I mean, boss. Now then, let's get right to work. Let's see. First off, what do you think we should do, Miles? That's right. I had some unfinished business yesterday. So it wasn't the victim. Or rather, it was the first person to discover the body who screamed. Why don't we find them and listen to what they have to say? Yeah, that's it. Uncle Ray thinks so too. Upbeat as always. Okay, with that decided, let's hurry up and grill him. Sir, what am I supposed to do? Detective can't help defense attorneys. Can't just leave him be. Detective, I will give you a special assignment. I want you to assist Mr. DeBest in his investigation and follow his orders. And then, if you discover anything useful, I want you to share it with us. Detective, it's a job that only you could do. Can we count on you? Yes, sir. Leave it to me. I'm really good at leaking investigation reports to defense attorneys. Normally that would be a problem for me, but it may come in handy this time. Case in point, Phoenix Wright. Alright, let's get moving, shall we? Time to go to the jail. I know what Ray kind of like resembles. He kind of reminds me of a character from Lupin, the anime series. I haven't seen it at all, but there's a character that looks similar to like his outfit and everything, and I was like, oh, he kind of looks like that character the more I think about it. Now then, when is the person who first discovered the body? Well, where's the person who first discovered it? For now, all we can do is ask around. Hold it right there. Oh, hi. You got a puffy-ass coat. Who is this woman? Excuse me, but... Oh, you are simply irresistible. Huh? Do you mean me? Very nice indeed. Want an elegant mustache. It is my pleasure to meet you, mademoiselle. Defense Attorney Ray Shields, at your service. How about we exchange greetings with a hug? Oh, but of course. That's funny. He's been wanting a hug with someone for so long. Oh shit! Was that a kiss? Uncle Ray's lips. A proper greeting should begin with a hug and a kiss. It's almost like it was stolen from him. It's just like me for real. Yes, a remarkable feat of quickness that would put a great thief to shame. I feel the close contact is very important. This goes for my family here in my home as well. You got a kiss, you got a kiss. Quite a splendid way of thinking there. I am the warden, Patricia Rowland. Is the ferret thing alive? Because it's moving. Please, just call me Patty. The warden. So she's in charge of the prison and detention center. Nice to meet you. I'm Miles Edgeworth. I'm I'm Mr. Shields' assistant. Pardon me for asking, but were you here in the prison yesterday? But of course, yesterday was a day that I wouldn't have missed for the world. Wouldn't have missed for the world? Did you have some kind of important meeting? Oh heavens no. I despise meetings. It was the animal show, of course. A wonderful spectacle featuring animals dancing and flying through the air. I was seated along with everyone else in our home. We were one big, happy family. We built a special stage in the courtyard just for this performance. Performance for the prisoners' enjoyment. Yesterday, Albert mentioned some kind of a recreation. Suppose the animal show was what he was referring to. When did the show take place? It started at 8 p.m. and ended around 10 a.m. That's exactly when the body was discovered. So whoever saw the show would probably have an alibi. Now if you excuse me, I must be going. I have business to attend to. Please take your time and have a look around at our home. So, where should we start, Mr. Edgewood? Sorry. There was a prisoner who heard the scream from the person who had first discovered the body. Let's start by talking with him. Where's the person who first discovered the body right now? Around this time, I think he should be in the workroom in the back. Workroom. I should go and take a look. Hello? Is this occupied? Okay, that's not it's not a restroom. Hey, guard. You have a minute? Sir, what is it? Is anyone using that workroom right now? Presently, there is one prisoner working inside. I'm positive he's been in there since the noon roll call. We would like to ask the prisoner a few questions. Is that acceptable? Yes, sir. I'll bring him out, so please wait a moment. I'll leave it to you, Miles. What do you mean? But I don't know what kind of scary guy will come out of that room. Mr. Shields, you're a scaredy cat. You're a scaredy cat, even though you're an adult? Same to you, Kay. Here he comes. Here he comes. Oh, is this guy? He's the first guy you get with Phoenix Wright. Like, he's your... whatchamacallit? Your first case with Phoenix. Oh, good day to you, sirs. Are you the ones who requested my presence? I can't believe they brought him back. He doesn't seem like a dangerous criminal. My name is Miles Edgeworth. I'm a prosecutor. A prosecutor? Is that right? Chump. I hate him. I'm Ray Shields, a defense attorney. Mr. Shields. His demeanor completely changed once he saw who we were dealing with. Sorry about that. My assistant says strange things sometimes. He's not a prosecutor, he's just my assistant. Hey, get your act together, Miles. I guess I messed up. Forgot about my new job. No wonder I thought you were different from the prosecutor who visited me yesterday. Looks like he's already spoken to the best. May we ask you a few questions? Oh, yes. Of course you may. My name is Frank Swat? Saw it. I forgot. Frank saw it, yeah. I forgot how you pronounce that. There's a way to pronounce his name. Okay, go for it, Miles. I guess I'll be asking the questions after all. Mr. Saw it. You are aware of the murder that occurred here yesterday, correct? I could see that. Where were you when the body was discovered? I was in this room, where I've been working. What kind of work? Well, my goal is to become a pet groomer. An animal beautician, so to speak. Oh yes, I was inside cultivating my skills. In other words, in any other prison, such training would be unheard of. That was all. Honestly, I did not see a thing. Why do you say that? I haven't even asked him anything yet. Which is why, sad to say, I won't be any help to you. Mr. Saw, I haven't asked you anything yet. No? Wait. That's... Even if you were to ask, I would not. You know something, don't you? Uh-oh, that's... It seems he is indeed hiding something. Let's try to press it out of him. This is logic chest again? Yep. First, let us assess the layout of the board. My opponent's condition is... fucking heavy defending. I'm afraid I didn't see a thing, so I won't be able to help you. This man's expressions do not change much. It's a true poker face. It may be difficult to read his emotions from his body language. Perhaps I should focus on how he phrases his words. It may reveal what's on his mind. Fuck, now I gotta fucking focus on what the thing is. Now for the opening move, I'll start by asking about who this man is. If he hides his emotions, if I push the right buttons, I'm sure it'll cause a change. Logic chest. Alright. Are you involved with this case? Are you involved with this case? Are you referring to the murder that occurred inside the prison? I had nothing to do with it at all. Is that true? I would never dream of being involved in a murder plot. Lies. How should I put it? I'm an upright model citizen after all. You're an upright model citizen? Common sense tells me an upright model citizen would have never ended up behind bars. Well, that is... Tell me what you know about the incident. I already told you, I don't know a damn thing. Oh, I really don't know anything. Are you angry? Haven't you realized it yet? I have you cornered. Oh. Whatever are you talking about? I really have no time to waste. Okay, so it's the remarks. Even if he hides his emotions, I have the right buttons. Okay, yeah. Okay, so it's anytime he makes a kind of remark that we kind of just like push him, like we just wait and see. I apologize from the bottom of my heart for that outburst, but I will be of no assistance. Pardon my rudeness. It's just that the murder occurred in a rather confined prison. It seems unnatural that you do not know anything about it. Oh, unnatural? Is that so? If you're looking for the person who discovered the body, you should try someone else. Did you say who... Did I say who we were looking for? How do you know we were looking for the person who discovered the body? I don't recall saying a word about that. Are you sure you don't know anything? No, it was merely a hunch I had. I am but a humble pet groomer in training. I honestly have no recollection of the murder. I am positive that this man is hiding something. For my next move, I'll ask him about his movements on the day of the murder. This man has suppressed his emotions. I'll expose his true nature hidden beneath a suspicious smile. What happened on the day of the murder? Let's talk about what happened on the day of the murder. If you truly had nothing to do with it, there shouldn't be a problem, correct? Oh, well, on the day of the murder, there was a lot going on. Tell me about your state of... tell me about your movements. Tell me what you were doing on that day. As I mentioned earlier, I was cultivating my skills as a groomer in training. I was trimming the coats of the animals at the time. Didn't the murder cause a panic? I imagine the entire prison must have been in an uproar. Well, but there was no panic. I could even hear someone's voice. There was no panic. I could even hear someone's voice. Was it laughter that you heard? Was it a scream that you heard? Someone's voice. Judging from the circumstances, I suppose it was a scream that you heard. So you do have a recollection of the murder. You kept insisting that you know absolutely nothing about the murder, but you do not give credence to your claims. Well, I thought I heard someone's voice, but in any case, I don't remember it very well. The scream at the time of the murder, it might be a clue. I better keep that in mind. What was the state of the prison at the time? I don't remember it too well, but my memory is rather poor. Let's try using that clue. You don't remember? Ridiculous. Didn't you say earlier that you heard a scream? That wasn't... I could very well be mistaken. At any rate, I honestly do not remember. You still do not remember. Enough with your lies. I ain't lying, you... I mean, I'm telling the truth. Wait and see. In any case, I was absorbed in grooming the animals. By the way, how skilled would you say you are in animal grooming? My technique with the scissors still needs some work, but I am very confident in my handling of the animals. When the animals became frightened, I calmed them with my gentle hands. Frightened? Why would the animals have become frightened? I don't think that's a common occurrence. Well, that's a good thing, isn't it? Did you threaten the animals? Did the scream frighten the animals? Perhaps the reason why they were frightened was because of someone's scream. Why are you trying so hard to hide the fact that there was a scream? Are you concealing some vital information from me? I am doing nothing of the sort. It's true that I heard some sort of scream, but I'm not trying to hide it. He's starting to show his true colors. I should be more aggressive with my next move. I'll ask him about the scream. It's time to give him a taste of the futility of keeping a secret from me. When did you hear it? Who did the scream belong to? When did you hear it? When did you hear the scream? That's it? I just remembered. At the time of the murder, there was an event going on. It was the animal show. I had gone there to see it. Saying that that since you were watching the show, you did not hear the scream. That's completely different from everything you've said up until now. Shut up. So what if it is? I mean, my memory's just so hazy. The animal show was very enjoyable. What kind of animals performed in the show? Well, I believe I saw a whale. Did you ride the whale? You didn't see the show, did you? You liar, you didn't see the animal show at all. Well, that is, I sort of saw it and sort of didn't. You didn't see the show. This could be a clue. Who did the scream belong to? Do you know who the scream belonged to? Well, I was mistaken. When the incident occurred, I just happened to be in the courtyard. That's why I did not hear the scream. Let's try using that clue. You didn't see the animal show. Just how deep are you going to dig your pit of lies? It's obvious that you did not see the animal show. There's no way out of this. Tell me what really happened. Confess everything you know about the scream. I cannot answer what I cannot answer. I didn't hear the scream from the person who discovered the body. I'll make you hear a scream. Don't you mean the victim scream? That's strange. Normally, if you hear a scream during a murder, it's usually from the victim. Why would you think the scream was from the person who discovered the body? Oh, my mistake. How? How did you know the scream was from the person who discovered the body? Well, that's because you're the one who found the body. Allow me to answer for you. That is because you're the one who discovered the body, and the scream that was heard when the murder occurred didn't come from the victim. It came from you when you discovered the body. There you go. Just who do you think you are? This is just as you say, but what gives you the right to do this? Checkmate. Logic chess complete. Now clear who discovered the body. You have no room to, or you have no more reason to withhold your testimony, correct? Very well, I'll tell you. But I doubt my testimony is worth hearing. Whether or not it's worth hearing is for me to decide. I'll expose the truth with my own hands. That is the sole duty. You just got chest, bitch. I think you're a little off there, Mr. Edgeworth. What do you mean? We're not trying to expose the truth. We're trying to save Simon. Isn't our goal to help out our client? I mean, you're not a prosecutor right now. You're a defense attorney's assistant. Well said there, Kay. She's right on the money, Miles. The official task of the Edgeworth Law offices is to defend our clients. The old man who founded the firm truly valued the bonds he had with his clients. So if you're not willing to do the same, maybe you aren't cut out for this job. I don't want to fire you on the spot either, so have a heart, okay? The heart of a defense attorney, huh? In any case, it's important that we hear the testimony of the person who discovered the body. Start talking, Mr. Side. Tell me what happened when you found the body. Great. When I found the body. Was in the workroom over there practicing my skills. By some chance, I got curious about the adjacent workroom and went up to the door. I peeked in through the small window on the door. Then I saw him lying there, a man, not moving, dead. I quilled in fright and found myself letting out a scream. I may confirm one thing. You were in the room right next to the one where that body was found. Within the prison, we call it Workroom B. And you were in there the whole time on the day of the murder. Yes, after the 7 a.m. roll call, I remained inside the whole time. In this prison, we have roll call 3 times a day, at 7 a.m., noon, and at 9 p.m. And they check the workrooms during those times, too. Exactly. I see. So during the 7 a.m. roll call, there was nothing amiss. Nightly's body was not in the workroom yet. So it sounds like the murder occurred after 7 a.m., huh? And that's right when the animal show started. Correct. The other prisoners went to see the animal show. Meaning anyone who did not see the show does not have an alibi. Do you understand what I'm saying, Mr. Sawyer? Yes, that is certainly true. However, I merely discovered the body. The testimony has a clear contradiction. I should press him and I should press him about that first. I was in the workroom over there practicing my skills. By some chance, I got curious about the adjacent workroom, so I went up to the door. You were curious about the adjacent room. Precisely. I felt a need to look inside. Why did you feel that way? Even if you ask me why, I just did it on a whim. So you weren't concentrating on your training? No, nothing of the sort. For I am a model prisoner. It's just that the other prisoners had left to see the animal show. Which is why I was feeling somewhat lonely. Yeah, that's like being stuck in a classroom after school's let out. Yes, that's right. And since I couldn't enter the other workroom, peeked in through the small window of the door. The small window? So you couldn't get a clear look. Indeed, as you can see, there is a grill covering the window. It does not offer a wide view at all. Normally the guards use it to check inside the rooms, right? Precisely. You seem to be well versed on the matter. Well, I happen to know a thing or two about prisons, you know? What does she mean by that? I'll have to find out all the details later. In any case, I peeked into the room from the window. And I saw him lying there, a man not moving, dead. You knew it was a man right away. It was clearly judging from his physique and clothing. Even the fact that he was dead dead was as plain as day. You could tell he was dead through the tiny window. Well, it's not the first time I've seen a dead body. What? So you mean the reason you're in here is because... I'm ashamed to admit it, but it is as you say. However, this was my first time seeing a body that someone else had killed. Cold and frightened, found myself letting out a scream. Do you remember what the scream sounded like? Well, all I can say is that I shrieked at the top of my lungs. Well, I guess that's what happens when you get scared. Yes, it is just as you say. In any case, I let out a scream. He's pretending to be an innocent bystander, but parts of his testimony are odd. The situation and the place he's in. Contradictions should be quite obvious. I'll show him the evidence that proves it. He's the first guy that you take with Phoenix Wright. Who is a prosecutor? Oh no, Mr. Payne. Mr. Payne kind of makes appearances here and there. He's not terrible. He's just a funny kind of gimmick character. Lying there, a man not moving, dead. Golden frightened screaming. There's got to be a contradiction to this statement. Okay, that was the door, was it? I mean, he's still a murderer, though. Mr. Sire, please stop telling such feeble lies. You don't seem to understand your position. My position? I used to be a newspaper salesman, but then I took up the pet groomer training. What about that bracelet? What about that bracelet on your wrist? It proves that you are unmistakably a prisoner. And as long as you wear that bracelet, you should not be able to move around as you please. As soon as you went through that door, the sensor would have sounded the alarm. Oh, that is... Peeking into the adjacent room is impossible. When you couldn't even leave the one you were in. Ooh-wee, nice one, Miles. That was a real humdinger. Humdinger. But does that mean Mr. Saw didn't see the body? I'm not sure. Perhaps we should let the man himself explain it to us. You see, that is, well... Forgive me, it appears my previous explanation was lacking. I shall clearly explain how I was able to see the body. Very well. Let us hear your revised testimony. When I found it, part 2. There's a rather well-known technique among the prisoners here. If the hand with the bracelet stays in the room, you can step out without sounding the alarm. That's how I was able to peek into the adjacent room. The moment I realized that the man inside was dead, I let out a scream. So that means... He kept his arm inside workroom B while he peeked into the adjacent room. I'd appreciate it if you didn't mention this to anyone, especially the guards, okay? Is that what he was trying to hide earlier? Try asking for more details about a few other things as well. Alright. Well-known technique among the prisoners here. If the hand with the bracelet stays in the room, you can step out without sounding the alarm. All you gain by doing that is a small degree of freedom. Naturally, but it is all that we have left to enjoy. I'm shocked that you enjoy such a thing. Have you truly reflected on what you've done? But of course, for I am a model prisoner. Your definition of model is highly suspicious. Regardless, was that the technique you used? Yes, that is correct. I made sure no guards were around when I did it. That's how I was able to peek into the adjacent room. Why would you do something so troublesome and potentially dangerous? I heard a noise coming from the adjacent room. It seemed odd to me, as there should not have been anyone inside. So you peeked into the adjacent workroom as soon as you heard a noise. Yes, of course. I peeked in as soon as I could. I see. Is there a problem with this statement? There is a problem. So you looked into the adjacent room immediately after you heard the noise. If that was true, then you should have seen more than just a dead body. You should have seen the person who had made the noise. That is, well, he looks really shaken. I just saw it. Answer me. What did you really see? If you intend to remain silent, I will have no choice but to assume that you are complicit to the murder. Oh, please forgive me. It's just that I couldn't even believe what I saw myself. It may have been just a dream. I hesitate to even recall it. Tell me what happened. Very well. I will be frank with you. I saw a dog. It was a nightmarish scene. A large black dog was biting into the neck of the victim. What? What did you say? It was a truly hellish scene. That dog killed him. Oh, I think I'm going to be sick. That's some grade A trauma right there. I was chilled to my very core and let out a shriek. A man-eating dog inside the zoo of a prison. That was everything I saw. Do you believe me now? Yes, I do. I doubt one would be able to lie about something like that. Would you add that to your testimony? Certainly. The moment I realized that the man inside was dead, I let out a scream. There was a black dog biting his neck. Black dog was biting the victim's neck. Yes, blood came pouring out, and as a result, the dog's mouth became stained with it. Ah, stop! You don't need to get to that detail. At that time, was the victim... Mr. Ashford, why do you ask him that? Hey, why do you hit him, Uncle Ray? The man did not even flinch. He must have been dead already. But the blood continued to gush from his neck. He most likely had passed away already. His hands moved nary an inch. Way too much detail. Are you doing this on purpose? Certainly not. I am just trying to give you an accurate testimony. Mr. Edward, shall I add that statement to my testimony? If you would. It was terrifying. A truly terrifying sight. He most likely had passed away already. His hands moved nary an inch. That was a very vivid testimony. That is because I witnessed it up close, reverently speaking. I could feel the anguish suffering of his death. I won't be able to sleep tonight. Really? How terrible. Oh, come on. It's all because of you that my mind is filled with scary thoughts. I may even have nightmares myself. Even now, I can still remember everything clearly. Ringwood snowflake insignia glimmered with no hold up. Fuck. I would like you to have a look at this piece of evidence. Is there a problem with the evidence? This does it not show that there is a contradiction to your testimony? I do not particularly think so. Yada yada yada, yeah. What's the matter? That wasn't like you at all. Huh. I was merely probing for answers. Come on, you can drop the cool guy act. It's not an act. A ring with a snowflake insignia glimmered with no purpose but the catching eye. Ring with a snowflake insignia? Impressive memory. I was formerly a newspaper salesman. I had to quickly identify what a customer wanted based on his appearance and attitude. In order to form a successful sales strategy, it's my most basic of basics. We were dealing with a corpse, not a customer. Are you like that with everyone? Yes, it has already become an ingrained habit of mine. It was an important point that could determine the success of a failure of sale. That's how you were able to easily recall such a minor detail. Precisely. Even in the engraved insignia is crystal clear. Is that really possible? What was the state of the body when we found it? I should review my evidence. I have an unerring eye that must have... So Knightley was killed by the dog that was being kept here in the prison. Find that hard to believe. They say that pets take after their owners, yeah? Doesn't have to take after them that much. This completely defeats the purpose of the animal therapy. Perhaps I should ask about the dog a little more. Found near the body, there is a stack of them inside the workroom, very colorful. That instantly covered in dirt, there are small bruises. Those more details. Yeah, okay, I was like, can I just present it like this? A ring with a snowflake insignia. Yes, that is correct. It was clearly engraved on the surface. I see. Your testimony is very accurate, but it's a little too accurate if you ask me. And what's wrong with being accurate? You state that you saw a ring with a snowflake insignia engraved in it. And it's true that the victim was wearing such a ring. See? Was I not correct? That is not the issue I have with your testimony. Take a look at this picture. As you can see, the right hand is covered by the sheet. It should not have been possible for you to see the engraving on that ring, unless you had approached the body and lifted up the sheet for yourself. You said you only looked into the workroom through the door, and yet you gave such a detailed account of what you saw. Who do you think you are? Who do you think you are? I am. I think all high and mighty. I'm telling you, I saw what I saw. Oh, and the victim must have moved his arm right after I saw it. I don't think so. You said it as much earlier. The man did not even flinch. He must have been dead already. The victim was already dead. How would he have been able to move his arm? This guy's looking pretty suspicious now. Huh? Yeah. Frank saw it. What are you hiding, you scoundrel? Took out the S word out there. Scoundrel? Oh no, I am not. That is, you're wrong. I know what I saw. Sorry, the song goes in, like way too in. Ah! Shut up already! Stop making a fuss about every little thing I say. You're just the defense attorney's assistant. He has finally shown his true self. Whoa! I guess the cat's out the bag. A black hairy one at that. Just went flying. I'm just a friendly neighborhood witness. Are you really just a witness? I would say that you are rather suspicious. What was that? You saw something that could not have been seen from the other outside of the room. How is that possible? The logic behind it is simple. You saw it. This is where you saw the body from. In the room. When you discovered the body, you went inside the room where it lay. Since you saw the engraving on the ring, that is the only possibility. Even if you say that, you ain't got no evidence, do you? Where's the evidence that shows that I was in that room? I was grooming pets at the time. in the room adjacent to where the body was found. I even went so far as to borrow some rubber gloves. Show me the evidence that proves that I was in the room where the body was found.
Take that.
Yeah. Yeah. Mr. Sai, what were you doing when the body was discovered? Didn't I tell you I was practicing being a pack roomer? I see. In that case, do you happen to recognize this glove? Oh, that's... This was found near the body. It is believed to have been dropped by the culprit. By the way, I noticed that you also have a rubber glove hanging out of your apron pocket. No, this is something else. Looks like you're missing one of your gloves. You can find gloves like these anywhere in the prison. Your evidence proves nothing. Perhaps we should hand this glove over to the police with fingerprints. I'm certain they will find some interesting results. Ah! It's over.
Objection.
What the? Got a deep-ass voice! Yeah, pretty cool, right? My objection voice. Got a deep-ass voice. I fucking was like, oh god. You got me fucked up. Mr. Shields, can you save the jokes for later? I'm not joking, because it's not over yet. There's still something else. Something that's clearly odd. That guy's a prisoner, you know? He's got a bracelet and all. That's right. How did he get into the other workroom? The sensor would have set off the alarm, right? He's right. That's the only thing we don't know yet. That's fast, Mr. Prisoner. Could you fill us in? That's pretty weird. The bracelet should have been his last line of defense. Defense. That's right. Okay. It was useful evidence for Mr. Prisoner here. He could have claimed that due to the bracelet, he wasn't able to enter the room, but he didn't say a word about it. Is there any reason why you didn't? The silence treatment, eh? Well, the judge yesterday did say that silence is golden. Wow, you really are a hotshot defense attorney, Mr. Shields. Defense attorneys always remain calm in a pinch and smile in the face of danger. That's what your old man taught me, the defense attorney's creed, yeah? So, what's the deal? Why didn't you mention anything about the bracelet? Where do you get your toupee back? What? Truth is, it's broken. Broken. Some time ago, I took a spill on the bracelet, I took a spill and the bracelet hit the floor with the loud bang. Ever since then, it has not been able to activate the sensor. Forgive me. It was so convenient, I didn't want to report it. I see. So the bracelet was broken. But did it really break so easily? If that is true, then there is a problem with the prison security. You over there, may I have a moment? Here, kitty kitty. You're such a cute little guy. Yes, you are. Meow. Excuse me. Yes! What can I do for you? Meow. This prisoner's bracelet appears to be broken. What? Really? That's not good at all. I'll contact the person in charge and have it replaced immediately. Thank you. I'll be holding it onto the broken bracelet for the time being. Saw its bracelet. Yes, sir. Please take care of it. Now that the bracelet's been taken care of, shall we move on to arresting you for the murder? What? Perish the thought! I didn't kill anyone. But your bracelet was broken, right? Well, doesn't that mean you could have gone anywhere you wanted during the animal show? But all I did was find the body, honest. And it is true that I saw the dog biting his neck. However, I entered the workroom after the dog had left. Why did you do that? Well, it was just... I was curious if he had anything of value on him. So he was planning to loot the corpse. That's why he remembers Knightley's ring so well. Why are you looking at me, Mr. Edwards? I am a great thief. Please don't put me in the same level as him. But I didn't take a thing. The animal show had ended and the other prisoners were making their way back down here. I hurried back to my workroom and let out a scream to deceive the others. And that's when you dropped your rubber glove. Guess his story holds up. What do you think, Miles? Whether he is the murderer or not, one big question remains. How did Knightley get all the way from his holding cell to the prison? You're right about that. It's a real stumper. There's something Mr. Saw said in his testimony that I'm very concerned about. The dog. If that dog had any part in the murder, Mr. Saw it? Yes! What is it? Were there any other prisoners who didn't see the animal show? Yes, there is only one other that I know of. And this prisoner wouldn't have been able to see the show even if he wanted to, correct? Yes, that's correct. Why do you ask? Just as I thought. I had my suspicion as soon as I saw that black dog. That fiendish criminal. I never expected him to be held here in this prison. Where is his cell? Do you intend to meet him? Him? Who is him? He's a very special man. He received very special treatment and... Oh, forgive me. I need to watch what I say about him. However, if you value your lives, I would advise you to stay away from him. Hey, cut it out already. You're giving me the creeps. A puppet master in the shadows, huh? Yeah? I still value my life. He's being held in a special cell. Over there. In that direction. Could it be that one that's barred off? A special cell. It certainly seems like he receives special treatment. I'm actually curious to who this is. I mean, it looks like Miles remembers who this is. Or, like, would know who it is. Well, also, just who is this him, anyway? To protect my own life, all I can tell you is that he is the oldest prisoner here. My deepest apologies, but I can't say any more. He is truly terrifying. Care to fill me in? It feels like you're leaving Uncle Ray behind here. He is someone I knew in the past. Let's head for the special cell. I believe that black dog should be there as well. Ooh. Who could it be? I'm actually genuinely curious. Hey, it's pitch black in here. I can't see a thing at all. Aren't you always talking about how the Yatagarasu is able to flap even in the darkest night? Even in the depths of night, when no other bird dares to take flight. One alone soars to shine the light of righteousness on the world's blight. And that one is me, for I am the great thief Yatagarasu. Oh, that was pretty cool. But still, I can't see what I can't see. I'm still just a human. Eek! Ah! Mr. Edgeworth, I presume. That voice can only be. It has been far too long. So you still remember me. It would be impossible to forget, because it was you who did what none could do, and placed me here in this cell. Don't tell me that the dog is talking to you, Mr. Edgeworth. There's someone else in there. Someone else there. I can't see anything, though. Down, boy. It is rude to frighten the visitors. Here, allow me to illuminate the dark room. I don't recognize him? Let's see. Such noisy visitors from the voices and footsteps, 2 more in the back. But it would be rude not to introduce myself. I am called Sirhan Dogan. Mr. Edgeworth and I, we are old acquaintances. This man is a former assassin. The blind assassin, Sirhan Dogan. His weapons are sharp knives and a ferocious dog. His appearance is always accompanied by the sound of a bell. It is said that the ringing of this bell in the darkness is the last sound his victims hear. Is this like a new character, or is it like we did interact with him before? Would you be so kind as to share the reason why you have come, Mr. Edgeworth? That would not be necessary. You are already well aware of why we're here. It seems we know each other quite well. Good boy. Murder suspect. We suspect your dog of committing the murder. A witness who discovered the body saw him biting it. The name Dogen is familiar. There must be some mistake. My boy is obedient. He would never do such a thing, right, Anubis? Good boy, good boy, good boy. Anubis may be your guide dog, but you raise him to be a vicious killer. It's like he doesn't look familiar. His backstory doesn't sound familiar. The name is like kind of obscure, where it's like, did we have a character with that name? Where it's like, I can't like pinpoint it that well. And that's like, I don't know, you know? He was one of the weapons you use as an assassin. To begin with, it is the witness of a reliable sort. It's true that Sly is also one of the suspects. It's difficult to say if we can trust his testimony. In any case, I think you have the wrong dog, right, Anubis? Right, boy? I wonder if he knows who the witness is. The alibi. I'd like to hear your alibi from 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. yesterday morning. During the animal show, I was in my humble cell the entire time. I took up whittling recently. My focus was solely on the wood and chisel in my hands. The prisoners have free access to chisels here. Normally, that's not allowed. The warden is a kind soul. She has given me special permission. Kind? Ridiculous. Even 5 metal chisels would become deadly weapons in his hands. I started out by carving these Buddha statues, but I moved on to other shapes after the 674th one. Really, that many? All it takes is time, which I have plenty of. Here is what I am working on now. Did not know that you played chess. Do you play as well, Mr. Edgeworth? I would like to test your wits in the game sometime. I only started playing since my arrival here, so I am still inexperienced. What is this piece? It's a 3-headed dog. Just for the fun of it, I carved this hound piece. Chess is a game of war, pawns, knights, and castles. Each side pushing their forces to the limits to take the life of an enemy's king. However, I found the absence of dogs to be strange. Hounds are an indispensable part of warfare. But it is nothing more than a folly. I still play by all the normal rules of chess. Isn't it difficult for you to find opponents here in prison? I always play correspondence chess. So you play chess through the mail. Prisoners are allowed to send and receive letters, although they are subject to inspection. At the moment, I am waiting for my opponent's next move. Interesting. So he plays chess with people outside of this prison. The victim. Do you know who was murdered? It was Horace Knightley, a most unfortunate lad. Your ears are as sharp as ever. They're all I can rely on. As I thought, he has full knowledge of everything that goes on in this prison. On second thought, he might be fortunate after all. Fortunate? How so? He committed a grave crime, but he was able to avoid punishment for it. An assassination attempt on the president. What a bold man. Assassination attempt. Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, didn't Mr. Knightley just... He may have killed his own superior, but he never attempted to take the president's life. Are they trying to conceal the fact that the assassination was staged by the president? Whoa, hold your horses, Knightley. Hold your horses. Knightley didn't attack the president. But Uncle Ray was requested to defend him in court on charges of attempted assassination. You didn't know either, Uncle Ray. So they're trying to pin the whole thing on Mr. Knightley. Now I see why the PIC is taking action. Ah, so that's why they removed you from the case. That the pest guy was going to indict him on charges of attempted assassination, and in doing so, they would have twisted the truth. I suspected it was a false charge. I heard about it from one of the guards, about Knightley. He kept desperately insisting I didn't assassinate anyone. but the courts are supposed to bring the truth to light. I may not be well versed in law, but I can say one thing for certain. Some of the prisoners here were convicted on false charges. Ugh. That's the reality of it, right, Anubis? Right, boy? Leaving the truth in the care of the court can be dangerous. Leaving the truth in the care of the court is dangerous, huh? There was someone who said the exact same thing before. Was it Phoenix? That investigator from Interpol who doesn't trust prosecutors. Oh! Oh, yeah! Where has Lang been? I'm surprised Lang hasn't shown up yet. You're not twisting the truth behind those closed courtroom doors too, are you? Fueled by those ideas, it isn't any wonder that courts produce nothing but falsities and lies. Rest assured, the next time we meet, I won't be forgiving. I doubt his distrust has cleared up completely. You feel the same way, don't you, Anubis? The truth of the courts and Mr. Edgeworth's reasoning both can't be trusted, right? Ugh. It is nothing to be upset about. You're not the only one who suspects me. Yesterday, the other prosecutor and that judge came here too. They brought the warden along. How they despise me. What the fuck? Like, turn off. I must have been those two rude people from before. Prosecutor the Best and Judge Courtney. They thoroughly inspected my room, but left without finding a thing. It seems they were searching for the murder weapon. It's a shame. They searched the other prisoners' cells too, not just mine. Yet they were still unable to find anything. All that hard work was for naught. Prison investigation. This is quite a problem. What should we do? Excuse me. That testimony alone won't hold up. In order to confront him, we'll need evidence. Now my guests would be so kind as to leave. Right, Anubis? Show them the way out. Ray just going like, whoop! Does this mean what I think it means? Let's get going, Mr. Edward. We shall meet again, Dogen. It would be a shame for our long-awaited reunion to end so soon. I'll be waiting. Fucking Edgeworth being the alpha male, not giving a fuck about the dog being like growling at him. Even though the dog is like a murder weapon too. Now then, we still need to find a murder weapon. Mr. Edgeworth? Mr. Edgeworth? She went all the way up there. It's fine now, Kay. Come down from there. She's just scared. Where's Mr. Shields? Beats me. He just took off, running like death was after him. Good grief, that man. What should we do now, Mr. Edward? We'll continue investigating. First, we should start by solving that one mystery. Knightley's body was found in the workroom inside the prison. However, he was supposed to be in the detention center holding cell. How did he get to the prison under such tight security? Let's go investigate the holding cell at the detention center. That was where Mr. Knightley was held, right? But what about Uncle Ray? Let's just leave him be for now. I thought we were supposed to be his assistants, though. We're technically assisting him. The victim cell in the detention center was this way. Let's check it out, Mr. Edward. Oh, this is truly just dreadful. What happened? Ask the warden, Miss Rowland. She must have come from behind that no entry sign, so he still won't talk. Even after all the trouble you went through to get the evidence transferred from the precinct. That's right, I don't know how many times I tried. I can't report back empty-handed. That assassin sure is one tough cookie, huh? Did he just say assassin? Oh my. Pardon me, but were you talking about Sirhan Dugan just now? Oh, eavesdropping, were you? You naughty boy. Did you question him personally, Warden Roland? Not just him, I tried to have a heart-to-heart with all the prisoners and suspects. In my home, we're all family here. It's only fair I invite them to my warden's office. The warden's office? Oh, have you taken an interest in my room as well? It's just down this hallway, but outsiders are not allowed past this point. Down the hallway, so around there. Oh, it's such a lovely room. People do so enjoy being invited back there. It always shows them the splendid view of my precious courtyard. The courtyard of the animal-filled prison. I'd sure love to see it. Okay. I'm delighted that you want to see it. However, I cannot invite you. What? You're not a child of our home. If you want to come to my room, you'll have to be convicted first. That's a rather high hurdle to clear. Goodness me, look at how long we've been talking. I was just about to feed Allie, her lunch. Allie, she's my favorite little angel. Now, if you'll excuse me, I must be off to the courtyard. Toodaloo. Never got a chance to ask her about Dogen. Well, let's head over to Nightly Cell. There's the victim's cell. When did Mr. Knightley arrive in here again? It was after the President's welcome ceremony on the night of March 25th. So when and how did he move over to the prison? There might be some evidence left that can answer that. Alright, let's get cracking, Mr. Edgeworth. The reflection in the mirror. Ah, it's a security camera. A great thief's archenemy. I guess they don't take too kindly to thieves here. There's no reason for a detention center to be kind to thieves. Guard. I would like you to check the footage of the security camera. If you find any problems, report to me at once. Understood, sir. Alright, well, he's handling that. Won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. It's Horace Knightley's suit. According to the results of my investigation... What did you find out? A man who looks good in a suit leaves a more favorable impression with the ladies. Ah. Next time I'll investigate men who look good in frills. Please don't bother. This newspaper is missing a few pages. They appear to be torn out. Why would someone tear out the pages from the newspaper? Maybe they use it to clean the cell instead of a rag. Clean the cell. It's quite possible. Something seems off. The floor here is clean. Was it mopped recently? Seems strange that only the area in front of the bed has been wiped clean. Looks like an uncomfortable bed to sleep in. But the pillow covers are clean, not a speck of dust on them. Is this what a bed at Gummy's place looks like as well? No, if my hunch is correct, he has an old beat-up mattress lying around in his room. Okay, something was wiped there. Not as dirty as I thought it would be. And the toilet paper shows no signs of use. Looks like there are no problems with the toilet. Yeah, that's a huge problem. What's the problem? It's totally awkward having the toilet out of in the open like this. They need to think more about the end user. This facility wasn't designed with the split of service in mind. Windows with iron bars. There are no signs of tampering. It doesn't look like the criminal could have escaped through here. What if these iron bars are removable? Let me inspect them, for further reference. Okay, now it's not the time for that. We're in the middle of an investigation. Won't rest until I inspect the... Start with it. Is this a dining menu? You can choose your daily meals in this detention center. However, unless you have the money, you won't be able to choose what you want to eat. In the end, the world revolves around money. Doesn't this mean that the rich won't have to reflect on their crimes? Yes, well, those who come here haven't been declared guilty yet. There are a few good people who don't need to reflect, probably. Sounds like you're just making excuses for them, Mr. Edward. Why should I have to come up with excuses for a detention center? There are a lot of books here. What's this? The Wonderful Warden of Hours. The Hound Whistler, The Animal Shack Redemption. Mr. Knightley. He was a surprisingly good person. No, the detention center provides these books for the visitors' own edification. These books are supposed to help you grow as a human being. Prison Life for Dummies. These books were written by model prisoners and former inmates. Ah, here's a helpful book. The Great Escape in 80 Days, based on a true story. Oh, check this one out. Crime and Establishment. How to Make Money in Prison. The problems with this detention center may run deeper than I thought. What's this? Ah, there's something on the desk. It seems to be some kind of memo. Let me get a closer look. This is chess notation. It was probably for the victims. What's the chess notation? The memo that records the positions of the pieces of a chessboard on a chessboard. This is a good match. My next move would be pawn 2. No, actually, before that. Mr. Edward, there's no time to be playing chess. Ah, you're right. The positions of the chess pieces recorded in this memo. I feel like I've seen it something similar to somewhere else. Let's take a closer look at the evidence what I've collected. Next, I move rook. No, pawn to g6. This chess notation. I've seen it before. You're still thinking about chess. Focus on the investigation. Focus. Chess is quite important to this investigation. Okay. Have a look at this. Are these chess pieces from Dogen's cell? I don't know much about the rules of chess. The rules of chess are not important here. Look at the position of the chess pieces in this memo and the pieces in Dogen's cell. Do you notice anything? Ah! I don't know anything about the different chess pieces. But if you flip the board around, the position of the chess pieces are completely the same. Yes. Although the memo doesn't include the Cerberus chess piece, the position of the other chess pieces are identical. What's going on here? Always play correspondence chess. Oh yeah, the Cerberus dog is not there. This might be hard to believe, but Dogen's chess opponent was. Are you saying he was playing against Mr. Knightley? With this, we now have the evidence to link Dogen with the victim. Okay. I mean, looks like we cleared up everything I can. The only thing now is this and this. Alright, that worked out. The floor here is clean. It was probably wiped down with something. Did someone spill grape juice here? I don't know exactly what was wiped away, but I can imagine what was used to wipe it. Very likely it was this torn up newspaper. Couldn't he have asked one of the guards if he could borrow a cleaning rag? Perhaps it was something he didn't want the guards to see. Wiped floor. Alright. That wasn't too difficult of investigating everywhere here. So this is what our investigation turned up. It seems we found a major connection between the victim and Dogen. This is terrible. What happened? Security camera recorded something terrible. What? Can you let me see? Of course, sir. I have a portable playback device right here. Then let me see it right away. Just has it with him. Oh, that's kind of cool. Oh, what the fuck? This black thing. He has got to be that doggy, right? Up until this point, I thought the murder took place inside the prison, but it appears I was mistaken. The place where Knightley was attacked was... It was a detention center. Furthermore, he was attacked by Dogen's dog. This is the decisive evidence. Knightley was killed in this room. And this piece of evidence we found in the cell takes on a new meaning. Which piece of evidence takes on a new meaning if the murder occurred in the holding cell? I actually don't know. Which piece of evidence takes on a new meaning if the murder occurred in the holding cell? Is location? No. I'm not really thinking it out, I'm not gonna lie to you. Floor plans. Detention center and prison maps touch checkpoints. Because the dog would have to have dragged him without him bleeding. I don't even remember if I did the prison investigation now. I honestly don't know. I'm like, wait. The black dog. Roll call 3 times a day. Was it this? No. Which piece of evidence takes on a new meaning if the murder occurred in the holding cell? Wouldn't it be his time of death then? This makes no sense to me. What? I might as well just go for everything, because I have no true clue. Nope. Give me a sec. What's the command for, like, replaying? The rope? No. We tried the body already. Thank you for your hard work. While I have your attention, may I ask for one more favor? What would that be? There should be a detective by the name of Dick Gumshoe in the detention center of the prison, I would like you to give him a message. Tell him to check this room for traces of blood and give the results to me. Yes, sir. District corner that old coop. No, not yet. We still don't know how Knightley and the dog moved from here to the prison. That's true. But once we figure that out, where should we check out next, Mr. Edgeworth? The guards here might know something about the murder. Let's see if I can learn any new details from them. I'm more of like, what the fuck? How did that change the results of, like, the stain? That he wasn't the one who cleaned it? Alright, let's continue our Lang! Oh, sorry to intrude. What to do? Dick nips. What if he just came up and said that? Well, if it isn't Mr. Prosecutor and the little lady. Fancy meeting you here. This man is Shilong Lang, an Interpol agent. 2 weeks ago, he was in charge of investigating one of my cases. I would have thought he'd returned to his native country in Jiangfa by now. Agent Lang, what brings you here? Just some boring work, nothing you need to know about. Haha, on top of the black, top of a black dog, we meet a black wolf. Ah, you came alone today, Agent Lang. Usually, you'd have a huge police force, wouldn't it? As a prosecutor, seems you've been busy these past few days. These past few days? Is he referring to the incident with the Jiangfa president? I'd have thought you'd be involved in his security too. Ha, our president doesn't even trust his own country's police force. Look at the results of hiring a private security company. It's laughable. Agent Lang doesn't trust prosecutors or the courts. That's why. He brings along a large force of capable policemen to thoroughly investigate the crime scene. Yes, and if you and your subordinates have been there, the results might have been different. My subordinates, huh? They're no longer with me. They're not with you. Funny, looks like I'm the real lone wolf now. Agent Lang, just what happened exactly? Didn't I tell you? It's nothing you need to know about. Well, be seeing you, Mr. Prosecutor. He's even more chill than normal. Mr. Lang, I wonder what happened. Yes, it troubles me too, but there's nothing we can do about it for now. Okay, let us continue with our investigation. Got it. First, let's ask those guards a few questions. What to do? You there, have you seen the black dog around here? Of course not. If I had actually seen it, I wouldn't be standing around here so carefree. Did something happen with that doggy? Okay, let's not press this matter any further. So Dogen's dog didn't come by the detention center. Oh, I thought there was a guard there. What about you? These are the guards' lockers. But they kept their uniforms and snacks inside. Why snacks? If it were me, I'd definitely put snacks in there. I don't know where you get that air of confidence. This is a difficult case. What's wrong? Something troubling you? Sir, one of my uniforms just has gone missing. But I'm certain that I placed it in this locker. Maybe the uniform grew legs and walked off somewhere. What kind of logic is that? In any case, I wish you the best in your search. I'll be rooting for you. Yes, thank you for your support. Stolen uniform. Oh, there you are. So someone disguised themselves. Mrs. Shields, where did you go? Where indeed? I've been searching for you guys the whole time. Walking all around the prison is hard work, you know? That's strange, seeing as you came from the opposite direction. I got some new information. You want to hear it? Do you? He shortchanged the subject quickly. I heard a little something from the guards. It seems Knightley caused a bit of an incident 2 days ago. An incident? You know how Simon said he, Simon said he came to visit Knightley, right? After the visit, when Knightley returned to his cell, naturally a guard escorted Knightley back to his cell. While the guard was unlocking his handcuffs, all of a sudden, Knightley struck the guard and knocked him out. It seems he was going to attempt a jailbreak. By the time the other guards arrived, the key to his cell had disappeared. But there's been no reports of Knightley's jailbreak attempt 2 days ago. Exactly, it's strange, isn't it? Right up until his death, he was still in his cell. What's more, Knightley claimed he never stole the key in the first place. In fact, they searched his cell and the key was nowhere to be found. The guard who was struck have anything to say? No one knows. He was taken to the hospital while he was still unconscious. He's still there now, it seems. So, in the end, we still don't know what happened. Knightley's cell key jotted down to the organizer. I'll go to sleep now, not gonna lie. Good night, Ren. Good night, Sly. Thank you for coming by. It's you! That voice. Ah, fuck. Now what? What are you still doing hanging around here? Well, you see, this is my assistant. Are you here to object our investigation and make me into a laughingstock? Yes. Sebastian, I believe obstruct is the word you're looking for. And anyway, in a way, I think his expression was apt. Pleasure meeting you again, Judge Courtney. I am. I know, you are Simon Key's defense attorney, are you not? Well then, let's skip the formalities and celebrate our happy reunion with a hug. Or maybe not. She was about to fucking whip that shit right at his fucking head. Incidentally, I heard you mention an assistant a moment ago. Yeah, we're assistants at the Edgeworth Law Offices. Prosecutors are civil servants. To open a side business is to betray the goddess of law. As long as profit is not our objective, there shouldn't be a problem, right? Yeah, that's it. Miles here is a volunteer worker. The purpose of my office isn't to make money. We're pro bono. Pro bono. What a wonderful heart you have, defending others without demanding payment. I do have an amazing charitable heart. More importantly, I'd like you to explain your reasons for arresting Simon Keyes. There's no need to. Is that a challenge against me? No, I was speaking with Judge Courtney. I guess it can't be helped. If you want to take on the best, you will fall like the rest. I haven't said anything yet, but this is convenient. Then I will hear you out. What were your reasons for arresting Mr. Keyes? I see no need to inform you. Sebastian, let us... Just watch, Justine. Watch as I run around in circles against the useless prosecutor. I think you mean run circles around me. Yeah, that's what I meant. Prepare yourself, Mr. Edgeworth. Reasons for arrest. So, you want to know my reasons for arresting that man? The answer is simple. Yes, we found traces of that guy over there. How's that? Perfectly simple, perfectly decisive, right? Of course, I was the first to notice it because I'm the best. How am I supposed to go about pressing that? How's that? Got nothing to say? Speech is in my presence. This guy sure talks a lot. So, you're the one who arrested Mr. Keyes, I take it. Mr. The Best, do you have the right to do such a thing? Well, obviously it was the police who carried out the arrest. But since it was under my direction, shouldn't it also count as my arrest? As I expected. It'd be difficult to deal with both of them at the same time, however. Her silence is troubling me. So what is she thinking? Reasons for the arrest. So you want to know my reasons for arresting that man? The answer is simple, yes. We found traces of that guy over there. That guy over there. That's certainly vague. Well, don't they say? The best hears one thing and understands 10? You're just being lazy. Explain it more clearly. Sebastian, if it's alright with you, would you please explain it to them in more detail? I'm sure that everyone wants to hear what you have to say. Alright. You insist, Justine. We discovered that, perhaps you didn't know, but the victim carried a chessboard with him. From it, we found that suspect guy's, Simon Key's fingerprints. Well done, Sebastian. I bless you on behalf of the goddess of law. Please amend your testimony. Are you alright with that, Prosecutor Edward? Yes. The victim carried a chessboard. From it, we found Simon Key's fingerprints. How's that? Perfectly simple. Surely it wasn't you who discovered the fingerprints. Hey, I'm just a prosecutor, aren't I? I leave that stuff to the forensics team. These fingerprints could be a problem, but wasn't the chessboard originally? Maybe I should take another look at the evidence. Fingerprints found on the chessboard. Is that the ace up your sleeve? Ace in my sleeve? Oh, ace up my sleeve. Yes, the methods I use are always the best. The ace is my trump card. Well then, allow me to show you that it is not, in fact, a trump card at all. Simon Keyes was the one who sent the chessboard to the victim in the first place. So, it's only natural some of his prints would be left on it. Ah. That took way too long. These fingerprints are hardly decisive evidence. Perhaps your arrest was a little too rash. Rash? To begin with, this incident occurred in the detention center and the prison. The suspect, Simon, just because he isn't a prisoner or a guard, is a little unreasonable. Ah. What? What's with him all of a sudden? Wahahaha. Finally get what you're trying to say. Rash, you mean we were too quick to arrest the guy, right? He was stuck on that? Sure, I was the first to lay eyes on him, and I was the first to notice the evidence. That was even faster. But I am not rash. Sure, Simon Keyes isn't a guard or a prisoner, but... Sebastian. Judge Courtney. What are you doing, Justine? Don't butt in like that. Pardon me, Sebastian. Yes, your words on the suspect are very interesting. However, shouldn't you get to the best part first? The best part? Why don't you tell them about your wonderful reasoning regarding the murder weapon? Good one, Justine. Nice suggestion. Mr. Edward, listen to the first-rate reasoning. Will this reasoning explain why you arrested Mr. Keyes? I sure it will meet your expectations. Judge Courtney just changed the flow of the conversation. Just what is she planning? It's obvious that the murder weapon was a sharp metal object. However, the prison maintains strict control over potentially lethal items. So that's why I reasoned that the murder weapon was brought in from the outside. Yes, it was hidden inside the chessboard. And since the only victim and the suspect's fingerprints were found on the chessboard, isn't it obvious who brought and used the murder weapon? This is clearer than his last testimony. It's the best reasoning you can get from Prosecutor the Best. How do you like that? Now he's mixing up the best with his own name. But could someone really hide a weapon inside a gift sent to a prisoner? Hehe, you'll find a good place if you examine the inside of the chessboard. Inside the chessboard? There's some place to hide a weapon? I thought there are only chess pieces inside. Hehehe. Wow. What an annoying laugh. Inside the chessboard, huh? Perhaps I should examine it a bit further. There are chess pieces, right? I saw something similar in your office, Mr. Edwards. Huh? But the pieces here are in black and white. Oh yeah, we read this before. This is... the top panel is removable. Quite deep. Yes, there's more than enough room to hide a small knife. Understand now? This is how the culprit smuggled in the... Huh. What's with the hemp? I wasn't even finished! This is the best. There's something you have forgotten. There's a gate at the entrance of the detention center. Well, there is, but... he means the security gates with the metal detectors, Sebastian. We had to pass through the same check when we entered the prison, remember? Yeah, that's it. I remember now. Looks like he completely forgot. It would be impossible to smuggle a sharp metal object in the detention center. Therefore, your reasoning never held, even from the very beginning. Bitch, I will put you down! That gate is only used on people. In other words, packages sent to the detention center undergo a simpler check. But they don't use a metal detector for that. This never should have happened. It seems the guards were too careless. Right to see it. Thanks for the assist. You're welcome. Now then, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Your cross-examination, if you please. Cross-examination. It doesn't be we're in court in a courtroom. Very well. His reasoning. Let's see how long it will hold up under pressure. It's obvious the murder weapon was a sharp metal object. However, the prison maintains strict control over potentially lethal items. So that's why I reasoned that the murder weapon was brought in from the outside. Yes, it was hidden inside the chessboard. And since only the victim and the suspect's fingerprints were found on the chessboard, isn't it obvious who brought and used the murder weapon? No weapon was found at the crime scene, not even inside the chessboard. So where did the murder weapon disappear to? I'd like to hear your answer to that. That's, well, after the crime, the culprit must have hidden it somewhere in the prison. There's a problem with the statement. There's a problem. The murder weapon is hidden inside the prison? I don't think so. It's clear from this piece of evidence. That was quick. I kind of got through that one quick. Have you completely forgotten your own actions? You, along with Warden Roland, conducted a search of the prison. But you did not find a murder weapon, right? Oof. God damn, that shit fucking left a mark! that shit looked like it hurt! I mean, it fucking whipped him! We must have overlooked something. This guy just completely contradicted himself. You carried out such a sloppy investigation. I'm amazed you call yourself the best. Are you mocking me? Sebastian? Please calm yourself. Don't get caught up in the opponent's pace. I'm fine, Justine. Did you really think the best prosecutor would be shaken by someone miles behind him? I wish he'd stop messing around with other people's names. Oh, in that case, Kay Faraday is far, far ahead. Kay, don't you get caught up in this too. Yes, If my best investigation didn't find anything, then there must not have been a single weapon in the prison. In that case, there is only one possibility. The criminal must have taken the murder weapon with him when he left the prison. So it's only natural we didn't find it there, yeah? There was no way the culprit could have brought the weapon out of the prison. This piece of evidence will show it. The metal detector, right? Have you completely forgotten your own testimony? That's twice you've insulted me. Oh, it seems you remember what I said earlier. But you do well to remember further than that. What is that? This guy, he really doesn't remember anything. It seems that way. The detention center and the prison are equipped with security gates. Anyone leaving must pass through these gates. Gates equipped with metal detectors. That's what you... Looks like he remembers now. Yes, there's no way someone could have brought this murder weapon through those gates. And so the criminal could not have taken it out of the prison either. That shit fucking hurts me seeing that shit. The way how it leaves a red fucking line, oh my god. Just, bah! I'm like, I don't sympathize for him, but like, just the fact that shit smacks and you hear the sound and the line, like, oh my god. So then, Prosecutor Edgeworth, do you know where this murder weapon went to? Perhaps the weapon is still inside the prison. But we couldn't find it anywhere in the prison. The reason you didn't find it is because you believed it to be a sharp metal object. We saw the very moment when Mr. Knightley was attacked, after all. You can say that much, then perhaps you can enlighten us. What would you say is the murder weapon in this case? From the piece of evidence, the murder weapon of this case becomes obvious. The dog. Here's footage from the security camera. It shows one of the cells in the detention center. See it with your own eyes. Yo, that fucking bass went in. Yo, that's fucking in. Stop! What? It can't be! This tape clearly shows the moment when the victim was attacked by a black dog. I believe that is sufficient proof, wouldn't you say? Indeed, this is vital evidence. Horace Knightley was killed in the detention center by that dog. After that, the body was moved to the prison workroom. Our witness claims to have seen a dog in the workroom when the body was found. Of course, the dog couldn't have planned this crime on its own. However, there is someone who could have. That's enough, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Judge Courtney. It's true the camera footage is vital evidence. However, there is something else you must prove. Actually, you've already noticed it, haven't you? Just as she says, there's still a huge flaw in my reasoning. If that black dog is a prisoner's pet, how was it able to move between the detention center and prison? What will we do, Mr. Edgeworth? I still don't know how the dog managed to move from one place to the other. I knew it. What? You're one to talk. What? You're one to talk? You don't know either. If you do not solve this mystery, I'm afraid I cannot accept your logic. If this was a real courtroom, I would call for a recess now. Wait, I'm not finished yet. Yo, she's harsh, bro. Court has been adjourned. Leave at once. She's in a courtroom. Well then, as I said, court is adjourned. I can't prove my argument, but isn't it the same case with Mr. Keyes? Whatever do you mean? Just as I don't know how the dog entered the detention center, you also don't know how Simon Keyes entered the detention center and prison. Although he came to visit the victim, he was an outsider to the prison. Don't you think it would be difficult for him to commit a crime inside the prison? Judge Courtney, now the burden of proof lies with you. Show us evidence that Simon Keyes entered the prison. You want me to present evidence? I'm happy to oblige. What? Does she really have evidence? It's about time I told you. Now that I know the basis of your reasoning, Prosecutor Edgeworth, what is she thinking? Seems you don't even know Simon Key's real occupation. He is a circus performer. A circus performer? Yes, have you ever heard of the Very Big Circus? Circus. But of course, yesterday was a day that I wouldn't have missed for the world. Wouldn't have missed for the world? Did you have some kind of important meeting? Oh heavens no, I despise meetings. It was the animal show, of course. Seems you realized. On the day of the incident, an animal show was being performed at the prison. And the show was put on by the Very Big Circus. So then, do you mean Simon Keyes entered the prison as a staff member of the animal show? That we know for a fact. Ugh! This woman, she's been concealing this fact the whole time. You only planned to reveal it after hearing my reasoning. Come to think of it. What are you doing, Justine? Don't butt in like that. Pardon me, Sebastian. Yes, your words on the suspect are very interesting. However, shouldn't you get to the best part first? Mr. The Best was going to say it then, but she stopped him. Wahahaha. How do you like that, worthless prosecutor? You didn't do anything. Well then, now it really is time for recess. I'll end with some advice. I had already doubted your abilities as a prosecutor, which is why I relieved you of your authority. You'd best not forget that. What are you trying to say? The PIC can still take away your badge. If you value your badge, I'd advise you not to show your face before me again. Is that a threat? The goddess of law is merciful, but that doesn't mean you can get away with everything. One more thing. I must digress. I suggest you stop with the Defense Attorney Act. That's none of your concern. I don't intend to abandon a case I am involved in so easily. For defense attorneys, a relationship of mutual trust with their client is vital. It's very different from the way of the prosecutor. In any case, you didn't even know about your client's occupation. Well then, you must be going. May the blessings of the goddess of law be upon you. Did Simon lie to us? Seems he lied to Uncle Ray, too. This complicates matters. Why'd he do that? Hey, Miles, don't tell me you've got cold feet already. Corny Pie is quite a handful, but giving up is still uncool. A defense attorney's creed is to never give up. Remember, you're my assistant. Of course, I don't plan on giving up either. It's just my theory that he couldn't enter the prison no longer holds. Looks like we'll have to investigate once more. Alright, March 28th, 3:02 p.m. Detention Center, Visitors Room. Why did you not mention that beforehand? No, but I did. What didn't I mention? That you're a member of the Very Big Circus? No, it's just that, you know, I'm not. I can't call myself a member yet. I'm just a new recruit. Regardless, that still makes you a member. Just fucking collapses. So why didn't you tell us from that before? If I had told you I was part of the circus, it would have made me look suspicious, right? Since I also knew Knightley and all that. I didn't think anyone would believe what I had to say, not even you guys, Kay. Didn't we promise to believe in you? But, Mr. Edgeworth, you're just kinda scary. Man, you're just terrible at getting info from people, aren't you, Miles? Huh. That's none of your concern. Looks like we need to have a talk with him again. So, what did you do in the circus, Simon? I guess you could say I'm a wild animal tamer. I'm still just an apprentice, though. Wow, that's incredible. So you command lions, tigers, to do your bidding, right? No, nothing crazy like that. No way, no way, no way, no way, no way. My partner is this little guy right here. And that makes you a wild animal tamer. He's more like an orang or an organ grinder than a wild animal tamer. Oh, my sword just fell. I was like, what the fuck? Hey, Money, cut that out. He can be quite a handful sometimes. His name is Money? That's cute. I used to have... I still have it, actually. I have a stuffed... Like, it's really old. A stuffed monkey, like, doll plush thing. It's very small. It's kind of like, what are those things called? What was it called? I can't see it. It's right there, but I can barely... It's pretty much like those little small animals that come, like, all chubby-like. It's like something like that. And I called him Money. I don't know why, I just did. The organ grinders controlled their monkeys, not the other way around. Very big circus. Yesterday you told us you were just a regular employee, correct? Even if I'm a member of the circus, I'm still legally an employee. We're just like in any regular company. The ringleader is the boss, and I'm just a grunt. I even have a supervisor. She's the head of the wild animal tamer division. No matter what kind of fierce creature, they all immediately follow her every command. She might even be able to get a handle on Miles here. I am not a wild animal. Did you and your supervisor take part in the animal show here at the prison? Yeah, it was just us two. It was only a small operation this time around. Basically, my supervisor takes center stage, and I take care of all the dirty work. Well, I did have a tiny part in the performance. So there are only two members of the circus that are related to this case. So can you tell me about your movements around the prison? Okay, I went to meet Knightley 2 days ago around noon. And that's when you gave him the chessboard. That's right. And then that night, I started setting up the stage in the courtyard. It was pretty tough going back and forth moving all the crates by myself. Left everything in Workroom A, I think. Just temporary storage. Workroom A. That's where the body was discovered. Didn't your supervisor help you at all? No way, I can't let her do anything like that. That's my job. After I got everything ready, we started rehearsing. When we left, it was almost midnight. The show was set to start at 8 a.m. the next day and go on until 10 a.m. The only one who went in and out of where the body was found is Mr. Kias. And then the body was found just before the show ended. Reasons for arrest. Do you happen to know why you were arrested? It's weird how it happened so fast. Sorry, hold up. Oh my god. There you go. Something was on my lip, and I was like, what the fuck? Okay. I don't think that the pest... oh, because he's the best, he just... Yeah, okay. Sorry. I don't think that the pest guy would just have you arrested on a whim. Wouldn't put it past him, though. Well, maybe it's because of that. When I was moving the crates, I decided to go check up on him. You know, nightly. You went directly into the detention block? Did you have permission? No, I had to sneak in. It wasn't a formal visit or anything. Didn't you already see him 2 days ago? Why would you go and do such a thing? Well, we're the only friends either of us has had since childhood. He was the same as me. We never had real families. I just wanted to talk with him for a bit, so I went to see him. You didn't have a family? When I was younger, I lost the only family I had, my father. So is that it? I know all too well how it feels to lose your father at a young age. So you're the same as Mr. Edgeworth and me. So it was just the two of you talking at the time? Yes, all the other cells were empty and there weren't any guards nearby either. But then you got found out, and that's why they suspected you. What? What? Did I do something really bad? Something must have happened while Mr. Kias and Knightley were alone. That's probably the best logic. There you go. Seems that we'll need to talk with your supervisor as well. She should be here today, too. Probably in the courtyard. Oh, I'm sorry it turned out like this, boss. Simon, if there's anything we can do to help, just tell us. What? What? But I can't do anything in return. Don't you worry about that. We're your allies. That's because we're like birds of a feather. Right, Mr. Edwards? Birds of a feather, huh? So that's true. We have sufficient information about your past. I doubt you had a motive to kill Knightley. Rather, you are probably the most affected by his death. And I doubt someone as timid as you could work up the courage to murder someone. Alright, I'll get you out of here. We'll believe in you. Fucking Ray. Well, what do we have here? Starting to get a hang of the whole defense attorney gig. You sound a bit like your old man just now. Me? Sound like my father. He would say the defense attorney's job is to be an ally to the deserted. If you're going to ride that stallion into the sunrise, wait for me. I want in too. There's the shields. I think you mean sunset. Yeah, of course. It was such a joke. Want some candy? No, thank you. I don't like sweets. Oh, really? What a shame. What's wrong with the sunrise? The legendary Yatagarasu is all about the sun. And the sunlight always exposes the truth. Good grief. Yada yada. Right now, let's just head to the prison courtyard and see what we can find there. You said that one JoJo line. That the third JoJo says. Yes, I know, it's Jotaro Kojo. Ah, the shutter's open. Yes, it looks like that way leads to the courtyard. So what are we waiting for? Come on, let's get a move on. She's certainly in the high spirits. So this is the courtyard. Just before the body was discovered, the animal show was held here. Looks just like a carnival. Man, I bet it was lots of fun. The prisoners were gathered here when the body was found. So that means whoever saw the show has an alibi. We should start by checking the area for... Okay! Get it out, you! Help me, Mr. Edward! You there! Stop right this instant! Ow! Ah! Someone went up! Down! Astique? Down. I don't know if that's the name. Who are? Ah! I had a feeling it would be her. Looks like you found a new playmate. Good for you, Astique. It wasn't playing around, it was about to eat me. Huh? No way, that's impossible. She has not changed at all over the years. Jesus. Maybe like somewhat of a different strand of hair. This child doesn't bite. Often. Often, huh? People never get to play with the elephant up close. Isn't it wonderful? No, it's not. It's wonderful, right? It was simply marvelous, little lady. Mr. Shields. Really? Oh, that makes me so happy. So how about a hug? Thanks. Hey, watch where you swing that thing. Were you taught not to hit people with your trunk? It looks like Astique is friends with everyone. I am an assistant of this defense attorney. My name is Miles Edgeworth. I haven't introduced myself yet. I'm Regina Berry. Nice to meet you. Regina, that's what her name is. I'm the great thief and defense attorney's assistant, Kay Faraday. That's a rather complicated job title. And the one playing with Mr. Elephant is the defense attorney, Mr. Ray Shields. It's not Mr. Elephant, it's Astique, the fantastic Asian elephant. You're incredible, Regina. You made it, Astique, stop right away. Well, I'm a wild animal tamer after all. Really? Then you must be Simon's supervisor. Yep, I'm the head of the Berry Big Circus Wild Animal Tamer Division. The one and only Regina Berry. The pleasure to meet you. I'm Ace Attorney Race Shields. Looks like he's the one she has a handle on. Yeah, she's perfect. What are you mumbling about, okay? Look at her. She's energetic, fun-loving, and healthy. She could be the new member of the Yatagarasu. She'd be perfect as a great thief. A great thief. That sounds like fun. We can make a huge ruckus with the animals. Ah, you can't make a ruckus. A great thief is supposed to be quiet and sneaky, like. But the show needs to have But the show needs to have flash. Being quiet is kind of boring. Ah, I guess she's not very thief-like after all. Seems there has been a breakdown in negotiations. Alright, let's get started, Mr. Edward. Let's check out anything that looks suspicious. We can look through the barbed wire if we have to. Yes, we need to gather more information about the case. We should also try talking with anyone connected to this case. Real quick, does it show the profile? She's still not the proper age. I had a feeling. So whoever falls for her is still a fucking creep. Good, good. We needed that right now. Alright, start talking with you. How many years has it been? Wasn't she like 14 or something in the first fucking game when she appeared? Or 15? Oh shit, sorry, had to stretch. What's the matter? The animal show. This is nice, it feels like a dream. Circus performance can be considered an art form. My pounding heart is beating with excitement. It's not every day you get to see what goes on inside a circus tent. Exactly. It sure makes me want to give it a big hug. Hug. The circus. Having an animal show inside a place surrounded by barbed wire. Almost makes you forget that this is a prison facility. Barbed wire, huh? I need to inspect every last inch of this prison. You didn't see the animal show, but the stage and the equipment are still here. You examine the remnants of the show. It could be useful for the investigation. Miles, please don't ignore your Uncle Ray like that. Uncle Ray's feelings faint. I've never seen such dreamy eyes. She does seem to have an enchanting presence. Exactly. I feel like I must obey her. I wonder if she cracks a whip when she's taming her animals. For those sparkling eyes, she'll say, "Down, boy." Do you have a kink? Like, Edward's just like, If that's what you're after, I have someone in mind. You know someone like that? You must introduce me, Miles. She's the whip-carrying demon from the Prosecutor's bench. A little cameo to fucking, Francisca. Or Francisca, something like that. Head of the Wild Animal Tamer Division. Are you Mr. Kaya's supervisor? That's right. Berry Big Circus was created by my daddy. But daddy died in a murder incident. Your dad is... But after that, our current ringmaster made the circus even bigger. The ringmaster is daddy's close friend. He's like a funny uncle. Oh, funny uncle. That's great, Regina. Yep, Uncle Mo established the Wild Animal Tamer, Magic, and Ventriloquist divisions. Only the Wild Animal Tamer and Ventriloquist divisions have subordinates, though. Berry Big Circus is going to become even more fabulous. Yes, that sounds amazing. The way these two are carrying on, I'd hate to put a damper on things. Can you tell us about the animal show? It's an amazing show. It has a storyline and everything. What's more, it's a love story. Doesn't that sound wonderful? Heh, very nice. Are you the heroine, Regina Pie? Nope. The heroine of this show is Aunt Esty. And her partner is Regent the Tiger. It's about the forbidden love between an elephant and a tiger. Elephant and a tiger? Forbidden love? That's right. That's what they call a love triangle. Isn't it romantic? Sounds amazing. Right, Mr. Edgeworth? Heroine... Estika's a female elephant. Since it's a love triangle, shouldn't there be one more animal involved? Yep, the third animal. He's the one who interferes with the love between Estika and Regent. Miss Edgeworth, what do you think it is? Well, in the circus, perhaps a lion. I think a crow would be nice. The third animal is a naughty little monkey. Oh, Money. Oh, wait, I remember Money now. He was the monkey, yeah. From the original, too. Second one, Jesus. The scales suddenly got smaller. Ah, Money the monkey. Nope, the one who plays the role of the monkey is Simon. Money's a little too small. He's like the villain who tries to break up the love between Astique and Regent. How will Astique and Regent control their own destiny? Isn't it wonderful? I guess? I thought Mr. Kias just did all the grunt work. Wouldn't you feel sorry for Simon if he didn't get to perform on stage? The preparations. Could you tell me about the preparations for the show? Simon handled everything, so I don't know that much about it. Simon insisted on it. He wanted me to focus on the show. I saw Simon doing something near the well, though. The well? If I recall, it was behind the stage. I better go take a look at it later. He even moved this giant cage all by himself. Simon is such a nice guy. That sounds that sounds like something Simon would do. While crying profusely. During the preparation, Simon went back and forth between the workroom and the courtyard. We were using the workroom to store our equipment. Only Simon entered that room, so I don't know anything about it. The workroom? Was it the one where we found the dead body? So Simon was the only one who entered workroom A. Man, the bad news just keeps on coming. Mr. Lawyer, please promise me you'll help Simon. Don't worry, despite his looks, Mr. Edgeworth is really amazing. Despite my looks? And just what is wrong with the way I look? Alright, we talked to Regina for a bit to get some information out of her. Let's examine this. Ribbit. What are you doing? Don't you know? If you croak like a frog at a pond, they will come towards you. The only things that are coming towards you are the water striders. Water striders are so cool. They're like ninjas. They glide gracefully on top of the water. I wish I could do that. What about the frogs? Danger, high voltage. These signs really do exist. On the other hand, you can see what appears to be the detention center's garden. Just as Warden Roland said, you can see the garden from her office. If it weren't for this barbed wire, we could take a look at the garden on the other side. That is Warden Roland's prized garden. I doubt she'd let us just in so easily. Oh my. There you are, Regina darling. Ah, Miss Roland. I was looking all over for you. I wanted to have a little chat with you. I'm here to interrupt that chat. Prison. Can you tell me a little about this prison? Currently, this place is my pride and joy, which I like to call our home. When I first came here, this prison was in a terrible state. Terrible state? You mean the prisoners' attitudes? There are no bad children in my family. It was the environment that was terrible. That's why, after giving it a lot of thought, I enlisted the help of the animals. The song is kind of loud. Being together with animals will soften up even the most hardened criminals. Right now, everyone has returned to their most honest self. Let's take a look at Frankie. He's a model prisoner. A model prisoner who was trying to steal from a dead body. Frank saw it. There are lots of model prisoners here, but Frankie is number one. He's proactive with his job training and helps out with the chores. Don't the other model prisoners do job training and chores? Don't be silly. They all do, of course. It's just that Frankie here, he has his sights set on something different. Something feels strange. In any case, he's a very good boy. Please get along with one another. The enchanting music, the prancing animals, the Big Berry Circus is fabulous. If you come here, you can see the show once a month. Really? Then maybe I should. Is she just thinking about committing a crime? Once a month, you said. Is it always the Big Berry Circus? Of course, I'm Regina Darling's biggest fan. My darling Regina, she's just so fabulous. Shut up, just kiss that thing. She's such a cutie pie, I could just eat her up. She really likes her darling Regina. That's why I'm worried about poor little Simon. If he is found guilty, Regina Darling will be heartbroken. Mr. Lawyer, please take care of little Simon. If there's anything I can help with, please don't hesitate to ask. Oh, I forgot to do this, my bad. I gotta go, like, on my Steam real quick. Whoa. Oh my god, I'm like, everything's like coming up. Hold up. Okay. I'm good. I was just turning off something. I mean, it didn't appear on stream, which I could just ignore, but it's whatever. Anything to show her? I got nothing right now that I can think of. But the animal show. I'd put it on the Great Thief show. I wonder if anyone would come. Pretty sure the police would show up. Oh, I thought they were gonna have a chat. It's a wicker crate. No, there are tires attached to it, so I guess it's a cart. It kind of smells like animals. They probably use this instead of a hand trolley at the circus. Just once I'd like to ride one of these bad boys down a hill. Ah, or maybe one of those office chairs with wheels. Doesn't that sound like fun? What is she talking about? It's a big, very big circus Asian elephant Aztec. Supposedly very friendly with humans. Doesn't seem very friendly. It's your stern gaze, Mr. Edgeworth. They must think you're the boss. Are you comparing me to the animal to an animal? That's not what I mean. I think it approves of you. That doesn't make me the least bit happy. Alright, so what we got here? Oh, hey. Frankie. Ah, Mr. Attorney, how are you doing today? What are you doing here? What do you do? Oh, we're doing, hey, we just met a few moments ago. Please do forgive me. Ever since I come here, I've been working on refining my speech. That's not the only thing that needs refining. Alright, now I'm helping out with the cleanup after the show. But if there's anything you need, please let me know. You'll have my full cooperation. Helping out the show. I'm in the middle of volunteer work right now. As you can see, I am a model prisoner. I have been reborn inside this prison. Reborn as a thief. That was... The devil made me do it. The devil made me do it. How can you blame the devil? You're disgraced thieves. I have nothing to say. I still have much to learn. Thief. But as you can see, Edwards is not letting that go. I've exchanged my bracelet for a working one. I will continue to devote myself to being a model prisoner. Again with the model prisoner. Give it a rest already. Spec roaming. I'm training to pay my debt to society once I become eligible for parole. So you were training instead of watching the animal show. There were only 2 people who did not watch the show, saw it in Dogen. Why didn't you say anything about Dogen earlier? Well, if you asked me any inmate at this... Oh my god. Well, if you asked any inmate at this prison, they'd all think twice before telling you. That person is like ruler of this place. Around here, we call him the supplier. The supplier. You ask him nicely, he can provide you with anything you want. What? Is that allowed? Normally it's not allowed, but with him, it's another story. He supposedly has a secret route to procure these goods. As a supplier, Dogen would be in the position of power. However, I put all that behind me. All I care about now is applying mud packs to the animals. Mud packs. I coat the animal's fur with my mineral-rich mud packs to give a beautiful shine. To help with my training, I give them to all the animals in prison, each and every one of them. Mud, huh? Could be related to that piece of evidence. I should present it to him. I have evidence with mud on it? Oh, I was like, how you present again? No more than you're letting on. Preposterous from head to toe. There is not a single thing about me that is a lie, because I am the model prisoner. The hair on his head is a lie, but it's probably better if I didn't say anything about it. There are small bruises on his head, covered in dirt. Oh, did it have something that had dirt on it? Entire prison, but did not find the murder weapon. Forensics have been found to look for traces of blood. I'm not sure. I don't know what evidence Edgeworth is talking about. Covered in blood and mud. Okay. That's the rubber glove I dropped. Where did the mud on this glove come from? Ah, that's the mud from my mud packs. At the time I was practicing applying my mud packs. Can you tell me when this took place? Jesus, took place on the day of the incident. Since the animal show had started, I'd say it was around 9 a.m. The mud packs turned the animals' bodies pitch black, and my heart was pure white. I was totally engrossed with covering the animals in mud. Prison life must be taxing on these stress levels. Okay. Also covered in blood. Saw his mud packs. Yeah, okay. Thanks to the warden's policies, I can undergo job training here. I owe her a debt of gratitude. I think that's everything we could talk to him about for now. Just updating that piece of evidence. Then we have the well here, right? This crude-looking well seems handcrafted. Was it built in by limits? There are a bunch of tools lying around the well. A long piece of rope and a heavy-looking weight. It weighs 32 pounds. Says so right there. There's even a couple of pulleys. Okay, please stop touching other people's things. Stingy pants, I'm just checking stuff out. Not like I'm going to take them home with me. Still, these tools, what were they used for? Really, I would have loved to show everyone yesterday. You did a wonderful job on the stage, Regina darling. I'm so happy to hear that. I'm glad all the prisoners came to see it. Well, about that, just between you and me, not everyone came to see the show. That would be Dogen and Saw, I imagine. There were 3 people who didn't see your show yesterday. Unbelievable, really. Excuse me, but did you just say there were 3 prisoners who did not see the show? That's right. I took a count and there were 3 empty seats. And we even had the correct number of seats set out. Doesn't that seem weird to you, Mr. Edgeworth? It does. We had thought that Dogen and Saw were the only 2 prisoners who were not present in the courtyard during the show. That doesn't add up. Where did the 3rd person go? Further investigation is needed. Ah, I was having so much fun talking to you, Regina darling, that I completely forgot. It's time to feed my baby. My baby. Ah! But then, alligator! Oh, Allie, you look as cute as ever. Oh, how cute. And her name is Allie? Yep, she's Allie the alligator. She's my favorite out of all my family. How lovely, I want to try petting it. If Regina Darling wants to pet it, go right ahead. I'll allow it. They seem pretty excited. We need to go check out the prison cells, don't we? That's right. Let's look for the third prisoner who didn't see the animal show. Miss Edgeworth, I finally found you, sir. Detective Gumshoe, I take it that the investigation is running smoothly. The judge and the prosecutor haven't shown up yet. Oh yeah, I also got your message here. What was the result of the examination of the victim's cell? We hit the jackpot, sir. Traces of blood were found on the cell floor. There wasn't a whole lot though. It should prove that the murder occurred in the holding cell. Indeed, the probability has increased. However, we still cannot say for certain. I thought you'd say that, sir, so I asked the lab guys to look into it a little further. They're running an analysis on the blood, so we'll know soon if it's the victims or not. Way to go, Gummy. Good thinking. Detective, you've outdone yourself. What caused the sudden foresight? I'm actually a little hurt that you're surprised by it, sir. Hope nothing bad comes of this. Once we get the results, we can prove that the scene was the holding cell, which leaves finding out how that doggy managed to sneak in his way in here. Just leave that to me. Since that other prosecutor isn't here, we can investigate as much as we want. That's why I bought my secret weapons with me. Secret weapons. That's right, pal. They've gotten us out of a few jams before. Take a gander at Dick Gumshoe's 7 secret weapons. Looks like he'll come in handy. Want to take up his offer, Miles? Detective, please allow us the use of your secret weapons. Sure thing, sir. First, I'll give you a rundown. Secret weapon number 1. The trusty metal detector. Perfect for finding all kinds of metallic objects. As its name implies. Next secret weapon number 2. Everyone's favorite pal, missile. You can track any scent you want, especially the scent of food. It's much cuter than Mr. Dogan's dog. And then, secret weapon number 3. It's, this. Isn't that a fishing pole? What are you trying to catch? No, actually, I just bought it by accident. Never mind that. What's next, detective? That's all of them, sir. What? You called them the 7 secret weapons. The 7 secret weapons. There's only 3 of them. That's all I have for now, pal. We can use the rest next time. I can't just reveal them all at once. Why do you think they're called secret weapons, pal? It doesn't matter. We'll just use the 3 that he provided. All right, which one do you want? Which one do you want to use? Let's use missile. You want missile, sir? Here, hey pal, over here, missile. Ah, there he is. First, let's decide what scent he should track down. We're searching for the route Dogan's dog used to get to the detention center. This route would have also been the same path used to carry the body to the prison. So we have him track the scent of the body. That should lead us to the path. Oh, he did it automatically. Don't you smell something sweet? Really? Oh, I can smell the scent of blood. It's a very faint scent, like cake or something. The scent of cake from the body? Alright, Missile, get a good whiff of that scent, pal. Come on, let's follow after him. That way he's heading towards a special cell. He's gone straight inside. Yes, let's follow him. This is Dogan's cell, but it looks like he's absent at the moment. Maybe he's being interrogated. What's in here? I think he's found something. What could there be in this room? So we better take a look. Teacup and biscuits. I suppose he has his tea time and here too. Playing chess while drinking tea in his cell. Isn't this going a bit overboard with a special treatment? It's like he gets whatever he wants. Don't complain to me. You tell him yourself. I think I'll pass on that. Look at this, Mr. Edward. There's a small chisel here. Not well versed in the woodworking, but this seems to be a pocket-sized chisel. Pocket-sized chisel. Must be convenient to have one wherever you go. Is that from a thief's point of view? No, it's from a great thief's point of view. She didn't even skip a beat. Dogen's chessboard. It still has the hound piece on it. Oh, the chessboard has legs. Oh my god, I'm like constantly burping. Alright. The chessboard has legs. Aren't these things expensive? They can be. This is a very good craftsmanship. Mr. Dogen playing chess is kind of unexpected, you know? Figured he'd be more of a Go player or something like that. Go. You play Go, Kay? I'm really good at Go Bang. But that's not Go. The chisel Dogen uses, more than enough for him to murder someone with. Speaking of chisels, kinda looks like someone used a chisel on your forehead, Mr. Edward. And what is that supposed to mean? See? That furrow between your brow is getting deeper. It's like, it looks like just like a carving. I would leave the subject alone if I were you. Woof, woof, woof. This one might be... This is what you're barking at? Whoa, hey! Knock it off, pal! Chocolate cake is bad for dogs. Is that how it's gonna be? I'll eat it all myself. Wow. That is pretty good. Good for you. But it looks like someone else has a problem with that. That wasn't fair, Gummy. I want to eat too. I doubt it's wise to eat food you find lying around in prison. Anyway, I guess Misso was barking at the cake, sir. That was pointless. Is that police dog going to get the job done? He's fine, pal. He was just following his stomach instead of his nose. Let's track down the scent of the body. For real this time, Misso. Oh, looks like he's found something else there. Now what's this cell? This would be Mr. Albert's cell. I'd like to examine the interior, detective. Call a guard. Roger that, sir. Better work, detective. By the way, is J. Albert still being held in this display room? No, he should have already returned. He was present during the noon roll call. He may have been assigned to work someplace else. I see. Well then, may we examine the cell? Yes, sir. Ah, there's a poster of the Mr. Albert on the wall. And what's this next to it? This the weight loss target? As a former boxer, he probably continued with his weight management. Seems he also takes various protein supplements. Muscle protein, hustle protein, weight loss protein, nothing but protein. Which weight class was he aiming for? Ah, there's a poster of Mr. Albert on the wall. What's this next to it? Is this his weight loss? Oh, wait, yeah, we read this. Sandbag shows signs of repeated use. Aha! You want a box too, Misso? Haha, look at him go. Can't be. Detective, move the sandbag at once. Yes, sir. A hole? This is... Hey, Misso, come back to here. I'm going to. Hold it. I'll stop them, sir. It's too tight for me, sir. Detective. It can't be helped. I'll have to wait for her to contact me. Hello, Kay. Are you alright? Don't get so worked up. Right now, I'm in the detention center. The detention center? That hole comes out at Knightley's cell. Really? Stay where you are. I'm coming over there now. Let's go. Okay, Miss Edgeworth. Hee, I really helped out, didn't I? Indeed. She doesn't appear to be injured. The floorboards have been ripped out from under the bed, sir. How do we not think to look under the bed? What? I see. Seems we found what we were looking for. How did no one look under the bed? What? Some things are so stupid in fucking Phoenix Wright, bro. The passageway between the detention center and prison is blocked by solid doors. However, there was a secret underground tunnel beneath it. We were following a sweet scent and arrived here. That means the scent must have come from Knightley's body. How's a sweet scent? Come to think of it, his body was covered in dirt. Must have been caused by the passing through the tunnel. Okay, what was the inside of the tunnel like? It was pitch black, so I really couldn't see much, but I took some photos. Please show us. This is spoons and forks. Spoons and forks, were these used to dig the tunnel? But more importantly, what are these footprints? These footprints, could they belong to a dog? This will surely be vital evidence. However, before we consider that, we have a big problem. Jailbird could use this tunnel freely Jailbird. Why can't I just call him Elbert or Jay? Something. Could use the tunnel to move around freely. Detective, confirm his whereabouts post-haste. Perhaps he's maybe right, sir. This is a big deal. Why am I, like, burping? After speaking with the guards, the search for Jail Elbert was carried out immediately. They searched every nook and cranny of the detention center and the prison. But in the end, they found no sign of him. Yeah, you have, like, a major problem with this prison. The fuck, lady? Do you contact the police? Yes, ma'am, we've already done that. We set up a security parameter around the prison, ma'am. Right, this is the first scandal in our prison's history. This might be like the 5th one you have, you just didn't find out yet. We're so sorry. She's completely different from before. Mr. Edgeworth, was it? Thank you for finding the escapee's tunnel. But it's a little too late. Mr. Albert has long since left here. I don't believe he has gone beyond the detention center. There are security gates located at the exit of the detention center. I believe it would have been difficult to get through those, wouldn't you agree? Maybe he has another tunnel. You certainly can't deny that possibility, however. Anyway, there's no use in you being here now. Please return to your investigation. Yes, we'll do that. You guys get back to your post, too. Yes, ma'am. Detective Gumshoe, sir. We've got the results of that blood test you requested. Good work, pal. Here's the forensic results of the blood stain on the blood stain found in Knightley's cell. So, what's it say, Mr. Edgeworth? The blood is confirmed to have been Knightley's. You know what I'm thinking? It was Jailbird who did the murder, right? And he got his I think it was like a bear, it was like little bear, to do the killing. But it was covered in mud, so they think it's the black dog, you know? Because so it says that, yeah, make their fur go like all black, and like it just makes their coat shiny. So I think that's the concept of what's happening right now. Maybe. We still don't know anything. Hey, now that's the good news. We found the bloodstain in Knightley's cell and discovered the tunnel the dog used. Furthermore, the security camera shows footage of a dog attacking Knightley in his cell. We have all the evidence we need. It's time to we ask Dogen a few questions. Dogen, you say, please use utmost caution. That man even has henchmen outside of the prison. This is related to his secret trade routes as a supplier. Police have been searching for Dogen's henchmen for ages. I've also been helping them, but... So that means back then. So he still won't talk. Even after all the trouble you went through to get that the evidence transferred from the precinct. That's right. I don't know how many times I tried. I can't report back empty-handed. That assassin sure is one tough cookie, huh? You had evidence transferred from the precinct. Yes, we borrowed all the evidence concerning Dogen. I've been interrogating him personally in my office, but no matter how much evidence we have on him, we can't get a single word out of him. The warden interrogates him herself. Why go that far? Lose your focus and he'll eat you alive. Be on your guard. Whoa, you made Uncle Ray a little nervous. What's good? Judge Courtney, what are you doing here? Questioning a prisoner. Did you forget that we're investigating as well? Or rather, have you forgotten my warning? If you value your badge, you should not have appeared before me again. I'm sorry if you thought that I would abide by those words. I won't overlook something important just to heed your warning. I come for a testimony about the truth of this case, which you have overlooked. You mean to say you require my humble services? As I promised, I've returned to prove that you are the culprit. Interesting. Do tell. Before that, you should first listen to our reasoning. We can say with confidence that Simon Keyes is the culprit. Only Simon Keyes could have moved Mr. Knightley into the prison. And we can show proof of this fact. But first, I'd like to hear your resolve, Prosecutor Edgeworth. If our reasoning is correct, will you submit it to us? Your prosecutor's badge. You'll deprive him of his badge. Is that a threat, pal? No, it's not a threat. Rather, an act of compassion. Normally, I wouldn't even have taken notice of you, since you have no right to investigate. However, if you are able to show proper resolve, I would be willing to let you be my opponent. Are you willing to risk it? Your prosecutor's badge? Mr. Edgeworth! Mr. Edgeworth, sir! Yo, Edgeworth doesn't give a fuck. Very well. I trust my own reasoning, but moreover, at the moment, I am currently a defense attorney's assistant first and a prosecutor's second. I will not sully the good name of the Edgeworth Law Offices. I intend to see my job through. I won't yield to your threats. So be it. Is this bravery or simply foolishness? On the goddess of law's behalf, I shall be the judge of that. Sebastian, allow me to. Yeah, I got it. I'm counting on you, Justine. Here you go. Here we go. Here we go. Let me save state real quick. Movement to the prison. I presume you know of the incident Mr. Knightley caused the day before yesterday. He attacked a guard and stole his keys. Afterwards, Simon Keyes stopped by his cell with an animal cage from the show. During this time, Mr. Knightley was able to use the stolen key to exit his cell. He then hid in the cage while it was moved to the prison workroom. So Mr. Keyes went to his cell after all. After hearing you talk about the security camera yesterday, we've investigated it ourselves. Why don't you have a look? I have here a printout of the security camera footage. This is the moment when Mr. Keyes visited Knightley. Exactly. As you can see, the cage creates a huge blind spot in the cell. By using this blind spot, Mr. Knightley could have entered the cage. That is our reasoning. A blind spot. That means the camera doesn't actually show him entering the cage. At this time, there's still the possibility that Knightley never left his cell. But why would he be hiding inside an animal cage? Mr. Knightley was planning to escape from the prison. That is the only possibility. A prison escape. That's so cool. First Mr. Elbert, and now Mr. Knightley. I won't let them show me up. Okay, this isn't the time to get excited. J. Elbert's escape is no laughing matter. Simon Keyes was aiding Mr. Knightley in his escape. Also, shouldn't she not know this information? About J. Elbert being, escaping? In other words, he has an accomplice. Not bad, Simon. Don't praise him! That cage was transferred temporarily to the workroom. Originally, Mr. Knightley was to remain hidden until the end of the animal show. It would then be carried out along with the cage. I presumed that was the plan. However, midway through the plan, he was betrayed by Simon Keyes and murdered. Judge Courtney's reasoning does appear to make sense. However, there must be a hole somewhere. I must overlook everything. I must not overlook everything. I don't know. Did I get that in my organizer? I didn't get that in my organizer. Assume you know of the incident Mr. Knightley caused the day before yesterday. Judge Courtney, about this incident. You do not know of it. That would be unbecoming of you, Ace Attorney Miles Edgeworth. Naturally, I know of it. However, you said... In that case, it's a waste of time. I shall continue, Mr. Knightley. Fucking do not let me speak. He attacked the guard and stole his keys. Do you have proof Knightley stole the keys? It is the only explanation as to why Mr. Knightley would have attacked the guard. We know for certain that... Wait. During the attack on the guard, the key to Knightley's cell was stolen. Current location unknown. Okay. We will know for certain the moment the guard regains consciousness. Is that really true? I should ask Judge Courtney for more information. Ask for more information. There's one point in your reasoning that is odd. If Knightley did indeed steal the key, I'd expect he'd try to escape immediately. Was it really necessary for him to wait for Mr. Keyes to help him escape? He simply chose the method with the highest possibility of success. After stealing the key, he concealed it on his personage. As he waited for the opportune moment, that is what I believe. Concealed the key. Judge Courtney, such an oversight is unlike you. Knightley could not have concealed the key, and I can prove it. Knightley did not hide the key, and the proof is... Great, can't wait to see this around here. Oh, because it's still missing. The key is still missing, yeah. Haven't the guards informed you yet? They searched Knightley after he attacked the guard, and the key was nowhere to be found. Since the key's location is unknown, your logic doesn't hold. That is not an issue, there's an explanation. Mr. Knightley had the key and simply wasn't found. The fuck did he do? Did he put it up his ass? The reason being, he concealed it inside the chessboard. The chessboard? You mean the one that concealed the murder weapon? Come now, how do you know whether or not the murder weapon was really there? What? Take some responsibility for your own words. That was all Sebastian's idea, after all. So those two don't always agree on their reason. In other words, once we put all the pieces together, Mr. Knightley concealed the key he stole from the guard inside the chessboard. When Simon Keyes arrived, Mr. Knightley used the key to slip out of his cell. He entered the animal cage and was transported to the workroom. All thanks to his accomplice, Simon Keyes. Mr. Knightley had planned to be carried outside after the show had ended. However, he was betrayed by his accomplice and murdered during the circus performance. As Keyes performed in the show, he would have had no opportunity to murder him during the circus performance. No opportunity, is that so? A story plays itself out on the stage, and such was the case with the animal show. So she examined the content of the show. The suspect plays the role of the villain who antagonizes the elephant heroine. In the final act, the villain is defeated by the heroine's love and all ends well. At that point, the suspect, in the role of the villain, is blown away by the heroine's burning love and makes him exit. blown away by the elephant. Was he hurt? After being blown away, the suspect disappeared from the stage. The suspect was absent from the stage for about 15 minutes. Are you saying the crime was committed during that time? Even in such a short period of time, it would still be possible to carry out the murder. Don't you think so? No, my lady. So he committed the crime in 15 minutes and then returned to the stage. That may have been possible if the crime scene had been the prison. Judge Courtney, the actual crime took place in the detention center. I'm afraid I cannot accept that that camera footage alone as evidence. As for evidence, I have it. Well then, please show us your evidence. Where is the evidence that shows the scene of the crime was the detention center? The footage doesn't count, right? Oh, the blood. This is the floor. Oh, goodness. Oh, goddess of law, I am unable to comprehend your mysterious ways. This is what we discovered. The area here was tested positive for Mr. Knightley's blood. This blood test, can it really be trusted? To begin with, how were you able to conduct a scientific investigation? I happen to have a subordinate. I can't vouch for his competence, but he is a man that I trust. That detective. This concerns me. I cannot think why one would disturb the order of law. The Prosecutor Investigation Committee's influence goes as far as the police department. Gambit's in trouble. Forgive me, detective. I'm afraid something bad may come of this. I'll accept the fact that the blood was found at the detention center as evidence. However, how ridiculous! This is unthinkable. This is unthinkable of you, you third-rate prosecutor. You did not just call me a third-rate prosecutor with a fourth-rate deck, you bitch. And he's like, fourth-rate deck? Like, oh my bad. Sorry, I was thinking about Yu-Gi-Oh. This is the best. You're here. I completely forgot about him. There's a giant contradiction in your statement. According to the security tape, a dog killed Knightley in his cell. Then after he left the cell, the blood on the floor was wiped away. Did the dog wipe away the bloodstains? As if that could happen. This is possible. Of my Anubis, right boy? That was one of the tricks I taught him while I was still in the outside world. He make excuse me. He makes sure to hide any bloodstain he makes, so as not to leave behind any evidence. I was saved, if only by chance. Shouldn't you have taught your dog to shake or something? Nobody's also performs that trick very well. But the shake I taught him is a little different from others. First, he bites the victim's hand. Stop, 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 stop. I don't want to hear anymore. I see. I understand, Prosecutor Edgeworth. It appears you've gathered a good hand. I'm glad you understand. My argument isn't over yet. Objection overruled. Hey now, that's a little harsh. Sebastian, would you allow me to the privilege of explaining? Sure, Justine. Do you finally realize? The murder occurred in the detention center. Therefore, that assassin's pet dog. My opinion has not changed, unless I can understand how the dog was able to enter and leave the crime scene. I'm afraid I cannot accept your logic, Prosecutor Edgeworth. I've been waiting for you to say that. Now, let me show you. This evidence shows a route the dog used to go between the detention center and the prison. This photo. It shows a secret tunnel hidden in the prison. That's impossible. A secret tunnel? Fuck, I forgot how hard he smacks himself with that. This tunnel was dug by the escaped prisoner, J. Albert. It begins in his prison cell, and is connected to a holding cell in the detention center. Namely, the victim cell. I'm shocked. How was it not obvious to everyone? I don't fucking know. We didn't decide to look under the bed for once. Dogen, you must have known of this, since you used this tunnel to commit murder. In the name of the goddess of law, I hereby reject Prosecutor Edward's claim. You can't be fucking serious. What do you mean? Make it make sense! Evidence is everything. That remains true here, just as in the courtroom. Isn't that right? I have evidence here. Horace Knightley's autopsy report. Autopsy report? Since when? Why are you surprised? This was delivered straight from the police a short while ago. It's not complete yet. More of a preliminary report. Here, the very word of the goddess of law is written. Cause of death: stab wound to the neck. Died instantly. Murder weapon: sharp metal object. The victim was stabbed multiple times in the same spot with a sharp object. Although they were unable to determine the actual sharp shape of the murder weapon. They have clear proof that it was a sharp metal object. So, do you still stand by your claim? Yes, the claws. The dog used a sharp object to kill the victim. This can't be! That is all. The court is adjourned. But wait, the tunnel contains the dog's footprints. Perhaps it may have been one of Anubis' walking courses. I can never tell what Anubis gets up to outside my cell. Something feels unnatural about all this, but I have no evidence. Horny Pie, you sure pulled out a hidden gem at the very last moment. She waited for the perfect time to reveal the autopsy report. Have I let her outwit me again? Appointed Attorney Shields. Give me your badge. Here's the autopsy report from earlier. I apologize for the delay. No, it's alright. Thank you. I gladly accept it, Mr. Shields. I don't believe it's necessary to hold hands while exchanging documents. I'd advise you to stop. This could be considered sexual harassment. Persist any longer and I shall call on the strength of the goddess of law. I'll be careful. Justine, well done, just as I planned. I only acted in accordance to your instructions. More like she had the whole gimmick behind her. The autopsy report came straight from the police. I can't refute it. However, if the murder weapon wasn't the dog, it would be cleared of suspicion. Excuse me for that yawn. The merciful goddess of law, decrease. If you choose to yield now, your badge will not be taken. What will you do, sir? She says that, but my answer remains the same. Judge Courtney, it is as I said before. I will see my job through. I will not yield to threats. So even now, you still refuse to give up. You want to keep your badge. This may be your last chance. Right now, I am a defense attorney's assistant. What I protect is not my badge, but my client. The goddess of law grows weary of your statement. Settlement. Now we're talking. Miles is starting to understand that a defense attorney never gives up. Actually, those were the words of your old man, my father. It really is in your blood. You're the spitting image of him right now. You said it yourself. You've changed since you were tainted by Von Karma. It's only now that I've actually come to believe it. Mr. Shields. Well then, Miles. Now's the time to put those skills to the test. Think beyond your limits. If the murder weapon was a sharp object, does that really negate your reasoning? The murder weapon was a sharp object. That's it. There were 5 chisels placed inside the special cell. Dogen is a former assassin. it's quite possible he could kill someone with just a chisel. In that case, the weapon that killed Horace Knightley was... Is that all? Well then, I suppose you'll be... Evidence is everything, didn't you say? The murder weapon was a sharp metal object. However, such a weapon has yet to be found. What? So what are you trying to say? The only decisive evidence is the actual murder weapon itself. And that was in plain sight and that was in plain sight this whole time. The real murder weapon is Dogen's chisel. What do you say? Take responsibility for your own statements. The scene of the crime was Mr. Knightley's cell. You said it so yourself. If the evidence changes, then so will my logic. That too is courtroom procedure, is it not? If the chisel was used, that means the killer was human. However, the fact remains that we cannot deny the security photo. Yeah, what about that photo? I'll give you the answer. The photo shows the moment the dog killed the victim. The dog leapt to the victim. Someone attacked the dog. Leaped. Dogen's dog leaped at Knightley. However, the victim did not die at the time. Didn't die. He was only knocked unconscious. The dog didn't move a dead body. It moved the unconscious Knightley. The real killer was its owner. I see. If the victim was moved, it would have been possible for Dogen to commit the murder and use the murder weapon. Indeed, the killer is Sirhan Dogen. It can only be you. I bet your teacher used to write on your report card. Needs to pay more attention on what others say. I would think that describes you more. We examined that room, every crook and granny. Right, Justine? We examined all four of Mr. Dogen's chisels and found no traces of blood. Thank you, Judge Courtney. Thanks to you, I am now certain. Thanks to me. Whatever do you mean? When I came here earlier, I saw 5 chisels. That's right. There were definitely 5 there before. So the one that disappeared was the smallest one, presumably for portable use. Dogen, where is that chisel? I'm not free to leave this place. I have no need of a portable chisel. Not free to leave. In that case, he mustn't have been free to hide the deadly chisel either. Dogen, you just dug your own grave. It seems you know something. Would you care to show it? Dogen couldn't leave, so the place he hid the chisel is... Dogen couldn't leave, so the place he hid the chisel is... his special cell? Dogen is a prisoner, so he can't leave his cell freely. Perhaps he could have sent his dog out to dispose of it, but he would not have been able to confirm the weapon's location. So what does that leave? Above all else, special metal tools are allowed in his cell. Even if one chisel were to appear here, no one would suspect a thing. You'd be a fool not to take advantage of that. I see, of course, it's always safest if you do something yourself. But I examined everything. I didn't find any hiding places in his cell. I'm certain that the murder weapon is here. The reason you haven't found it is because it was cleverly hidden. You say I hid it. Where exactly? Think. Where could he have hidden it? I have to remember everything up to this point. There must be some clue. Does this mean what I think it means? Get going, Mr. Edgeworth. Come to think of it, that dog hasn't barked at me once today. Previously, when I came to the special cell, it barked on Dogen's command. That's it. That's what's been out of place. There's just one place he could have hidden the murder weapon. Giving up already? How dull, how dull. I will. Present evidence. The piece of evidence shows where you concealed the murder weapon. Your dog.
Take that.
Hasn't your dog been awfully quiet today? Now that you mention it, it hasn't barked at all. Before it was... Sirhan Dogan, open the dog's mouth now. Anubis doesn't bark needlessly. I ordered him to do that before. In that case, order it to bark now. Naturally, you should be able to, if you have nothing to hide. It was inevitable. Anubis, shield him your mouth. As you can see, a dog of this size can easily conceal a small chisel like that. What? Why a chisel? The dog really had one in its mouth. I thought he was unusually quiet. Was he unable to follow the discussion? Sebastian? Could you call the forensics department urgently, please? I got it. Fuck it, Sebastian. The reaction. The chisel tests positive for blood. What? I guess that proves my theory wasn't just nonsense. Would this chisel be the murder weapon then? It reacted positively for blood, there is no doubt about that. There's a small bell attached to the dog. Mr. Sirhan Dogan. Or Dogen. Now that the murder weapon has been found, I must ask for your testimony. We know how your dog got to the detention center and we found the murder weapon. Do you still think you can talk your way out of this? Interesting. This guy, even at a time like this, he's still smiling. Well, Anubis, it seems everyone has become suspicious of you. It's quite troubling, but since it has come to this, we have no choice but to tell the truth. I did not kill anyone. I have long since grown weary of killing. What's this? His face looks completely composed. It seems we will need to listen to Mr. Dogan's explanation. Please promptly give your testimony. Certainly. Alright. Another fucking... Dogan's explanation. First of all, I would like you to explain my motive. I do not know anyone by the name of Knightley. We share no connection. So, I wouldn't think some motive for murder would just appear out of nowhere. Or, are you insinuating my Anubis had a motive? He only bears his fangs at others on my command. I do not hunger for blood so much as to kill a man I do not even know. Coming from an assassin, it sure is persuasive. An assassin only kills acquaintances. I doubt that would be profitable. I may kill strangers in my line of work, but I never make it personal. There's evidence that shows a connection between the Knightley and Dogan. I should thoroughly review the evidence once more. The chess game? First of all, I would like you to explain my motive. I do not know anyone by the name of Knightley. We share no connection. First, let me press it. You didn't know Knightley. It's not like you to say something like that. You overestimate me considerably. Did you have such a hard time arresting me in the past? We've already looked into it. You are the prisoner's supplier. Naturally, you would have known about the other prisoners. Hearing one thing and knowing 10 is just an ideal. It's true. I do hear things, however, that doesn't mean that I know everything. I've never heard of anyone named Knightley. Okay, that does count. You lost your touch, Sir Han Dugan. Dugan. If you had your dog clean up after you, you should have disposed of this too. This is a record of a correspondence chess game found in the victim's cell. This record and the chessboard in your cell both clearly depict the same game. What? I've heard that the number of possible chess positions is around 10 to 120th. 10 times 10, 120 times 100, 1,000, that even a real number? Indeed. Oh, it's the power of 120. Indeed, there's absolutely no way these two could have conceded by chance. Tell us your reason for killing Knightley, unless you intend to explain this as a coincidence. Well, don't they say that the truth is stranger than fiction? It is as you said, this is merely a coincidence. But there's no way that could have happened. My correspondence chess opponent was the victim in this incident. What a horrible coincidence. Aren't you shocked too, Anubis? Between these two? Anubis, my boy. The animal show or something that was when everyone left. Anubis brought the body to my cell. He had already been stabbed in the neck with the murder weapon. I did not wish to be suspected, so I had Anubis carry the body to the workroom. After that, he pulled out the murder weapon and returned to me. So you're saying the one who pulled the weapon out was Anubis? That's right. If I pulled out the murder weapon here, the blood would have been a problem. Mr. Edgewood, isn't this what that Sonic guy said? A large black dog was biting into the neck of the victim. What did you say? It was truly hella scene. That dog killed him. I see. So that means Saw witnessed the moment the murder weapon was pulled out. Oh yes, that prisoner's testimony. It surprised me when I first heard it. It's not often that Anubis makes a blunder like that, right boy? Now, I believe that explains my actions. I did not kill him. All I did was remove the murder weapon. Now, will that be all? Anubis is getting tired. That fucking deep-ass voice. Goddamn, right? Whoa there, just a moment, Mr. Dogan. Mr. Shields. Isn't there one thing you haven't explained? Why would you need to pull out a murder weapon in the first place? That's right. I understand why he'd move the body to draw suspicion away from him. But he didn't need to retrieve the murder weapon. I thought him just... What? I thought him just a fool, but how quickly his scent has changed. Care to elaborate, Mr. Dogan? It was because of this bell. The bell attached to the murder weapon and the bell on my dog's neck. They share a distinctive shape. What do you say? The assassin Sir Han Dogan's trademark. An assassin's trademark? The blind assassin Sir Han Dugan, he always appears at the sound of a bell. The sound of a bell ringing in the dark of the night of night is said to be the last thing his target hears. You remember well. It has been a while since you last saw my bells, after all. When I prosecuted you in court, I confiscated a knife with the bell attached to it. Yes, my bells. But there are only two in the world. Only two. They're custom made, attached to my knife and Anubis' collar. Even though I can only rely on my ears, I can easily identify him. Alas, one has been confiscated and is not in my possession. When Anubis brought the body here, I heard a familiar sound. I thought my knife must have been embedded in the body. So imagine my confusion when I found that it was merely a chisel with my bell attached. Indeed, your knife is nothing like this chisel. Either way, those bells are my trademark. Moreover, I'm the only one in this prison who uses chisels. With all this, I knew I would be falsely suspected. So I removed the murder weapon and hid it. So you're claiming that you only moved the body. Didn't I tell you? That chisel isn't mine. If you think I'm lying, go ahead and check for my fingerprints. Sebastian. Me. Go check for it. Forensics. Yes, ma'am. Got this man whipped. Reaction. We have fingerprints. They're Knightley's. They are Knightley's, Justine. What about Dogan's? Nope, just Knightley's. And there's no evidence of prints being wiped either. Only Knightley's fingerprints. It can't be. Should we re-examine it? See now, I never even touched that chisel because I ordered Anubis to carry it in his mouth. In other words, the fingerprints belong to the chisel's original owner. The murder weapon's owner was the victim. It is perplexing. At any rate, I did not touch the murder weapon. In other words, the killer could not have been me. Isn't that right? I have nothing to refute that. How could this... Is he really not the killer? Could Dogan's testimony actually be true? This can't be. It seems this is sufficient enough not to warrant any further explanation. As it stands, you have not changed the state of this case. I believe this is more than enough reason for us to relieve you of your badge. Save any needless fuss. I suggest you hand over your badge now. This is bad, sir. They sound serious. Regrettable, but with those prints as decisive evidence, I'll have to rethink my logic from step one. There are so many unexplained things. Why would Mr. Knightley be carrying a chisel? It could be used for many things, perhaps even prison escapes. Well then, how did he carry it into the prison? I mean, oh my god. The prisoners aren't even allowed cutlery, right, Mr. Edwards? Mr. Edwards? Even if your reasoning is off at first, you shouldn't let that confuse you. The most important thing is to arrive at the truth. Isn't that right? It doesn't matter how you get there. The end result is to save Simon. We have to do everything we can for his sake. Well then, Kay. Well said, Kay. Excellent, Kay. I really want to scout you for the law firm now. For the law firm now. Remember when Uncle Ray said a defense attorney never gives up. Miles, do you understand the true meaning behind those words? True meaning, those words. Defense attorneys carry the fate of their client on their shoulders. You are the only person your client can rely on. Just like when Mr. Keys, just like with Mr. Keys, we're the only ones who can save him now. We are linked by fate to our clients. That is why we must never give up. There's no way Uncle Ray can go against the teachings of Gregory. So, what will you do? Currently, I'm a defense attorney's assistant. No, an assistant at my father's firm. I have made a commitment to this case, therefore, if I don't save my client, I cannot say I have achieved it. I'll abide by this, to save Simon Keys. No matter how many times my logic fails, I will always find another possibility. Okay, you're finally back. Well then, let's search for that other possibility to start with. Do you think there was a way Mr. Knightley could have brought the chisel into the prison? The method Knightley used to bring the chisel into the prison was... Normally, metal objects can't be brought into the detention center or the prison. They just be caught by the security gate. However, there is one way to avoid this. and that is if they're sent in a package to the detention center. It is only used on people. In other words, packages sent to the detention center undergo a simpler check, so they don't use a metal detector for that. This never should have happened. It seems the guards were too careless. Knowing this, Knightley asked Simon to send him a package, namely a chessboard containing the chisel. Well, this has solved one of our problems. The fact that the chisel was not Mr. Dogan's but Mr. Knightley's. Given this, one major issue remains. The security camera showed the dog attacking the victim. As long as that exists, I will maintain that Dogan is the killer. But Dogan never touched the murder weapon. I'm stumped. You also desire a conclusion to this matter. Mr. Edward, we can use one of my secret weapons, sir. Secret weapon number 4. The video analyzing machine, Mr. Analysis. What's with this ridiculous name? I named it myself, sir. So let us analyze video footage in detail. Go ahead, you'll soon see I'm not lying. I don't know what will come of this, but all we can do now is investigate. Mr. Edward, do you know how to use Mr. Analysis? Video analysis machine, should I hear about the use of it? Yeah, sure. Dr. Gumshoe, could you show me how to use it? Of course, sir. Fundamentally, it's the same as investigating a crime scene. You just examine everything that piques your curiosity. To examine it, I just press the X button. Now, I'd like you to look at the buttons below the monitor. The left and right buttons will rewind and fast forward respectively. The center button lets you pause the video. Let's make good use of it and advance in your investigation, sir. To rewind or fast forward, I use the Y and A. Interesting buttons. And to press pause is B. Okay, B to pause. While paused, you can go to the previous frame of the next frame, or the next frame. You just use the same left or right buttons as before, sir. Next, I'll explain how to zoom in. Just point to the cursor at the area you want to zoom in on, and press the button on the upper left of Mr. Analysis, the one that says Zoom Plus. It seems I can also use a button to zoom in. After you've zoomed in, you can examine it just like you would the original image. Use the previous frame and next frame buttons to yada yada, but you can't actually play back the video in this mode, so keep that in mind. What should I do if I want to zoom out? Just press the top left button on Mr. Analysis again, sir. Now it should say zoom. Okay. And that concludes the explanation, sir. Well then, let's turn on Mr. Analysis. Use Mr. Analysis to examine any suspicious part of your video, sir. Thank you, Gumshoe. Really helped me out on that one. This is the video from the detention center camera. I believe this was the moment when Knightley was being attacked by the dog. If that wasn't the case, then what does it show? Is this person in this video really Knightley? And what is the true form of the black silhouette attacking the person? I should check the video and try to find the answers to these two questions. There could be unexpected things done in unexpected places, so be sure to check every nook and cranny on the video. What part of the video is strange? Oh, it's on the bottom fucking layer. Cool, that's awesome. Did not mean to do that. This thing fucking appears out of nowhere, too. Oh, here you go, here you go. Hold up. Play and then rewind. Reflection of this person can be seen in this mirror. Is that a cap on his head? Actually, it looks kind of like the caps the prison guards wear, sir. You don't think it was a guard who was attacked? Have you received a report of any guard being attacked by an animal? No, not that I've heard, sir. Then it was someone else wearing a guard's uniform. I see. I have evidence that shows that what this cap is. What's on the uniform? There was no report of a guard being attacked by the animal. However, we did hear that a guard's uniform was stolen. Putting two and two together, I'd say this was a disguise for the purpose of a prison escape. Disguised as a guard? That sounds like it could have been successful, sir. Huh? Speaking of prison escapes. Indeed, that person certainly was successful. The prison in this video is not nightly, then perhaps that black shadow is not a dog either. If you zoom in, you should be able to see its real shape, sir. Look how fast that shit fucking goes, bro. Back. This is... I fear we may have made a great miscalculation. This animal, the silhouette, no matter how you look at it, it is not a dog. The animal is a bear. From the silhouette, I'd say the animal is not a dog, but a bear. So then, in that photo I took, those footprints must have belonged to the bear, yes. You see a bear? Yes, that man is the first to come to mind. We were all under the impression that the person in this video was Knightley. But in his cell, after all, why would it be anyone else? The line of logic no longer holds. Remember the tunnel under his bed. It's possible whoever used this tunnel is the one in this video. Seems it is time to answer that question. Just who is a person in this video? The person in this video is... The person wearing the guard uniform is... the escaped prisoner, Jail Elbert. The probability is extremely high. His pet is a polar bear cub. But the bear here is black. We have evidence that that can explain this matter. The reason the polar bear became black is... Think back to Frank Saw's testimony. That's the rubber glove I dropped. Where did the mud on the glove come from? Ah, that's the mud from my mud packs. The time I was practicing applying my mud packs. Could you tell me when this took place on the day of the incident? Since the animal show had started, I'd say it was around 9 AM. The mud packs turned the animals' bodies pitch black, and my heart was pure white. I was totally engrossed with covering the animals in mud. During the animal show, Mr. Saw was applying mud packs to the animals. Then among these animals was this polar bear. Yes. Prosecutor Edgeworth, there's a huge contradiction in your argument. The security camera footage... Oh shit, he stopped her this time! Judge Courtney, you are quite right. Saw used the mud packs during the animal show. Knowing this, a new contradiction in the video comes to light. New contradiction? Kay, do you know when the footage was taken? It was after the mud packs were used. That would put it around 9 AM. In that case, you should notice something strange about this video. Huh? What's strange about it? The strange thing that contradicts the time this video was taken... Oh, the literal time. The time Saw covered the polar bear in mud, it was around 9 AM. Which means the video should also have been taken at 9 AM. However, the time stamp reads 6 AM. On that day, the prisoners went to the courtyard to watch the animal show. At this time, only 3 people remained behind Dogen. Dogen in the special case, Saw in the workroom applying his mud packs, and the one who put his escape plan in motion at that moment, J.L. Elbert. Elbert left the polar bear in Saw's care and entered the secret tunnel. However, the bear escaped from Saw and followed after its owner. And just as he was chasing after the escaped bear, Saw happened to witness the dog pulling the murder weapon out of the body. If Saw's testimony is correct, this video must have been taken at around 9. However, the timestamp is off by 3 hours. Why would the timestamp be off like that? Detective Gumshoe, I'd like you to examine the security camera. Yes, sir. Alright, we're doing some good progress on this. Sorry to keep you waiting, sir. I asked all the guards and... It seems the camera's power was cut off for a moment, throwing off the timestamp. What? The camera is an old model, so if it loses power, the clock stops as well. In that case, that means the camera's power was cut for 3 hours. While I'm at it, I've got some more information for you, sir. You heard that Knightley denied stealing the key, right? It seems nobody would believe the words of a criminal, but... Knightley testified, I was knocked out too. That may not necessarily be a lie. My, there you all are. Making progress in your investigation? Can I be of any help? Actually, Warden Roland, there is something we must report to you. The escaped prisoner, J. Albert, is most likely still inside the prison. He has disguised himself. Here is the proof. The person visible in this security video is Albert. So perhaps he's still in this very building. Come to think of it, didn't Mr. Albert have a bracelet like the other prisoners? The bracelet would have been concealed under the uniform sleeves, moreover. Does, like, Jailbird have, like, a common face that it would just be, like, no one would realize? He doesn't have that much of a common face. He has no eyebrows. You could kind of testify that part. Prison's main gate does not have a sensor to detect bracelets. All he would have to do is avoid any doors with sensors inside the prison. That's right. So if he didn't enter the cells or the workrooms, could one of you guys be Albert? Oh, Rocky. Oh, fucking no way. Stop it, what are you doing? It would seem the Rocky has answered that question for us. No! Yep, Rocky, this is all your fault. Little guy loves you so much that it's inviolable. Right then, seize him at once. Wait, there's something we must hear from this prisoner. Necessary if we are to find the truth. I'd like permission to interrogate him. Understood. What do you want out of me? Albert's escape route is linked to Knightley's cell, so it's highly likely he knows something about the crime. I'd like to ask you about the day of the body was found. So it was you guys. You were the ones who found my secret tunnel. It took me ages to dig that. The day the body was found was the day I had planned to escape. I was in disguise. Then Rocky followed after me, but he was all covered in mud. I panicked and returned to my cell. Interesting. Damn, if only you guys hadn't shown up, and if only Knightley hadn't died. You say you dug the tunnel. What did you use to dig it? Oh, that? Just hammers and spoons, stuff like that. I bought them from the supplier, but it was all for nothing. No need to lose your temper. There's always next time. The day of the incident, it's possible that Albert met Knightley while he was alive. I'll have to listen to his testimony carefully. It was you guys. You were the ones who found my secret tunnel. It took me ages to dig that. The day the body was found was the day I found the disguise. Did you obtain the guard's uniform from the supplier too? Yeah, that's right. Seems he got it by threatening a guard. That guy went and stole it from someone's locker. So when you went through the tunnel, you were already dressed like a guard. No, to ensure that the clothes wouldn't get stained with mud, I carried them with me. Once I got out of the hole and changed clothes, getting out of the cell doors was simple. And that's when Rocky ran up and jumped on me. That must be the moment the security camera captured. I see. Could you add that to your testimony? Once I got out of the hole and changed clothes, getting out of the cell doors was simple. How was it simple? Getting out of the cell door was simple, you say? Yeah. Compared to going through the tunnel, it was very simple. You inhabit a prison, yet you seem to know the layout of the detention center quite well. What's so wrong about that? Sure, I've been to the detention center too. In that case, you should have known about it from the start. When Knightley was in his cell, the door would have been locked, which means there was one piece of evidence Albert needed to escape. Objection! After taking a break from this game, it kind of feels nice just to play for a bit with it, because I was like, sorry to like stop this the main flow of the story, but I was just like maybe because I was doing it each week and then finding out that this fucking game is like extremely long, like 2 times longer than the original one, was probably what kind of drained me a bit. Like doing visual novel like constantly on a Saturday was like oof, like it was just constantly on me about it. Like, you know, I could have like done something else, but still. But yeah, it's like, I don't know, coming back after like, I think like a good hiatus of like 2 weeks, maybe 3. I don't even know anymore. You say it was simple getting through the cell door. Yeah, that's right. You got a problem with that? Huh? Even though you managed to arrive at Knightley's cell, opening the door wasn't so simple. How do you intend to unlock the cell door? J. Albert, you had the key to Knightley's cell. I ain't got nothing like that. That's it. It was open. It was already unlocked when I got there. Indeed, the cell was vacant after Knightley's death, which is why, at the time we conducted our investigation, it was unlocked. Your successful escape attempt occurred after Knightley's death, so the door would have been open. However, you tried to escape once before then. The plan was foiled thanks to Rocky, the video shows it. Yes, that was during the animal show before Knightley's death was known. And the cell door was locked because no one knew he was dead. Without the key to Knightley's cell, your escape would have been impossible. That means it can't be. It's exactly what you think. In the case of the stolen key, the culprit is J. Albert. You were the one who attacked the guard, weren't you? The guard and Knightley too, in order to steal the cell key. It wasn't me. I don't know any Knightley. After stealing the key, you returned to your cell as a precautionary measure. Then, you waited for a time when the prison would be mostly vacant. That was just before Knightley's death became known, in other words, during the animal show. But in the end, the plan was full thanks to Rocky. Don't screw with me. You don't have evidence, I'll still win by decision. Besides, it was that Knightley guy who attacked the guard, right? I think not. Regarding the theft of the keys, Knightley was the victim. This proves Knightley was the victim who was attacked in his cell. In Knightley's cell, there were traces of his blood which had been wiped away. I believe this is more than enough proof Knightley was attacked in his cell. You attacked those two people and stole the key, didn't you? Taking a big blow. Never thought you'd find the bloodstain I wiped away with the newspaper. Why would you go through all that trouble of wiping the bloodstain? On the hands of Knightley and on the guard, there were obvious signs of a scuffle, you know? If the bloodstains were uncovered, they'd find out there was another attacker. And if anyone looked around the bed, the tunnel I dug would be discovered. So you were trying to buy more time for your escape attempt. But I'm afraid to say your plan still ended in failure. Now then, hand over the keys to Knightley's cell. God damn. This man is dramatic, bro. Was this the ending of this? No way. How could an amateur like you knock me out? Here, I got the keys right here. Hold it. If you have that key, then that means... That's right, Judge Courtney. Your reason that Knightley stole the key and used it to leave his cell. From there, he entered Mr. Kia's cage and was moved to the other workroom. However, the very foundation of that hypothesis has collapsed. Ah! How? I see. In that case, there was only one person who could have moved Knightley. The criminal... It's true, you only had the key to Knightley's cell. But, there's also Dogen's dog. What? It'd be possible for the dog to carry the body from the cell to the workroom. I see. So you're saying there was an accomplice. The crime would have been possible if Albert and Dogen were working together. It's perfectly plausible. Somehow Albert managed to carry Knightley's body to his own cell. And then the dog must have carried it to the workroom. Wait. Why is it saying that I went... Oh my god, my stream fucking crashed. Damn, like what part did it stop on too? There you go. Alright. That's an annoying occurrence. I like how it says I'm offline. What do you mean? Make it make sense. What? Yes, because all of the animals can move freely in the prison. I don't know where it cut off, but hopefully it wasn't like middle of me talking. But that's not the case for the path between the detention center and the prison. The only one who could use the route was you, J. Albert. What if there was another route that you didn't know about? There couldn't have been. The tunnel is a straight pass, is it not? Yeah, seems like it. I didn't have enough time to dig any more than I did. I only dug halfway up the corridor. What? You mean to say that you didn't dig the entire tunnel? And when I got to that cell, the tunnel was already there. There was a tunnel linking my cell to the well. Looking down the well from the courtyard, there's no mistaking it. They've always been connected. I just continued the tunnel with my digging. That was the whole... What was the hole doing there in the first place? Who knows? Maybe another inmate dug it in an attempt to escape. Or maybe the animals dug it. Maybe they wanted to drink from the well. That's highly doubtful. There's no water in that well anymore. It's all dried up. Wait a minute. That's it. For some reason, that well gave off a nice scent. A nice scent. I don't know what it was, but it smelled sweet, like candy. The scent. I believe we've come across it before. We know the scent from... Knightley's body was giving off a sweet candy-like scent. We used the police dog to track that scent, and that led us to discover the secret tunnel. By any chance, could this be the same scent as the well? Prosecutor Edgeworth, I know what you're trying to say. That the scent proves the body was carried down through the tunnel. Exactly, and J. Elbert, you're the only one who could have used that tunnel. Thank you, Mr. Elbert. I'm very grateful to you. At last, the truth comes to light. Mr. Elbert, wouldn't it be wise to confess now? To being an accomplice, I mean. Don't tell me even you suspect me too. Judge Courtney, it seems you and I have come to the same conclusion. Not at all. Our thoughts on this matter are still quite different. Mr. Elbert is certainly an accomplice, but an accomplice to Horace Knightley. What do you mean? Mr. Elbert did not move the body. He simply let the victim his keys. How much more annoying can you be? Like, you're hot, but fuck are you annoying. Like, is the reason the game is longer because of her? Because honestly, I would believe it. It would seem Mr. Elbert did indeed strike Mr. Knightley on the head. However, Mr. Knightley was not knocked out. I cannot believe you. The two must have made a little negotiation. Mr. Knightley's escape plan to work. He would have needed the keys to his cell. So Mr. Elbert stole them from the guard. On the other hand, Mr. Elbert, to escape, he needed to get to Mr. Knightley's cell. But if Mr. Knightley had seen him and yelled, the plan would have gone down the drain. And so, they negotiated. I didn't negotiate nothing. Oh, you still intend to deny it? Bitch, you're just trying to write some fucking tale. Like, what? I see. So, in other words, we're back where we started. Mr. Elbert opened the cell door, and Mr. Knightley entered Mr. Keyes. She wants to pin this man so bad. And then he was moved into the prison. Of course, and then he was... You are, like, not even here, bro. You're just agreeing with her to be a simp. Then he was killed in the prison workroom. Weren't you listening? The scent of the body shows it must have been moved through the tunnel. Knightley was moved from the detention center through the tunnel. Please wait until someone is finished before speaking. You're one to talk. I did not claim that he wasn't moved through the tunnel. What? You don't? The scent shows that the body was moved through the tunnel. However, that does not mean it came from the detention center. What do you mean? That sure sounds like a contradiction to me. Isn't there one more possibility? The well in the courtyard. It's possible the body was dropped down from there. The courtyard? Ah, the well in the courtyard. Mr. Keyes carried the cage not to the workroom, but to the courtyard. Mr. Knightley was killed in the courtyard and his body was dropped down the well. You are trying to pin this man so much. And then the body at the bottom of the well was moved to by Mr. Duggan's dog. Now, there's one thing I'd like you all to remember. Before the body was discovered, what was happening in the courtyard? The animal show, right? Regina and Simon were there. Wait, Simon? Ah! I see you understand. Who then dropped the body down the well? Judge Courtney. She's a tough opponent. Her flexible way of thinking enables her to adapt and come up with her own deductions. Even though they're fucking stupid. Mr. Knightley was not carried to the workroom, but to the courtyard. This game is stupid. It was off the stage for 15 minutes. This was when he dropped Mr. Nelly down the well. It's as simple as that. Judge Courtney, your reasoning is sound, I'll admit that. However, is it? Let's say the body was dropped down the well. That didn't have to be done during the show. It could have happened at a different time. Unfortunate for you, Prosecutor Edgeworth, that is not possible. What? Mr. Albert was in the tunnel on his way to the cell block. Mr. Albert, at the time, did you happen to see a body in the tunnel? Nope, nothing like that. So, if the body had been dropped before the show, Mr. Albert would have seen it. However, he has stated that he did not see a body. So, it is impossible to think the body was dropped before the show. And after the show, the body was discovered in the workroom. This fucking tale is long as fuck, and it's just annoying. In other words, the body being dropped down the well and then moved to the workroom could only have been done during the show. And the only one who could have done it is Simon Keyes. Nagoya. Mr. Edgeworth, what should we do? The body was moved through the well. That does put Mr. Keyes at a major disadvantage. However, the notion that the body was moved through the well is only a hypothesis. That doesn't mean there is evidence. I am obligated to recognize that fact. Please, will you allow me to investigate the courtyard once more? I give my approval in the name of the goddess of law. She is so mad. Reinvestigating the courtyard. I fear this may be our final chance. What? Fire? Could be another prison break, pal. Should we evacuate? Everyone, please remain calm. This is just a signal for the evening meal. It's a little loud, so I can understand why you'd be surprised. It sure scared me. I'm terribly sorry. And with that, everyone, please return to your posts. J. Albert, it's also time for you to return to your room. I got it. Let's go, Rocky. One rolling. We will be proceeding in the courtyard for another investigation. Isn't it time for you to go home as well, Mr. Edgeworth? Looks like we're out of time. Why don't you continue this another time? But the investigation. Today's been a big day, right? With an escaped prisoner and all. So I'm afraid I can't let outsiders like you loiter around any longer. It is my decision as the warden of the prison. Looks like it can't be helped. The warden's word can be called the law of the prison. Prosecutor Edgeworth, this means we will have to carry out our investigation on the day. Until then, you may hold on to your prosecutor's badge. With that, I leave you. Now I think it's time you all left. Well, it looks like we'll have to continue the investigation tomorrow. Nani's body was dropped down the well, and was carried to the workroom from Mr. Albert's cell. This is Judge Courtney's logic, but is it correct? And Judge Courtney claims that Mr. Keyes transported him, but was Mr. Keyes really the only one with a chance to move him? Mr. Edgeworth, let's do our best tomorrow. We have to save Simon no matter what. Indeed, I agree. Let's prove Mr. Keyes' innocence without fail. Fucking 2 hours for this shit. Back in the courtyard. The courtyard. Depending on what we find here, the entire incident could become clear. However, there's nothing left here. Yesterday. There's one more possibility. The well in the courtyard. It's possible the body was dropped down from there. In other words, the body being dropped down at the well and then moved to the workroom. Could only have been done during the show. The only one who could have done it is Simon Keyes. Was the body dropped down the well or not? This could be the decisive clue that we need to reach the truth of the matter. Before I continue with the investigation, I should organize my evidence. Unnecessary evidence has been removed, remaining evidence has been rearranged. Let's see here. There's a grate here. The well has run dry after all, they even put a lock on it. What evidence did you remove, Edwards? The dog? You did remove the dog. The wall has run dry after all, they even put a lock on it. Lockpicking is one of my specialties, want to see? There is absolutely no need for you to show it off. Oh, come on, don't be like that. Whoa, what happened, okay? The lock's broken, judging from the looks of it. It feels like it was broken some time ago. So the lock was broken. That means that anyone could have dropped the body down at this well. According to Judge Courtney's reasoning, Mr. Keyes murdered Knightley in the courtyard. And then, during the show, he disposed of the body in the well. You think so? You think so? Did he really use the well to move the body? I know, let's get Missile to help us out again. He should be able to track the scent of the body. Good idea. Let me contact Detective Gumshoe. Yes, sir. Detective Gumshoe here. Detective, I have a favor to ask of you. We would like for you to bring Missile to the prison courtyard. Sounds like you need the help of one of my 7 secret weapons again, huh, sir? I thought Missile belonged to the police department. Also, I would like for you to contact a witness. Please contact Regina Berry of the Berry Big Circus and bring her here. Roger that, sir. I'll bring them over in a flash. So, what should we do while we wait for Gummy? How about some hide and seek? What are you talking about, Kay? There's nowhere to hide here. I don't think that is the issue. Kay, during times like this, isn't it your turn to shine? Isn't it your turn to shine? Oh, that! You want me to recreate the crime scene? Huh? How do you do that? See for yourself. The Great Thief's secret weapon. Little Thief. Little Thief comes again. Was Little Thief used in the last chapter? I don't even remember. Oh, what's that? Screen's floating in midair. Just what are you doing, Kay? I'm entering the information needed for the simulation. This Little Thief is a tool that can recreate a crime scene based on the information it is given. Did I set it for how this place was like when we came here yesterday? Yes, I believe they were in the middle of taking down the set. We didn't pay enough attention to the well, so it's possible we may have missed a clue. Leave it to me. I took a picture of the place too. There, and there. Data entry complete. Now to set the projection to maximum output. Dark skies of evening, when no other bird dares take wing, one alone remains all-seeing. Now witness the true power of the real modern-day Robin Hood. Well, what? What just happened? I recreated the courtyard from yesterday, based on the information I entered. This was a tool the previous Yatsugata used. It's a device to run simulations to practice stealing things. But used in this manner, we can inspect the crime scene as it was in the past. Ah, but it's still only a recreation based on what information we have. I can't recreate what I don't have information for, and if my information is incorrect, the recreation could come out strange too. In this case, since Kay had the photo, there should be no problems. Now, let's begin the investigation. Since it's a recreation, you can examine things just like you always do. You can even present evidence when you find a contradiction. Yeah, yes I know. First, I should start with the well. Oh, where is, boy? He's just here chilling. He's probably like, what the fuck is all this? Let's examine the area around the well. It holds a key to this place. There's some pulleys here. They don't appear to be the pulley that was used to lift the bucket from the well. The sturdy hemp rope looks like the rope they use to tug of wars. I'm not going to play tug of war with you. I didn't even say anything yet. There's a metal stake attached to the end of the rope. Ah, you use these to pin down the tent when you go camping. Doesn't seem like they need this for the performance. I wonder what it was used for. This is a metal weight. It weighs. It's hard to see in the recreation. Kay, do you remember? I think it was 33 pounds. I wonder what such a heavy thing was used for. Doesn't seem to be directly related to the circus. The well was behind the stage. That means only a few people would have access to dump the body in the well during the performance. This isn't looking good for Mr. Keys. These things were around the well. What were they used for? They don't seem to be related to the animal show. I agree. We can ask Miss Berry about it later. Where we put the animal show. It was a great thief show. I wonder. This is what they said last time. Yeah, that was let me just see. Not exactly a shining example of a perfect line of logic. Just to see if I could work with something there. What was the elephant's name again? She's Astique the Asian elephant. Star of the show, along with Regent the tiger. Ah, that's right. It's an easy name to remember. Maybe they couldn't think of a good name, so they gave her a name that easy to remember. Mr. Edgewood, what a terrible thing to say about poor Astique. That's all the information we can gather for now. The detective should be here soon, too. Okay, go ahead and shut down the little thief. Alright, we're returning the area to normal. Okay, nothing too crazy. I didn't need to use my logic right away. Sorry to keep you waiting, sir. Hey, speak of Gummy. With the gumshoe. That was quick. I couldn't keep you waiting for too long, sir. Thanks for coming along too, Regina. No problem. It sounded like fun, so I skipped practice to come here. Thank you for your cooperation. First, detective, let's have Missile do some tracking. No problem, sir. Hey, Missile, over here, pal. Oh. Hey, what's eating you, pal? I said over here. What's the matter? Looks like he's scared of something, sir. The alligator? Ah! Alligator! Guess he's scared of the alligator, sir. Good grief. Looks like Missile won't be much help to us. So what should we do, Miles? Maybe we can ask Miss Berry for help. What is it? What is it? Is there something I can do? Do you want me to teach Allie a trick? Actually, she probably could. No, I just need you to tell me about the condition of the courtyard during the show. Okay, it's my time to shine again. Yes, if you please. Alright, that should do it. Signing up the recreation now. Recreation complete. This time you can see how the courtyard was during the animal show. This should be around the time the body was dropped down the well. Wow, cool. It's just like magic. Yeah, it's not magic. It's just a recreated the scene based on the information you gave us. See, look over there. The backstager is missing. Well, Regina didn't help with the preparation, so she doesn't really know how it was all set up. I get it, you can't recreate what you don't have the info for, huh? I'm sorry, it's because Simon took care of the setting everything up. Don't worry yourself none, Regina Pie. Miles is the one at fault here. Why me? Mr. Edgewood, I've recreated the show in progress, but I can also change it to how it was earlier when it was being taken down. I see, so we can examine the courtyard during the show and after the show. We can freely switch between the two different states. Change the recreation, select Little Thief on the bottom screen. Now let's begin the investigation. I see. As you can see, he's totally scared, sir. I want him to track a scent, but it looks like that won't be possible. It's all good, buddy. Love story between an elephant and a tiger. Really wanted to see that. I also wanted to see Simon in action. Simon's really amazing. Especially the part where he gets blown away. Blown away. That's the scene in question. Suspect in the role of the villain is blown away by the heroine's burning love and makes his exit. After being blown away, the suspect disappeared from the stage. Are you saying that the crime was committed during that time? You know how long he was gone from the stage? Let me think. About 15 minutes or so. Just as the Judge Courtney said. But isn't it dangerous to be blown away by the elephant? That's right, Asik is very gentle. That's not who we're worried about here. During the first few practices, he was having trouble getting blown away. Then all of a sudden, he was able to be sent flying beautifully. He might be using some sort of device, but it's amazing, a device. Do you know anything about it? I have no idea. Simon handled it all by himself. I could assume the pulley system that he probably invented. The cage of the Asian elephant Astique. The elephant is performing on stage right now, so the cage is empty. Wonder how Astique entered the courtyard. What do you mean, how? The entrance here is human size, and this fence is electrified. I don't think the elephant would enter from there. They could just turn off the electricity. If they did that, all the inmates would escape. I doubt anyone would escape while an elephant was entering. I wonder how she came in. That requires some thought. She seems to be enjoying her little brain teaser. I should just let her be. Oh, this crate was empty in the recreation earlier. That's right. It was also empty in the picture I took. Ah, I'm sorry. That information is wrong. What do you mean? This crate contained Astique's food. In the morning on the day of the show, all the apples were gone. I totally forgot about that. I'm sorry. Missing apples, huh? I should make a note of it. This pond is where Warden Roland keeps her pet alligator. I guess those fish bones are the remains of her little last meal. I don't think an alligator would leave such clean bones. But she had a very refined looking face. I couldn't tell at all. That's because I'm a girl, who's good with faces. Why don't I feel the least bit jealous? Great thief's secret weapon. I see. But isn't this bad, using a thief's tool to aid the investigation? Don't make such a scary face. It's alright, Uncle Ray's lips are sealed. It's for the truth, right? The evidence may very well already have been destroyed. In order to recreate the crime scene, we need her help. Why so serious? At times like this, a simple smile will suffice. Yes, thank you very much. Not what I wanted, but let's see if we can do something with this. Simon's stunned. The scene was a stick knock Simon into the air and employ some kind of trick. I can only assume, right? Yeah. Mr. Keys used a device for his stunt. Maybe the tools around the well are connected to this. Okay, I'd like to recheck the tools lying around the well yesterday. Can you change the recreation to the after the show scene? Roger. Tools lying around the well. Could they have been a part of his device? It seems very likely. I wonder if it's possible to recreate the device. If you ask Mr. Keys, he should be able to tell you how the device was put together. Alright, I'll go ask him. Like, be right back. Mr. Edgeworth, I asked him about it. And did you find out how the device works? He used a rope to hang some weights on the well's pulley. The weights were suspended inside the well. Then he ran the rope through 2 more pulleys and tied the end of the rope to his own body. So he used the force of the falling weights to send him falling. But what's to stop the weights falling on their own? In order to prevent that from happening, he used a stopper. Miss Barry didn't know anything about the well. That means Mr. Keys removed the stopper by himself. Correct. That's why a second rope was needed. Ah, okay. This rope was attached to the stopper, and when it was pulled from the stage, the stopper would be removed and the weights would drop down the well. I'm definitely going to steal this idea. After that, won't lose to something like this. Don't waste your time. Circus acts require extensive training. Even if you steal the device, it won't do you any good. Well, I'll train as well. Before you start training, could you first update the recreation? Oh yeah. You wanted me to recreate the device that was used in the performance. First, let's return to during the show scene. Next, I'll input the information of the device on the well. Now we can recreate the device Simon did or pulled. This is the device that Mr. Keys used. Simon sure is gutsier than he looks. Using the falling weights as the force to launch himself during his performance. Indeed, he would have to drop enough weights to succeed his own body weight in order to provide the strength needed to pull him off the stage. Simon must have practiced a lot for this. Missing apple. Star of the show, along with Regent Tiger and Simon. 6 Feed was there the day before the show was gone the next morning. In order for the stunt to work, the weights must exceed Simon's weight. Huh? Isn't this strange? What's wrong, pal? Haven't you noticed, detective? What's strange about the weight is the number. What's strange is the number of weights. In other words, it's not heavy enough. In order to pull up Mr. Keys' body weight, you're right, sir. But where did the rest of the weights disappear to? It looks like this the time to use my 7 secret weapons, sir. If necessary, I'll let you detective know. Not heavy enough. Missing apples. No, I got nothing for this. You got that look on your face like you want to use my secret weapon, sir. Hmm? Missile isn't in the mood, but I've got my fishing rod ready to go. Or would you prefer the metal detector? Never seen a detective's eyes sparkle like that. If need be, I'll let you know for now. Just stand by. One of Gumshoe's 7 secret weapons can detect metal objects. What is this? Maybe change the recreation? Yeah, what's up? Change recreation using Little Thief. Do you remember how Thief works? Yes, I could basically examine the recreation. I normally do the investigation. Oh, this is just conversation of that. Want to recreate the after show scene from yesterday. The show scene from yesterday has been recreated. I gotta talk to Gumshoe again. Pulling up these chairs must have been a chore. That's so. Don't tell me you've never tidied up folding chairs before. I've delegated the task to others in the past, Mr. Edgeworth. You should try doing some manual labor once in a while. I'll look into it. Oh, have I talked to Regina yet? Yeah, I love this place. New friends, old friends, and everyone's a friend here. Hello, Maga-kun? How are you, Maga-kun? Yesterday, Miss Warden introduced me to a new friend, Little Allie. The alligator who lurks in the pond of the courtyard. That pond, if you get too close, it feels like you'll get gulped. I don't think Little Allie would do such a thing. Her stomach wasn't feeling very well yesterday. I'm worried, aren't you all worried too? Right. Yes, of course. We're all worried, right? Right, Mr. Edward? Don't drag me into this. What am I needing to search here? Pulley was used to lift the bucket from the well. The bucket can't be found. Fine, even if I can't sleep, so I'm watching some AA streams. Well, welcome to me being dumb and trying to figure out what I need to do next. Yeah, what's up? Change recreation real quick. You want to recreate the during the show scene and during 2 days ago. Okay, let's see. Nothing different here, right? Yeah, nothing different. These chairs are lined up in orderly fashion. Yes, there were a few empty seats during the performance. The intimate atmosphere and the closeness between the stages and the audience reminds me of the karaoke tournament I entered when I was a kid. Karaoke tournament? I was the runner-up. Dark skies of evening, when no other birds dares to take wing, one alone remains all-seeing. Oh, AI2, very good game. It's a good game, but at the same time, it is incredibly long for what it is. The fact that it's like double the hours of what the original one was, first Ace Attorney. Did she steal second place? No, she didn't steal first place. She must have gotten this far there fair and square. Okay. There's something here that I'm not figuring out. The missing apples. Throughout the show along with region. Don't really remember? Case 2? This is case 2. One of Gumshoe's 7 secrets can detect... I'm just kind of going on a whim here. Not working. That works? Detective Gumshoe, it's time for your secret weapon. Yes, sir. I was hoping for the metal detector. I don't get any chances to use this one. Before we begin the search, let me go over how to use a metal detector, sir. This metal detector uses sound and this meter to let you know how close you are to the metal object. When you get closer to the metal object, the metal detector will have a bigger reaction like this. When you get to the biggest reaction, have you ever played to the other games? So I'm kind of going. Oh my god, let me like answer that in a second. Now let's see what we've got in the metal fence. That's basically how to search for the metal objects. Just give me the instructions on where you want to search, sir. Okay, first. Alright, so what I was saying? So yeah, the AA series. Yeah, I'm pretty much going in order for all the Phoenix Wright games. Here, sir, it looks like something here. Oh? It's a gold coin, sir. It's a record discovery. Probably possible that something like this could find its way into a prison. Ah, there it is. That's where I was buried. That's a coin from the bi-weekly coin hunting competition. There's an event like that? That sure sounds like fun, pal. It's an event where the warden buries some coins and the prisoners search for them. There are 3 silver coins and 1 gold coin. Whoever finds them can trade them in for snacks. Coin hunting competition and the animal show. Just what kind of prison is this, anyway? Where was I? So I'm going through the Phoenix Wright games in order. This is... I counted the AA ones as well, considering they're in between the 3rd Phoenix Wright game and the 4th one. So I was like, might as well just go with it. I enjoyed AA, the first one. The second one is like a little bit lackluster. I think the only thing that kind of like gets me annoyed by it is just how long the chapters are. But it's like, whatever. Let's continue the search, sir. Something here. I don't see anything that could be metallic. What could it be causing this reaction? Maybe there are iron fillings around here. Iron fillings, like the ones you collect with a magnet? Yes, sir. I guess they're mixed into the sand here. If we're going to pull them out, we'll need secret weapon number 6, or was it 7? Can't you even keep that much straight? It's just a regular magnet I brought at the hardware store. Which one is just for all again? It's one of the 3. I just can't remember if that's 2 or 3. Hold it near the ground and presto, pick them all up, sir. Wow, this is really, what do you know? Finding simple joy in simple task. What a simpleton. AA2, Ace Attorney. Let's check somewhere else. I actually dislike Justice for All then, if it's the 2nd Phoenix Wright game. Just because of how I guess the cases were just not great is the premise. Especially the big circus one. The very big circus, I should say. Where are you? Around here somewhere. Yeah, there's a reaction here too, sir. Let's check it out. Huh? I found these in the clumps of grass here, sir. These are the weights used for hoisting the device. Were these intentionally hidden? There's 4 of them in all, sir. That many weights would be enough to lift Simon. Though the other weights that were used in the device were hidden. Why were they hidden over here, though? Oh, I don't know if you had an ad right now, but I answered your thing where I was just like, I wasn't a fan of like the second game. Like it's good, but it wasn't as good. So like my current order of like favorite Ace Attorney games is definitely 3, which is man, I really should remember these titles. The third game was my favorite more. First game because that's how it introduces everything. And then Ace Attorney Miles Edgeworth is 3rd because I actually really enjoyed it. And then this one is with currently these 2 are tied for like 4th of the second game. So I didn't listen and I had an ad when you answered me. Yeah, I just like I'm not replying again to that. See, I'm really earning my keep today, aren't I, sir? Peek! The alligator. That scared me, pal. Huh? What's the matter, detective? Looks like the metal detector is reacting to the alligator. Really? Why? Are you sure it isn't still just reacting to the weights? It's a different reaction, sir. And it's definitely coming from the alligator. And it's gone. It's gone. So you played AA games from releasing order. Interesting. So I suppose you haven't played AA5, AA6, and AA Chronicles. Ace Attorney, right? I'm like, hold up. Is AA Ace Attorney? Yes, it is. Right? Phoenix Wright, Ace Attorney? Yes. Yes, it is. Sorry, I'm like having a moment right now in my head. Yeah, I haven't played the DS ones, the later ones that come out, which would be 4, 5, and 6. So 4, 5, and 6 I haven't played yet. This is technically what I'm doing. And Ace Attorney Chronicles, the great Ace Attorney Chronicles, which is 1 and 2, which is on Switch. Eventually, I'll get to that. But yeah, so like, I'm doing them in order in a premise of Ace Attorney 1, 2, 3, Ace Attorney Investigations, Miles Edgeworth 1 and 2, then doing 4, 5, 6, which is Apollo Justice, then it goes back to Phoenix Wright, then Phoenix Wright again. Then the Great Ace Attorney, which is Naruhodo-kun, and for 1 and 2. Like, I know a premise of things, just not everything. Looks like it's scared of us. I don't think so, okay? Huh? If anything, I think Allie looks a little under the weather. Allie? I suppose that was what Warden Roland called it. Okay, interesting, yeah. She didn't eat any of the food that the warden gave her yesterday. I think she might have eaten something bad. So I guess the metal detector could be reacting to whatever the alligator ate. Oh, maybe she ate one of the weights. I doubt that even an alligator can ingest a 33-pound weight. But what could the metal detector be reacting to? Oh no, I forgot this case has this music, the circus one. Yeah. Regardless, why were the weights hidden? It's because of Regina. Maybe we should take another look at the device on the wall. Okay, I'd like you to recreate the after show scene again. Alright, leave it to me. I need water. The burp. One thing I always forget to take out is my water from my thing. Turnabout big flop. What am I looking for? Wait, what am I looking for? Kind of just dropped my thought process. Pond is where Warden Roland keeps her pet alligator. I guess those fish bones are the remains of the last meal. I don't even know what I'm looking for. I'm not gonna lie. I read this before, so that's why it's like. Are we investigating this? Ah, okay. There is something new here. Pull the bucket, but the bucket was never found. This is a metal weight. It weighs. It's hard to see the recreation. K tells you it's 33 pounds. There's some police here. Oh, deduce. What am I deducing? I gotta look into my information. I really did not pay attention to the last segment of things. Wait, no. Hold up. The weight? I don't think that's right. Yeah, I don't think that was right at all. Oh, let me stay before anything. Feels like something is missing. Oh, the rope! Right? Where do I technically deduce it, though? On these? Nah. It could be just me, but it feels like something is missing. So it is trying to deduce something, it's just I need to pick the right evidence for it, but I just need to also select what it is. The other rope is pretty much what it's saying, right? So is it saying like I require the rope part here? No. Hold on. This is what I mean by I'm big dumb. Like I can never find out where the fuck these things are. Nope. Okay. I am lost. Now it's like I'm officially lost because I have nowhere to pinpoint where this goes. Oh, let me see something. Well behind the stage, that means only a few people would have access to the dump to the body. Well, this is looking good for Mr. This isn't looking good for Mr. Keys. Do I have to do a logic thing that I haven't seen yet? The missing... No. This mentions the pulley. This mentions the rope. This mentions the weight. Right? So... dumb brain can't understand this concept right now. Setup for the big stunt during the show uses 3 pulleys, 2 ropes, the well, and some weights. Okay, so is it saying that I need to deduce this with the 2 ropes? Or the whole system? And I just did it on the wrong one? I'm going to like die to this because I'm just like, I can't for the life of me figure this out. The other rope! Oh my god. This recreation and the it's so weird and specific about something, bro. It's always something. This recreation and the device was we saw earlier. There's a major discrepancy. One of the ropes is missing. We have that one. You're right. Without it, the device won't work. I wonder what happened to it. Where did the missing rope disappear to? It's possible that we hold a piece of evidence that shows where the rope went. Eh? Which piece of evidence shows where the missing rope went? This one. The rope? The rope we found with the dead body. Ah, could it be? Could it be? Yes, it could be the other piece of rope that was used here. Then, does that mean this rope was attached to the weight? However, the weight was not one of these metal weights. These weights were hidden in the grass and replaced with something else. If they were replaced, then what was it used as the weight? What was tied to the rope we found in the workroom? If we can recall that, then the answer should be clear. The weight that was dropped in place of the weights that Mr. Keys has prepared was... Oh, don't tell me it's the body. Was it really the body? The weight that was dropped in place of the weights that Mr. Keys had prepared was... Oh my god, yeah it is! Because his scent is right here, right? What dropped down the well was none other than Knightley's dead body. And Mr. Knightley's body was used as the weight? Yes, the weights were replaced with Knightley's body. Mr. Keys used the device to launch himself off the stage. When the rope that was tied to him was undone and then let go, both the body and the rope dropped down the well. The rope wasn't used to tie up Knightley. It was used to suspend him inside the well. That also explains why the other weights were hidden. Also, so that no one would find out the weights were replaced with the body. Dude, this is looking bad for Simon so much. Yes, the killer was the one who hid those weights. But Miles, wasn't Knightley boy stabbed in the neck with the murder weapon? If he was suspended in the well, wouldn't there be blood at the bottom of the well? The killer was also aware of that. That's why they used this item. Which item did the killer use in order to leave no traces? Oh, the bloodstain. The sheet was that we found near the body. It was used to wrap up the body. I see. Looks like all the pieces are starting to come together, eh? But this means that the body definitely came from the well. If that's the case, wouldn't that mean Simon is the killer? No, that's not necessarily the case. But yesterday Judge Courtney said, if Mr. Keys was the killer, would he have needed to set up such an elaborate device? I guess you have a point. Mr. Keys was only responsible for dropping the body during the show. In other words, it doesn't matter where the real killer was or what they were doing during the show. Until now, this placed the doubt on the people who did not watch the anime show. It's true, we also suspected Mr. Dogen. The killer's true intent was to make us think that the murder occurred during the show. In other words, they used a device on the well to create a fake alibi. Miss Berry, do you know when this device on the well was set up? Let me think. The day before the show, I think it was at night. We all started preparing at 9 p.m. We finished it at around midnight. The killer replaced the weights with the dead body afterwards. That's wild. This is like close to Dangan wild with fucking a weird concocted piece of evidence. Did Dogen know about the device? No, even if he knew about the device, it wouldn't be possible for him to use it. You can't teach a dog to suspend a body in a well. In other words, Dogen is not the killer. Dogen. I got nothing else, so I might as well be logic based. Weight switch with body. The device was set up with the body on the night before the show. Astique's feed was there the day before the show was gone the next morning. So these two are kind of connected. Nope. I tried. I had something there. Let me do the save right here. Device was set up with the body of the night before the show. Day before the show was gone the next morning. Oh! We need something to correlate with the night on that one and then make it where... Yeah. You come here often, Regina. Yes, I have many friends... Oh. Yes, we read that. Move on. Move along. Okay, so... New information. So do I want to change it to be the event? The during the show scene from 2 days ago has been recreated. Okay. This is what was behind. I already checked this area. Okay, so it doesn't matter. Once he says that, it means you actually did check everything. And this is you wanted to redo it. Oh, this crate was empty of the recreation. That's right. Oh, wait, yeah. We had this conversation. Create that pulley system, blah, blah, blah. I'm just seeing if I have any new information right now. 15 minutes. Da-da-da-da. And then this whole thing is the same thing, right? Yeah, this whole thing is the same thing. I can't leave. There's something I'm missing, I just don't know what. Really gets my deep blood boiling. I wouldn't touch it though, you'll be in for quite a shock. Wonder what's on the other side of the fence. Looks like the warden's office. I heard she keeps even more animals over there. Why don't they just turn this place into a zoo already? Honestly. Anything with a cage. Oh, we talked about that, yeah. I don't know what I missed, per se. Let me just check this in case. Yeah, okay, I wanted to make sure. Empty crate. Astique. I truly got nothing right now. Let's talk to the bottom shoot. I just had an epiphany, sir. The killer is Eureka, the Invisible Man. Oh. Somehow the killer brought in the murder weapon and moved the body and nobody noticed. The Invisible Man was the killer. It would explain how all of this was possible. Detective, you can't be serious about that. I'm not totally sure, but it's been it'd be neat if it were true. Starting tomorrow, you're pairing up with Mr. DeBest. No way, sir. Not with that goofy prosecutor. You'd be a perfect match for this goofy detective. Alright. Hey, Miss Law, how are you doing? Still not in for it? Alright, cool. We talked to our man's Uncle Ray here. Great Thief's secret weapon. No, just talking about the Great Thief weapon. I got nothing. I can only think of what if we just apply things left and right. The simplest things are always in front of me. And it's just... dog. The apples in the crate were probably eaten by Astique. But it's strange. I remember leaving the crate out of reach from Astique's nose. Are you certain? Yes. The crate was still full of apples on the night before the show. Then the crate was moved to where her nose would reach it. With that many apples, it would not have been moved by the wind. Most likely, the crate was moved by a person. Prior to the show, the cart's position was already changed, and the apples were all eaten. This appears to be the correct information. Please update the simulation parameters, K. Alright, I'll use the new info to create the scene. First, let's return to the during the show scene. Using this info I got from Regina, I'll recreate the scene with the cart in its actual place. And then, yeah, I'll be emptied out, right? Yeah. Mission complete. No wonder I thought it smelled like animals. It contained the elephant's food. So this was filled with Astique's apples. That's right. On the day before the show, it was full of apples. And in the morning, they were all gone. Oh, did you think of something? You could say that. The cart was moved the night before the show. The body was also switched the night before the show. I don't think it was just a coincidence. Keeping that in mind, the question now becomes, why was the cart moved? The cart used to be in front of the door. Can't think of one reason why. Somebody open that door. Alright, let's hurry up and... Door's locked. Let's ask the guard. Hey, Mr. Guard. Open this door. Yes, what is it? That was fast. You there? Where's the key to this door? The warden's in charge of it. I'll get it from her right away. Please do. The warden is in charge of the keys here. Without the warden... Oh my god. Permission, the door can't be opened. Thank you very much. Ah, here you go. The circuit breaker panel. This must be the breaker room. On the night before the show, somebody came into this room. Wonder why they would come here. I don't think anyone would confuse a breaker room with a break room. It was definitely an... Oh my god. Excuse me. It was definitely to operate the circuit breakers. So someone came here to shut off the power to something. Was there anything that had power shut off? What could have been had its power shut off over the breaker? The security camera footage had a 3-hour gap. Ah, I see. The circuit breaker for the security camera was tripped. It's highly possible. Was this the killer's handiwork? If the camera down, it'd be easier to move about. The killer would have a major advantage. I knew it. If that's the case, the killer was the person who tripped the breaker. The person in charge of the key to the breaker room couldn't be. Is it the warden this entire time, dog? Ooh, the Act 3 of the recreation. Yo. Hold up, I got like 3 emails saying to change my password for Sony. That's concerning. Who's trying to sign into my account right now? Of Sony, of all things, too. The first to the scene, as always. Good morning, Mr. DeBest. What? How did you get here before me? Greetings, Prosecutor Edgeworth. I see you have arrived early. Or maybe it is you who are late, Judge Courtney. I have many matters which require my attention. I have no time to waste. Unlike a certain prosecutor who was taken off the case. Oh, my apologies. I had forgotten that you were assisting the defense attorney. An assistant can never be the best. You've fallen like the rest. You just say whatever you like, don't you? Let's begin our examination of the courtyard, Sebastian. Alright, I'll call the men over. That will be unnecessary. What? You have already finished the investigation of the courtyard. You've been bested. Bested? Judge Courtney. Your reasoning from yesterday. Watch me shatter it to pieces. I would advise you to choose your words more carefully. Have you forgotten that the fate of your badge rests on my hands? Edward don't give a fuck, bro. I have had enough of such corruption. Can't you think of some other way to threaten me that does not involve my badge? Despite my repeated warnings, you show no signs of reflection. Seems I must remind you once more. Prosecutor Investigation Committee can't leave someone such as yourself unchecked. Neither the fate of my badge nor the actions of the committee will impede my progress, proving Mr. K's innocence. That is all that concerns me. Your words are like those of a defense attorney. If you are willing to go that far, then I will show you no leniency. In the name of the goddess of law, I shall turn your words against you. At that moment, you will forfeit the title of prosecutor. You shall regret this. Oh, hell yeah. I shared my reasoning with you the day before. Since Mr. Elbert did not see the body when he passed through the tunnel, it could only have been dropped down the well during the show. The only one who could have performed such an act is the suspect. Naturally, you have evidence to support your reasoning. Of course she does. Who do you think she is? Earlier, I received the official autopsy report. Babysitting the kid must be difficult. The time of death was the night before the body was discovered. In other words, the day before the show. The cause of death remains unchanged, a stab wound 4 inches deep. That's okay. Simon Keyes was not present on the stage for a period of 15 minutes. There was sufficient time for him to drop the body down the well. She has not investigated the courtyard yet, that means. It seems there is a hole in your argument. You seem quite confident. Can you present evidence to support your claim? Of course I can, and I will. I with you the day before. I'm sorry, I did not mean to press it on you. I literally pressed the button by accident. She continued to believe Mr. Keyes is the murderer. This as you continue to speak as if he is not. Do you have any decisive evidence? Do you know that the individual criminal? You do realize you need proper evidence too. I am a representative of the goddess of law. My words are her holy orders. Indeed, if I state something in black is black, it is black. If I state something is white, it is white. So what would you call gray? If you wish to disprove my words, then present your evidence at once. So Mr. Albert did not see the body when he passed through the tunnel. It only had been dropped down the well during the show. The body was dropped down the well during the show. I'd like to hear your reasoning for this. The day before the show, Mr. Edward lent the key to Mr. Knightley. Key to Knightley's cell, huh? Mr. Knightley escaped from his cell with the key and entered the cage Mr. Keyes had prepared. Mr. Keyes then moved the cage to the courtyard and proceeded to murder Mr. Knightley. The next day, when Mr. Albert passed through the tunnel, he did not come across the body. Please wait a minute, that doesn't seem right at all. Wasn't there a sweet smell in the tunnel? Mr. Knightley must have passed through it. Passed through the tunnel after Mr. Albert did. Mr. Albert passed through the tunnel at the start of the show. However, the body wasn't found until the end of the show, which is why you believe the body was dropped during the show. Yes, and there is only one person who could have carried out this act. Only person who could have performed such an act is the suspect. There's something I need to use in order for this to work out. There's no one else who could have committed the murder. I heard that Miss Berry was present on the stage at all times. A great number of prisoners were also watching the show. Even the prisoners who did not see it have sufficient alibis. How about the guards? Along with the warden, nearly everyone was watching the show. But there must have been a chance for even one of them to approach the well. During the show, none of the guards left their posts. That much is certain. They all testified as such. She's left no room for oversight. Did you finally admit that only Simon Keys could have been the criminal? Judge Courtney has not thoroughly examined the courtyard like we have, so there's a bit of a gap in her argument, right? She reviewed the evidence that we obtained in the courtyard. Okay, so there is something I have to work with. I passed the tunnel. The only one who could have performed such an act. Okay. Simon used this for the big stunt during the show. Someone switched the weights with the body. Okay, that is what it is. Fortunately for you, Judge Courtney, your argument doesn't hold any water, just like the well. There was a device set up around the well here. What is this device of which you speak? Are you aware of the stunt which Mr. Keys is blown away by the elephant during the show? I have heard of it. It would have been right before he exited the stage. He tied one end of the length of the rope to himself and the other end to a set of weights. He was able to perform the stunt by dropping these weights down the well. Wouldn't he have spent the whole place suspended up in the air? That's why he had a stopper attached to the weighted end. The stopper was removed by pulling another rope. Around the well, we found evidence that the weights were switched with the victim's body. This was done by the real killer in order to shift suspicion away from them. Judging from the time of death, the murder was carried out in the early morning of the show. The true criminal had until the time the show started to set up the device. But didn't Simon Keys make that thing? And since he was also the one who used it, he is the best suspect. Can you just not talk and let the adults talk? Don't you agree? Mr. Keys were the murderer. He would not have needed to do that. Miss Berry. Yes. Was there anyone else who knew of the device he set up? Well, let me see. Since we had to get everything about our show approved by the people here at the prison, I'd say there were others who knew about it. And there you have it. I see. You have indeed performed a thorough investigation. Which is why I am even further perplexed. Why do you not use your efforts for justice? My actions are not just? Who made the decision? You cannot understand even that, even now. Providing support to a defense attorney despite being a prosecutor, it is quite unnatural that this goes against the rules. I am merely choosing to do what I think is right at this particular time. I travel down the road I have chosen. Your comprehension does not matter in the least. However, if anyone intends to interfere, I will show no mercy. Perhaps this is a calling from the goddess of law. If you intend to rebel against her divine will. Bitch, you are not even thoroughly, picking the people right! What? I will have no choice but to hand down my verdict. Pay heed to my words. I have one more reason to suspect Simon Keys as a murderer. Shoot. Tell me what it is. The body came from the courtyard. How was Mr. Knightley brought here from the detention center? Only Simon Keys could have provided such an opportunity. Because of this fact, I find it most difficult to suspect any other party of this crime. While Simon Keys was moving supplies for the show, he visited Mr. Knightley's cell. Does that not strike you as odd? Why else would he have brought a large covered cage with him? That does seem pretty suspicious, Mr. Keys. was merely that kind of person. It is entirely possible that he carelessly brought it there. If that is possible, then it is also possible that he was assisting in the escape. Am I wrong? So I must refute her theory with evidence. Alright. Reason for suspicion. If the body came from the courtyard, how was Mr. Knightley brought here from the detention center? Only Simon Keyes could have provided such an opportunity. That's false. I should have... My bad. Don't you have a problem with that statement just now? Should I have a problem with it? Should I have a problem with it? Exactly, but there's no problem at all. In that case, you should have refrained from speaking in the first place. I don't think that left a good impression. Only Simon Keyes had an opportunity. Because of this fact, I find it most difficult to suspect any other party of this crime. Are you certain that he was the only person who had the opportunity? Have you forgotten? This is a prison. Due to the constant supervision, it would be impossible to do anything unusual. Then wouldn't it be the same for Mr. Keyes? The warden has shown favor to the very big circus. Simon Keyes is a circus member, Miss Barry's apprentice no less. It could only have been him. He was able to move about freely within the facility. Seems that you forgot to mention that. The word forgot does not exist in my dictionary. Then it would be prudent for you to add this to your argument. Mr. Keyes may have been the only person who could have moved around freely in the prison. But on the day of the murder, there was a gap in time missing from the surveillance records. During the time, anyone could have done as they please. Do I have proof of this gap of the surveillance cameras records? Mr. Keyes wasn't the only one who had the opportunity. Who else could have had the opportunity? The time stamp on the security camera is off by 3 hours. This means there was a 3-hour gap in time. During that time, anyone could have done it. If that were the case, then the murderer would have created the gap in time intentionally. It would not have been a simple camera failure. Are you saying that is possible? It's possible if you had access to this. In this courtyard, we found the circuit breaker for the security camera. And it was possible to access the breaker room before, both, and after the murder. Ow. Unfortunately, it appears that you have fallen short of your intentions. Mr. Edgeworth hasn't fallen short of anything. So can you explain how the murderer obtained the key to the breaker room? Oh yeah, that's right. It was locked, wasn't it? The warden hangs onto the keys, right? The break room has great importance even in a prison. There is no one who would be able to obtain the key so easily. Unless you are the holder of the key. Well, I can think of someone. What did you say? This person, the murderer. I was able to get the key. They didn't even need to steal it. That can't be anyone like that. Besides, the break into the electrified fence is in that room too. Only one person could have done this. I didn't want to believe it myself, but I trust that my logic is sound. The person who used this key to enter the breaker room is... Or is she? Sorry. The murder is... Ooh. And she's like, and the dog is like, nah. Warden Roland. Oh my, what an energetic little puppy. That's because this dog is extremely fond of sweets. It seems to detect a sweet scent on you. Oh heavens no, I am not even wearing perfume or anything of the sort. What a dog detects is a sweet scent of death. How poetic. However, does that not imply that I committed a murder? That's what I think. What? The warden is the murderer. Mr. Edgeworth, are you serious about your statement? Oh ho ho, how amusing. The very thought of Warden committing a murder. It sounds like something out of a mystery novel. Precisely, your reasoning is in contempt. Nothing of the sort. I did not want to believe it myself, but based on the evidence, I have no choice but to believe it. Believe it! The evidence proves that the Warden Roland is the murderer. The key? Oh, that's wrong, isn't it? A criminal just because of that is so cruel. That doesn't even have anything to do with me. Okay. That wasn't it. Oh, the sweet scent. I'm so dumb, I just realized. So why don't you show us the evidence? Oh. There you go. The smell gave you away. As you can plainly see, someone has taken notice. This police dog. He tracked the sweet smell that came from the body. And right now, he's telling us that the same scent is also on Warden Roland. You're a cruel one to accuse me of murder based on something like that. Right, Justine, darling? It appears that Judge Courtney has reached the same conclusion as I have. Mr. Edgeworth, this couldn't have been just a coincidence, could it? The key to the breaker room and the same scent on the body. If it were only one, it could have been seen as such. But there's literally two things that connect her. It appears we have reached a conclusion. We should now listen to what the warden has to say. Indeed, until we do, we cannot close this case. Oh my goodness, everyone with such scary faces. So I'm the only one who could have been the murderer. That just cannot be. Oh god, alright, here we go. Why I can't be the killer. I heard all about the case from Justine Darling here. Had I committed the murder, I would have taken place inside the holding cell. But I couldn't have moved the body. I never went into the prison. I was caught up in my work up until the show. I was stuck in my office. Check up on it if you like. You'll find there's no record of me entering the prison. I don't know what reasoning you had, but I can say for sure I cannot be the killer. But Miss will bark at you, pal. You've got to be the culprit. Oh heavens, it's not possible. I already told you I never went to the prison. You think I'm lying, why don't you check the records? She wants us to check the records. She does seem confident. For now, all we could do is listen to her and try to draw out more information. I do hope you understand, Mr. Edgeworth. Alright, let's get this out the way. Heard all about the case from Justine Darling here. Had I committed the murder, I would have taken place inside the holding cell. But I couldn't have moved the body. I never went into the prison. You never went into the prison. Do you have proof of this? My, can't you wait for me to finish? Oh. I was caught up in my work up until the show. I was stuck in my office. You were in your office the whole time. Nothing strange happened. Nope, nothing at all. Were you looking for something? I'm not too good at tidying up. I always forget where I put everything. The other day, I even lost track of an important piece of evidence. How could you have made such a grave error? If someone were to take something from me, I wouldn't even notice it in the entire year. I guess it would be hard to attack with the key to the breaker room. On the day of the incident, I was working in my office and searching for lost items. In other words, I couldn't have gone to the prison, even if I had wanted to. Check up on it if you like. You'll find there's no record of me entering the prison. You did not enter the prison from the entrance. But what if there was another route? Oh my, are you suggesting something like a secret passage? I don't know if anything like that exists. It is my firm belief you did possess an alternate route. The route was neither the entrance nor the secret passage. The route you used was from here. The courtyard thing. The barbed wire fence. You would have moved nightly to your office first. This office leads directly to the garden side of the courtyard. If you had moved through here and passed a barbed wire fence, you would have arrived at the prison without passing through the entrance of the tunnel. I wonder what Mr. Edgewood is saying. Haven't you noticed there's a high voltage current running through the fence? Yeah, obviously she couldn't have passed through it like that. The current to the fence could be switched off at the breaker room, and you were the only one who had the key, Warden Roland. Most amusing. However, the breaker room is located on the prison side of the courtyard. How would the warden have accessed it from the detention center? Ah, quite right. Gotcha there, Mr. Edgeworth. That's... If there is no record of her passing through the prison entrance, it would not have been possible for her to turn off the fence's breaker. But Warden Roland was the only one who had access. Don't let that faze you, Miles. But if I don't have a solution for this, she'll get away. Now, Uncle Ray never said don't think, you know. It's just not good to be so stubborn about it, that's all. But no matter how you think about it, Warden Roland couldn't have done this alone. Prosecutor Edgeworth, if you have failed to come up with a new... I am not amused. Interrupting my judgment only to be silent. Fucking... Objection! I am not amused. Come on! Without thinking, I just blurted out objection. After you answer, I won't let this end here. My reasoning is not over yet. So how did she use the breaker without leaving the detention center? It's perfectly possible with this method. What made it possible to turn off the breaker? Her position as a warden, she hadn't accomplished the timing of the incident. No, because then she would have had to turn it off from there too. I would say her position as a warden, right? Because she's just able to tell them, like, yeah, take this key, go to the breaker room, turn it off for me, then come back to me, give me the key. Either that or an accomplice. Her position as the warden made it possible. So I was able to use the breaker from the detention center because I am the warden. In that case, I'd have to be not just a warden, but a psychic as well. Okay, there you go, yeah. If it's the last option, I want to die. In-game, though. Okay. It's indeed impossible for one person, but what if there was two? Exactly, just what I expected from you, Miles. Yes, you had an accomplice on the prison side. Enough, I am disappointed in you, Prosecutor Edgeworth. What's that, pal? You're making fun of Mr. Edgeworth? The inmates at this prison all wear bracelets. If they try and go where they please, they will set off an alarm. Ah. So if you notice, this is a prison after all. Not only the prisoners, but the guards too are under constant what is it? So why didn't anyone notice Elbert? The only ones allowed to move around freely are the animals, and they certainly could not have used the breaker. But it's still possible that that a person did it. Excluding the inmates and the guards, just what kind of person would you say it was? You can't exclude the inmates and guards just yet. There was only one person, one whose movement was not restricted. This evidence shows that there was someone in the prison who could have move around freely. That is, it looks like the bracelet worn by the prisoners. This belongs to a certain model inmate, and it's broken. What? Just who on earth does this belong to? Frank saw it. the warden's favorite inmate. Don't you think it's strange? He managed to keep this hidden while he moved around freely in his daily prison life. Golly, when you think about it, it shouldn't be possible. I'd hazard a guess that this was because he was a special case, just like Sirhan Dugan in a special cell. The prosecutor's statement is mere conjecture. You could find out by simply asking Saw himself. It is my firm belief that Mr. Saw and Warden Roland were partners in crime. Due to their collaboration, another route surfaces. The real route by which Knightley's body was moved to the prison. There were two obstacles that needed to be dealt with. The security camera in front of Knightley's cell, and the electric fence in the courtyard. Both these problems could have been solved with a single stroke, by having Saw it switch off the breakers in the breaker room. Mr. Edgeworth, could you wait one moment? Do you still intend to deny it, Warden Roland? I give in, I confess. Warden Roland. No, this cannot be. Yes, it's just as he says. Frank Saw and I were partners in crime. No way. Does anyone else forget that the best is here? You did it, Mr. Edgeworth. Well done, Miles. At last, we have the real culprit cornered. Like Mr. Edgeworth said, Frankie operated the breaker, but we were not responsible for Knightley's murder. What? Warden Roland, whatever do you mean? Judge Courtney, would the goddess of law hear my confession? The goddess of law is merciful. She will absolve you. I was being threatened. That's why I have no choice but to do as I was told. So who was threatening you? Gerhan Dugan, that assassin. Dogan. I said Dugan. Dogan. It's been going on since that man came to the prison. I will never forget that day. What the fuck? Does she have a W thing on her hat just to be called a warden? Let me say Wario. Sorry. When we were both alone, he suddenly said to me, I have many dogs outside the prison. Dogs? Loyal dogs who obey my every command. I soon realized that what Dogan referred to were not really dogs, but his human henchmen. And that's not all he said. You better watch how you treat me. We don't want you and your family to become dog food. I had no choice. I gave him the special cell. I gave him anything he desired. Anything he desired? You don't mean the supplier? That's right. Anything he ordered, I would deliver to him. An underground dealership. I was the one who won over Frankly. It was simple. I just offered him special privileges within the prison. He's underground dealings. Once a week in the middle of the night, Frankie would shut off 2 of the breakers, so I could move from my office to the courtyard without being seen by the security camera. I would go past the fence and drop the goods down the well near the prison. And then I sprinkled this perfume over it. So that's the true identity of the sweet scent. The scent of perfume was the signal for Dogan's dog. After picking up the scent, it would carry the goods to Dogan. Of course, this had to be done while Albert was away from his cell. I'm surprised he never found out about it, pal. We have a strict timetable here at the prison. Mealtime, exercise time, it's easy to know when he's away from his cell. And since Little Rocky is afraid of Dogan's dog, I didn't have to worry about him making noise. So having full knowledge of the prison's inner workings, she made the deliveries herself. This would have ensured there were no slip-ups. Frankie would turn the breakers back on in the early morning, and then the delivery was complete. And then I then modified the timestamp with the security camera. You have told us a great deal. The goddess of law accepts your penitent confession. As the warden of the prison, how could I have done such a foolish thing? The day Knightley was killed was also a delivery day. It seems Frankie was working with breakers as usual. But that day I had nothing to send, so I did not go to the courtyard at all. The secret of the supply system, so then Warden Roland was... Police have been searching for Dogen's henchmen for ages. I've always been helping them, but... I've been interrogating him personally in my office, but... No matter how much evidence we have on him, we can't get a single word out of him. So the reason you kept on interrogating him... Yes, it was to find his henchmen. I brought all the evidence from the police and carried out the interrogation myself. I kept on an eye on all his actions and examined all of his mail. Mail, like his correspondence chest letters. But I could never uncover the true identity of his henchmen. This fear, it's something you can never understand. Okay, I think she did do the murder. That's for sure. And it's more out of her fear of the henchmen, quote unquote, because Dogen. And I think this is what caused her to kill Knightley, because she thought he was the henchman. Prosecutor Edgeworth, you were listening, right? I say this confession clears the warden up to all suspicion. It is really necessary to press her further than this. Is it necessary for her to press her further? Press further. Judge Courtney, my questioning isn't over yet. I'm sure the goddess of law isn't satisfied yet either. You mean to badger the woman further? Even if she was threatened by Dogen. This does not prove she was not the culprit in this case. She was able to use the supply route to transport Knightley's body. Do you have any evidence to support this? The body gave off a sweet scent. The scent of perfume that was used to signify a delivery. Can you explain this fact? Oh, of course. Did I have made so many deliveries, the scent would have lingered around the well. When the body was moved through the well, the scent would have transferred to it. Mr. Albert is also testified to this fact. That's it. For some reason, that well gave off a nice scent. A nice scent. I don't know what it was, but it smelled sweet like candy. It smelled sweet like candy. The lingering scent in the well would have caused be picked up by anything passing through. The defense rests, I see. In that case, court is adjourned. Mr. Edgeworth, isn't there anything we can do? What should I do? Is this as far as I can go? Is it over already? Yes, Sebastian, it is. Now court is officially adjourned. Who was that? Your boy, Uncle Ray. Not nice to you to adjourn things just like that, Corny Pie. Mr. Shields, are you objecting to the court adjourning? Of course not. I ain't got no objection or anything like that. Go ahead and adjourn court. Do whatever you like. Hey, what are you doing, Mr. Shields? Whoa there, calm down, Kay. Who wants some chocolate? Is this a joke? You'll have to excuse me. I just have one tiny request to make. As Simon Key's attorney. That's right, you're the defense attorney in charge of this case, aren't you? Exactly, did you all forget? That's so mean. But you just left everything to Mr. Edgeworth and didn't do anything at all. That's right. That's why I thought I'd do my job a bit. Do your job? That hardly sounds like you at all. It's to prepare for the trial. I'd like to ask the warden a few questions. Surely you jest. What more would you expect to hear from her? Well, Miss Warden, I'd like to hear your thoughts on the culprit. My thoughts? Uncle Ray believes that Simon is not the culprit. It seems that Miss Warden also suspects someone other than Simon. I'd like to hear you out. Mr. Edgeworth, what's Mr. Shields up to? He's trying to lure Warden Roland into testifying. Why was the supply route used to transport the body? I say it was to pin the crime on Dogen. Ah, I see. If he committed the murder here, he would have been transferred to another prison. One with tighter security. And that would get rid of the troublemaker. Exactly. She wouldn't pass up a chance like that. Hey, hold on a second. Culprit besides Simon? What do you mean? Simon was the one who I was supposed to prosecute. Exactly. So wouldn't it be better to if the best also listened to what she has to say? Amazing, Mr. Shields. You managed to drag Mr. the Best into this too. Courtney is annoyed, and you know it. She's like, fucking... alright. We're rolling. Is this acceptable? Like, she has to, like, kind of go with it. Oh, it's fine. It's fine. You understand a woman's heart. Thank you, mademoiselle. Actually, I thought this over. I'd like to tell you my thoughts. You'll let me speak, won't you? Justine, darling. Darling. I don't know why I've been saying darling like that. Like, darling. Of course, you may speak. Mr. Shields, awesome. Phew. That was a close shave. Thank you, Mr. Shields. No, I'm still leaving the rest to you. Remember what I said. A defense attorney never gives up. A defensive robbery? The fate of our client rests on our shoulders, after all. It'd be uncool if Uncle Ray didn't put that into practice. Now then, Miles, it's your turn to show you'll never give up. Right. Well then, will you listen to my story? My story. I believe that the culprit in this case couldn't only have been Dogen. I have no idea what transpired between Dogen and the victim. I simply could have been that Dogen was displeased with him. In any case, he was the one who stabbed the victim to death. He probably had a dog dispose of the body. This is the truth of this case. The victim, Mr. Knightley, was it? I think it was truly a terrible thing. Thinking of a man's life, you mean? That's how you go about it, about saying it, isn't it? If only I had been more vigilant, his death would not have happened. That's why I want to clear up his regrets. Warden Roland, how considerate. I'm sure Mr. Knightley in heaven is overflowing with gratitude. Is gratitude really what Knightley feels? I believe that the culprit in this case could only have been Dogen. I have no idea. Okay, hold up. Let's go back a bit. You seem very confident of that. How can you be so sure? The children of the home are all good little boys and girls. Believe in yourself, believe in your friends, and believe in me and the guards. There are no way any of these hardworking children could have committed a murder. Quite an emotional reason. Makes sense coming from someone like her. Only Dogen would be capable of something like that. I have no idea what transpired between Dogen and the victim. It simply could have been that Dogen was displeased with him. What could Knightley have done in the detention center to displease him? That was just an example. You don't have to take it so seriously. Didn't I already say that I have no idea what transpired between them? Nevertheless, you certainly are a serious one, Edgeworth, dear. What's this? That piercing gaze. Always standing straight and stiff. Very nice. Looking very clever, my dear. I think I'm about to become your biggest fan. Mr. Edgeworth, stay focused. It's just a flesh wound. Alright. Some form of psychological warfare? In any case, he was the one who stabbed the victim to death. I'd like to hear your thoughts about the circumstances surrounding the murder. Well, I suppose it was a simple job. During his booking, I learned that the victim has some kind of injury in his neck. He couldn't turn his neck to the right. I remember him saying something like that. Booking. That's the process one undergoes before being locked up in the detention center. It sounds like you don't really know a lot about Knightley. I only know a little. In any case, he would have been an easy target for Dogen. Perhaps he used the chisel hidden in the chessboard. The victim wouldn't even have a chance to scream. I see. Your opinion will be a very valid reference. Could you add those last statements to your testimony? Aw, you're making me blush. You're so cute. I'm just kidding. I'll continue. Use a chisel hidden. There are traces of blood Dogen hid inside his dog's mouth. There is a small bell attached to it. That I didn't slip on the stacks. Perhaps he used the chisel hidden in the chessboard. Now they hid a chisel inside in order to get it past security. Yeah, no one knew. Warden Roland, you certainly are sharp-witted. Hey, enough with the titles. Call me Patty, P-A-T-T-Y. Patty Roland. However, there's something you were a little too knowledgeable about. Oh, embarrassed. You're such an experienced child, Edgeworth, dear. Fight on, Mr. Edgeworth. You said you didn't really know much about Knightley. If that's the case, how did you know about the chisel inside the chessboard? Oh, of course, the entrance check. Enough with the poor excuses. The entrance check. The chessboard wasn't something Knightley brought with him. It was brought to him later by Mr. Keys. He didn't even have it when he arrived here. That's my mistake. I meant the parcel check. Even if we assume that, there were still many suspicious points. Why wasn't such a chisel immediately confiscated? Judge Courtney, did you tell anyone about the trick to this chessboard? I did not. If no information about our investigation was leaked, then how did you find out? You could not have examined this during the entrance check or the parcel check. Certainly, someone in the warden's position would never have let a chisel slip by. Exactly. So answer this, Warden Roland. When and how did you learn about the chessboard secret? In that case, I shall answer for you. Is it because... I give up, Edgeworth, dear. It is as you say. I interrogated Knightley. That's how I learned about it. The chessboard. But, please believe me, I didn't kill anyone. Enough. It would appear that we have uncovered some vital information. I'll ask you to testify once more, if that's alright with you, Prosecutor Edgeworth. No objections here. Thank you, Miss Edgeworth, dear. I'll do my best. Well then, Warden Roland, I trust there will be no lies from here on out. Her pool of lies is slowly running dry. Soon I will bring out her true nature. I wouldn't go so far as to call it an interrogation. I always make sure to talk to all my new arrivals. Mr. Knightley, yes, we had a little chat. After our talk, he went right back to his cell, I assure you. She's piling lies on top of lies, not realizing that it only tightens the noose around her neck. Speak with the new prisoners, you say? That's right. I'm glad you understand. Your testimony is not solid evidence. It requires more than just understanding. Well then, Prosecutor Edgeworth, you may begin your cross-examination. Okay, let's see. I wouldn't go so far as to call it an interrogation. I always make sure to talk to all my new arrivals. Alright, so what do you guys talk about? What did you talk about? Fucking, I wrote this game. What indeed? It was just a trifling conversation. What kind of animals he liked, what his hobbies were, that sort of thing. Hobbies. I assume he mentioned chess. Oh yes, that's all Knightley would ever talk about. Now that I think about it, the note he had in his room, it probably had something to do with a chess too. So Warden Roland saw Knightley's note. Mr. Knightley, yes, we had a little chat. And what was Knightley like during the interrogation? He was very honest. Mr. Knightley? Was? Honest, pal? He also talked about a croissant or some kind of promo. And impassant and chess piece promotions, I presume. Looks like he was his usual chess-loving self. After our talk, he went right back to his cell, I assure you. If he really returned to his cell, there is no way he would be a corpse now. I know you're suggesting that I killed him during the interrogation, but I couldn't possibly have had a motive to kill Knightley, could I? Dogen was the only one I hated, and he had no connection with the victim. He only hated Dogen. Please add that statement to your testimony. Dogen was the one I Dogen was the one I hated, and he had no connection to the victim. The note. Judge Courtney, I'd like you to have a look at this. It looks like a record of the chess game. Is there something wrong with it? This was discovered in the victim's cell. It was Knightley's memo. Warden Roland, you also discovered this note in the very same place. And not just in Knightley's cell, but in Dogen's too, correct? What are you... Don't say that you don't know about the chessboard in the special cell. After all, you would have kept an eye on Dogen's actions down to the smallest details. No, to be more precise, it wasn't Dogen that you needed to keep an eye on. The warden was searching for Mr. Dogen's henchman. From the start, I found it strange that the warden interrogated the prisoners personally, since he used his henchmen to threaten harm to her family. Warden Roland interrogated Dogen to expose them. So what are you saying? As you inspected Dogen's mail, you must have known that he played correspondence chess. And then Knightley appeared, with a chess memo in hand. We deduced that he and Dogen were connected. You must have arrived at the same conclusion as well. However, you went one step too far in your reasoning. You thought Knightley was one of Dogen's henchmen, who had come to kill you. So that's why you interrogated Knightley, boy. If the boss won't crack, go after his henchmen. In addition, you discovered something when you were interrogating him. Inside his chessboard, you found a portable chisel. The murder weapon. To Warden Roland, the chisel was a symbol of Dogen, and that was the final straw. You believe Knightley was one of Dogen's henchmen and you killed him. It seems there will be no rebuttal, Judge Courtney. Your verdict. Though it is incredibly unfortunate, there seems to be no room for doubt. I shall announce my verdict. For the murder of Horace Knightley... Oh. Twice my sacred verdict has been interrupted. Who was it? Who was that? She is mad. She wants her freaking verdict, bro. Warden Roland. Oh, how strange. You guys really don't understand anything. It would seem the one who doesn't understand is you. Me? Oh, I understand one thing very well. There is a huge contradiction in your logic, Mr. Edgeworth. Once she's cornered, she starts spouting nonsense. Pay no heed, Judge Courtney. Your verdict. I am interested in hearing what the warden has to say. What? I thought so. I just have one thing I want to say. One. Please take a good look at the autopsy report. The autopsy report? The one I brought with me. I heard exactly what you said earlier, Justine darling. You said the wound was 4 inches deep. 4 inches? No way. Could that tiny chisel really have made a wound 4 inches deep? Impossible! How could I have made such an error? Oh, forgive me, goddess of law. Well, I believe that that overturns your hypothesis. What will you do now, Mr. Edgeworth? What will do? It'll be alright, pal. Mr. Edgeworth always... Whoa! Hey now! He's gone all white! Hey! You're a defense attorney, aren't you? Isn't there something you can do, pal? Do that turnabout thing. Make some earth-shattering objection. Uncle Ray's a hard worker, but without decisive evidence, we're just whipping a dead horse here. Does that mean it's hopeless? The true killer is Warden Roland. If it's not her, then nothing that's happened fits. But the chisel isn't the murder weapon. Are there any other sharp objects here? There are still many mysteries remaining in this case. However, we do not have the evidence to solve them at the present time. We have no choice but to continue this battle in the courtroom.
Objection.
My man goes, objection. You know, Ray kind of sounds like Godot. The voice. It just dawned on me. That would just give the killer a chance to destroy evidence. Are you mocking the court? No. I didn't mean anything like that. You look perplexed, Miles. Thought of anything yet? Chisel is not the murder weapon. In that case, what is? It's no use. We're back where we started. No objections, Prosecutor Edgeworth. By the way, any baseless statements will be punished accordingly. No good. I can't think of anything. I need more time. I regret to say, I have no, Mr. Edgeworth. Remember what Mr. Shields said. If we give up, Simon will... Have you forgotten what sad look on his face? I couldn't tell. He was covering his eyes, to be honest. It kind of... I didn't even know if he was there. He's playing peekaboo. He was the one who suffered most of Knightley's death. If we can't save him, who will? Besides, Simon believes in us. But we can't give up. Okay. Miles, looks like you've found a good partner. It's like Little K says. Whenever you're backed into a corner, think of your client. Keep fighting until the very end. Isn't that the feeling you're getting? Gregory, your old man. No matter what trouble he faced, he would always turn things around and save his client. You've got his blood in you, right? In that case, you're the only one who can turn this around. Judge Courtney, the look in your eyes has suddenly changed. If you do intend to speak, you better be prepared to face the consequences. Your logic thus far has been misplaced numerous times. If this were to happen again, I will consider you unfit to call yourself a prosecutor, and you will hand over your badge. That's right. My reasoning about this case has indeed been misplaced numerous times. Have I made a grave miscalculation? Wait, my logic is misplaced. Still silent, I cannot condone this waste of time. Well then, Mr. Edgeworth. Mr. Edgeworth. I will announce my verdict. That's it. I have to turn my logic around. My logic isn't misplaced. It's been misled. This court finds the defendant, Simon Keyes, Isn't it a little early to hand down a verdict? I actually think it's rather late. Don't you agree, Justine darling? Enlighten us. What? Try to remember. The eyewitness account about his dog and his absence from the animal show. When I first heard that information, my suspicion immediately fell on Dogen. I'm amazed you take such pride in retelling your previous failings. But was that not the killer's aim? What if we assume that was their intention from the start? Of course, the chisels serve the same purpose. Knightley's body was stabbed in the same spot with multiple sharp objects. This shows that he was stabbed with a chisel after the real murder weapon was removed. By soaking the chisel in Knightley's blood, the killer wanted to mislead us into thinking the chisel was a murder weapon. Why? That's because. Why did the killer want us to think the chisel was the murder weapon? It was the murderer to get Knightley expelled, to get Dogen expelled. Warden Roland, you made use of this chisel's image. Chisel's image? What are you trying to say? This is the best. When you see this chisel, what does it suggest to you? Huh? Something like Dogen is the killer, right? Now do you understand? That was the warden's aim. Ah, she wanted us to suspect a person with the chisels. Indeed, that was her plan from the very beginning, to make Sirhan Dogen out to be the killer. I understand your logic. It is true that Warden did not think kindly of Dogen, but you understand, don't you? This alone does not prove she is the killer. As I thought, it's not enough. The remaining chance is for me to find the real murder weapon. If you have no more evidence, I believe this conversation is over. I could prove it if I found the real murder weapon. It doesn't matter what you say, we did a clean sweep of this place. It is as Sebastian says. In the end, we could not find any weapons. In other words, such proof is impossible. No, the murder weapon must still be somewhere in the prison. As long as this exists. The security gate. You remember its name after all. Are you mocking me? It's because of those things that you can't take metal objects in and out of this place. Ah! Right. As long as those security gates exist, the murder weapon should still be here. That also means no weapon could have been brought into the prison. In the end, we're back to the same mystery after all. Judge Courtney. Prosecutor Edgeworth, surely you realize, if the real murder weapon is still in the prison, one must also consider how it got there in the first place. The chisel was concealed within the chessboard, but the chisel is not the real murder weapon, which means the real murder weapon must have been smuggled in somehow. The way it was smuggled in, can you prove that? How Warden Roland brought the weapon into the prison. You have evidence transferred from the precinct. Yes, we borrowed all the evidence concerning Dogen. I've been interrogating him personally in my office, but... That's it. She could have used that. This shows another way a weapon could be brought into the prison. Prison investigation. Mr. the Best and Warden Roland searched the entire prison but did not find the weapon. Prison roll call. Wasn't there something? I'm not too sure, I'm not gonna lie. Another way a weapon could be brought into the prison. Turning it off? Well, that's how you bring metal objects to the prison. Indeed, with this, even something metal could be... Exactly, how does that let the metal object be brought into the prison? What? You really can't use that to bring metal objects to the prison? Professor Edgeworth, I'm disappointed in you. It's okay, I need to see something. Sorry to let you down. Sorry to let you down. So there really isn't a way to bring metal objects in the prison. No, there is a way besides sending it in a package. And this shows that method. Well then, Professor, show it to us. I'm not sure if I should say this in front of Kay. Another way that wasn't brought in with packaging. Simon used this for the big stunt during the show. Someone switched the weights of the body. That's like technically the packaging. Found in the workroom A, covered in mud. Found near the body, there is a stack of them inside workroom A. Very colorful. I'm not too sure. Duncan carves a hound piece of wood on a whim. Play chess throughout the mail.
Take that!
Is it the map? I'm not sure if I should say this in front of Kay. What is confusing me about this right now?
Take that!
Kind of winging it now because I'm just like, there's no way. Hold up. Something that involves the investigation stuff. Nope, same thing. Hold on, let me, what's the file for this again? Like how to load it, I should say. I'll just have one, okay. Shows another way a weapon could be brought into the prison. Oh, yeah, I haven't read this one yet, so. Package, and this shows the method. Well then, Professor, show it to us. I'm not gonna lie to you, I have no idea. Oh, I did not mean to load that. I meant to do this. No. Fuck. I did not mean to reset it again. No. Like, what is it, man? I'm just giving her everything. I don't know. I really don't know. I did prison investigation, prison roll call. I did the cameras. I did the note. I did that. My God, bro. What? Do I, like, not have, like... Explain to me the bell. Edgeworth, right now. Yesterday, Dogan said this. Yes, my... Oh my God, because she fucking said the bells there are only 2 of them. I fucking hate this game. Oh my God, it doesn't even give you a hint sometimes. It just tells you something. Yes, my bells, there are only 2 in the world. Only 2. They're custom made, attached to my knife and Anubis' collar. Even though I can only rely on my ears, I can easily identify them. At last, one has been confiscated and is not in my possession. It's possible the murder weapon was brought in as confiscated evidence. What? His knife was confiscated and stored on the premises. Furthermore, the bell was attached to the knife. It can't be. The bell on that chisel. Exactly. The killer took it from the knife and reattached it to the chisel. But the only fingerprints on this chisel are Knightley's. The killer probably wore gloves, then they made the switch. She made the chisel out to be the murder weapon by attaching Dogen's bell, and in doing so, made Dogen appear to be the culprit. Furthermore, the handling of the evidence that this bell originally belonged to was only possible for someone with the proper authority. Who, sir? Who had the authority? Why don't we ask the warden what she thinks? You can't find bells anywhere. Anyone could have attached it, right? I see. So, you don't know. These bells are Dogen's trademark. There are only 2 in the world. What? And so, attaching the bell would naturally make you the killer. I have any evidence that I have the knife. You don't, do you? Of course, I understand. In that case, Mr. DeBest, I'd like to request an investigation immediately. But if you find it, it'd probably be problematic for me. That doesn't matter now. It is necessary that we reveal the truth. You are a prosecutor, are you not? Well, even if you say that, curse this useless prosecutor. If only I still had investigation rights. Besides, we can't investigate without the warden's permission, right? There's no way she would approve. We have no choice but to investigate ourselves. If you don't have evidence, there's no use in continuing the conversation. The goddess of law does not smile upon those with no evidence. This will have to be continued in the courtroom. Not good. If we give the warden more time here, it will definitely destroy the evidence. Seems like I have no choice but to raise an objection and stall for time. But I don't have anything definite. Is that really acceptable? Oh my god, I truly hate how they prolong something, man. Is it really like me to do something this reckless? No, not good. Now is not the time for hesitation. Right now, I'm not a prosecutor, but I'm an attorney's assistant. I need to protect my client. I'm the only one who can save him now. In that case, even if it's the 1 in a million chance, I have to take it. It's sink or swim. Should I raise an objection? Raise an objection. It almost feels like I've turned into a certain bluffing defense attorney. But right now, I can't come to a standstill here.
Objection!
Don't even say it. Hold it. Prosecutor Edgeworth. What now? This is like the 5th time someone stopped me. You better have a good reason. I just realized something. What would that be? Pray tell. Naturally, the whereabouts of the real murder weapon. Dogen's knife. Mr. Edgeworth, is that really true? Yes. No, it is not a lie. I find that hard to believe. This isn't a bluff, is it? You underestimate me. The word bluff does not exist in my dictionary. This is bad for my heart. There's no way you could know, because such a thing doesn't even exist. Well then, could you enlighten us? Where is the real murder weapon? Think. Somewhere the police didn't look. A blind spot in this animal-filled prison. A hiding place the warden would have complete confidence in. Hiding place. Come to think of it. It was inevitable. Anubis showed them your mouth. The same method? No. It couldn't be, could it? But there aren't that many ways to hide things from an investigator's eyes. Prosecutor Edgeworth, how long do you intend to keep us waiting? It's possible, but I'm taking a big gamble here. Place where the real murder weapon is hidden is here.
Take that.
Here in the courtyard? Indeed. That's not enough for information. Please show us in more detail. Where is the real murder weapon hidden? Oh. That's it. Back then. What's the matter, detective? Looks like the metal detector is reacting to this alligator. Really? Why? Of course, that's why the metal detector reacted. Judge Courtney, I'd like you to take a look at this. The chisel? Wasn't that just a fake murder weapon? Dogen hid this chisel inside his dog's mouth, and the real murder weapon was hidden in a very much the same way. The real murder weapon is in this pond inside the alligator. What? What? I like how I sideswiped the smack. We can confirm that the metal detector reacted to the alligator. Judge Courtney, please have the inside of the alligator examined. I give my consent. We'll have to call a veterinarian. I can make that little girl open her mouth. Can I help? Yes, go ahead. Warden Roland. Discovering the real murder weapon will settle this matter once and for all. Why don't you do the honorable thing and confess now? What would I have to confess? In that case, you can't just wait for your fate to be sealed. Ah, we found it, sir. Just where you said it would be. It's over. Patricia Rowland, the real murder weapon is none other than Dogen's knife. And the one who murdered Horace Knightley can only be you. Dogen was the evil one. I didn't do anything wrong. It was completely reasonable. That guy was one of Dogen's henchmen. Him. If only he had never come to my home. I could at least still be happy. My special paradise. He ruined it, all of it. Him. That no good assassin. Him. Oh my god! They were all little ferrets! Oh, look at this cast of this whole cast of characters. This is the best of the best. We have the results. The best of the best. Looks like even the forensic officers have it tough. We found traces of Knightley's blood on Dogen's knife. It was just like you said. You're the best, Mr. The Best. Alright, good job. But don't stop there. Keep the praise coming. Yes, sir. You're so incredible. It brings me to tears. Tears to my eyes. From sorrow. Fucking Ezra shit talking. Well done, Sebastian. Next comes the follow-up instructions or whatever. Huh? What are you talking about, Justine? Hasn't the case been solved already? We have not yet confirmed if Knightley truly was one of Dogen's henchmen. There's also a chance that Warden Roland jumped to the conclusions. Oh! That's a remaining uncertainty in this case. Anyways, let's keep investigating. Hey, you there, come with me. Since I'm the best, the truth will appear before me first. When the moment arrives, make sure you don't miss it. Yes, sir, I'm looking forward to your witnessing your first Frey ability. Let's go! It's like taking care of a kid. Does it show how old he is? He's only 17. Oh, wow. That would explain his attitude and shit. We live in troubling times. Wouldn't you agree? How old is Justine Courtney? Yes! Now, the would-be assassin of the president was found murdered in the prison. Knightley had not planned to assassinate the president. The truth is not as vital as you seem to believe it to be. Not to the world. and not to the law. That can't be right. Believe what you will, however, as long as Prosecutor Edgewood remains a prosecutor, it is an inescapable reality. Prosecutor is not someone who demands a guilty verdict. That is what I believe. Those are merely your values. The law is not the plaything of any one person. Wow, I had a stroke there. If you will not submit to that, you will do well to prepare for the consequences. What's it supposed to mean, pal? Don't tell me you're gonna... Justine, you're hot, but like, man, are you annoying. I mean, you're just following orders, so probably you'll turn around at the end. Now then, this is where I must take my leave, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Judge Corney is right. The law should not serve any one person's desire. However, the truth has been as a result of that. Can that really be called justice? Hey, buddy. Ah, Simon. Boss. What happened? They said you could come out already. Well, honestly, I don't know for sure. All of a sudden, they were like, you're free to go and you should thank Mr. Edgeworth. Well, that's because he found out who the real murderer was. Really? He did? Mr. Edgeworth? No way. Even if you glare at me like that, it's useless. I'm innocent after all. You can't make me guilty. Simon, you should thank him, you know. You're right. Thank you very much. I want to thank you too. Good grief. Yada. Mr. Defense Attorney, can I ask you just one more question? Yes, you may. But I'm not a defense attorney. I thought that Knightley and I were friends. No, I mean best friends. I always thought we were... You don't think so anymore? Well, I'm just wondering. There were some things I had no idea about. Like how he could hate someone enough to kill them. That's why maybe he never trusted me either. Simon, that's not true. You're lying, because if I had known, I could have stopped him. I would have told him he had no need to be angry with anyone. Mr. Keyes, I don't think he disliked you either. Let's show him proof that Knightley trusted him. The chessboard, right? That's what I gave to. Knightley hid a chisel inside it, most likely to aid in his escape. Escape? He used me? He trusted in you. He knew you'd bring it to him without looking into it and without question. And in doing just that, you were caught up in everything. Knightley, you idiot! Looks like he gets it. Simon is not as dumb as he looks, after all. I'm sure he'll be back to normal by tomorrow. Was that supposed to be a compliment? Oh, I'll be strong. I'll become a splendid wild animal tamer for Knightley's sake. Excellent. That's the spirit. I almost forgot. If you'd like, please come to our next show. I'll also be performing in it. The very big circus is always fabulous and fun for all ages. Wow, that sounds like fun. Let's go, Mr. Edgeworth. Well, I'll think about it. Well, we need to get back to practicing right away. You'll be with Regent today. What? The tiger? No way. It'll be fine. He's a good boy. No way. There's no way I would be fine. Please cut me a break, Ross. And there they go. Stop. But man, bravo. You really put on a good show today, Miles. It's all thanks to you, Mr. Shields. Ray Shields. Sorry, I'm like trying to see if there's like a little name joke there. Without your help, she might have gone away. Ray Shields. Not to mention allowing us to continue the investigation. Pun, I meant to say, not joke. Oh man, cut it out already, you're gonna make me blush. I know when you are being serious. Uncle Ray is always serious. So how was it, Miles? How did it feel to be a defense attorney? To save people. Defense attorney. But that really took me back. It was just like being next to your old man again. It's been a while since I felt this good. I was, well, it's somewhat difficult to say it and it was a good thing. Come on, Miles. Are you sure you don't want to be a defense attorney? What? You know, pick up where your father left off. Don't you want to save people like he did? What are you talking about, pal? Mr. Edwards is a prosecutor. But is it really that unusual for a prosecutor to become a defense attorney these days? Unusual? Isn't that the problem here? Hey, don't be so upset. It's normal. You know, normal. It's not. Normal, pal. You'd all make for a powerful defense team. Mr. Shields, I'm a prosecutor. And Uncle Ray is a defense attorney. That's why. I'm being serious about this. Oh, that's just my opinion. Feel free to drop by anytime if you have a change of heart. I'll be waiting for you. He gave the cool goodbye wave. Like, alright, peace. And he just walks away. Follow my father's footsteps. I mean, originally that was his plan, and then he changed to a prosecutor because of Von Karma, and then, you know, life. Me become a defense attorney. I'm going to become a defense attorney, just like my dad. Oh my god, a sprite for his father. I don't think this has ever been a sprite for his father before. Like my father. Also, this is auto-scrolling, and that's why I didn't see what the fuck it said before. Become a defense attorney, like my father. The end! Oh my god, we're finally done! Oh my god! And then this one, the inherited turnabout. Dude, I looked at this fucking episode. It is a fucking long thing. I think I still have it open on my side over here. Hold on, let me see. Yep, right here, opening it up. The inherited turnabout. It has 2 beginnings, 4 middle parts, then 3 ends. Dog. Doing this is going to be the longest trial that's going to be separated. I'm talking about, like, I might just do 2 hours of it. Like, I'm talking about doing 2 parts of, like, each section. So we'll be, like, in beginning portion, then going to middle, then middle again. And then going into 3. And then since part 3 is, like, the last thing, it might be, like, its own whole stream. But, man, is it a long thing. I'm talking about this could take an entire month to complete. Like, about. Mind you, real quick, the imprisoned turnabout is 4 things. Beginning, middle, and ending part 1 and 2. And it took me a whole 2 streams. Dog, it didn't need to be this long. Save the clear data, yeah. Okay. Oh my god, bro. There you go. Okay, we're on the ending part. Alright. So, that was good for this week. Alright, next week, continue Final Fantasy X-2. Trying to figure out my thought process right now. Final Fantasy X-2, Thursday. Friday, we are going to continue with our Legend of Zelda series of the 4 Swords. And then, Saturday, we're continuing with some more Phoenix Wright. Or Ace Attorney investigations, I should say. There's a part of me that kind of wants to make a hiatus each between episodes, but it's like, nah, let me just... There is going to be a hiatus for the Phoenix Wright series, though. I want to kind of... Yeah, like... I was thinking of this recently. Let me switch my screens also. So I was thinking of this recently for doing the hiatus between each like Phoenix game, the Ace Attorney games, due to the fact that it's a little bit draining for visual novels constantly, especially if it's a long one like this one. So what I'm thinking of doing is, once we're done with Ace Attorney Investigations Miles Edgeworth's 2, The Prosecutor's Path, I'm gonna take a hiatus from it. By that I mean, maybe I'll do my Pokemon series of type blocking, like we'll do in betweeners. So, I'll be playing Pokemon after this Ace Attorney's game. Then we're after finishing that Pokemon game, we're gonna then revert it back to being Ace Attorney. So that way, it can keep going back and forth, and I'm not like becoming drained from just constantly playing Ace Attorney shit. Because I did play 3 games in a row. Make that 4 games in a row. I played 4 games in a row of like the Ace Attorney series, and it does get a little bit draining of just constantly doing a visual novel. So hence why it's like I'm doing Legend of Zelda, which is like a little bit more like I wouldn't say action heavy, but you have more interactive. You're doing an adventure game. You're playing around. Then on Fridays we have not Fridays, Thursdays we have our RPG games where it's like there is story, there's a lot of reading there and here and there, but at least I get that turn base in there and I get to do like some things. I get to strategize in my head. It's like I guess I'm trying to get the concept of like what I want to work with. So it's like RPG on a Thursday. Friday we're doing adventure game. Saturday we're doing visual novel, but then we're gonna switch to an RPG. But everyone loves this RPG because it's Pokemon, right? So yeah. But I'm gonna just make it worse for me by just having a type lock. But that's all I gotta say for the most part. Other than that, I'm gonna call it a stream. Anyone is still watching, I appreciate it. Anyone who's watching it on YouTube, I still appreciate you. Thank you for watching this long, heavy stream. Other than that, I'm gonna call it a stream. Bye, Johnny.